We begin today's broadcast. So, good morning and welcome. We begin today's broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land of which we gather today and pay our respects to their elders past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Australian Rowing Championships here in beautiful Nagambie Lakes, and I'm joined in the commentary box, as is our custom, by Lizzie Chapman. Good morning, Lizzie.
Good morning, Razor. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Now, we've got the Australian Rowing Championships. We've been relocated. We've got club racing. We've got elites. We've got youngsters. We've got interstate regattas. What are you looking forward to today?
Well, today is I'm a bit biased, but today is the beginning of the para racing. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the para men race just before lunch in their single sculls. This is the PR3s, and the PR3 women race in their singles just after lunch. I
know you've got a special affinity with the para, and you're on the Paralympic team.
Indeed, yes.
Last year.
So we went to Tokyo finally in 2021. Yes.
And one of our co-commentators, Stuart John, will be racing in the para racing just before lunch.
Absolutely, yes. It's been great to see him over the last couple of years really progress in his rowing, thoroughly enjoying it. He's always been a great supporter of para rowing and is now a para athlete himself.
Yep, and mostly repechauges, second chance to fish.
Second chance to fish, exactly. We're refishing today. There's all throughout the age groups, under 17s, under 19s, under 21s, under 23s, and then we see the exciting start of the open or elite women's pairs and men's pairs.
Yep, and some of our gold medalists competing there.
They will be, yes, which is exciting, and aren't we lucky? So there's so many gold medalists now, and bronze medalists. So.
And unfortunately, we've got a withdrawal from the men's single. Alex Hill has got an injury and not competing.
Yeah, which is such a shame, isn't it? So Alex Hill, who is in the Coxless 4 that won the gold medal at the Tokyo Olympics, has switched to sculling this year. And it's a real shame that we won't be seeing him compete here today. But we have seen him through the past years. He's a fantastic sculler. So we wish him really well in this slight change of career.
Nominally favourite to win the race. And I actually have the pleasure of presenting the Steve Hinchy Trophy. And I was expecting to present it to Alex Hill, but that won't be happening.
Won't be happening, and we have a few other people missing. I think Cam Girdlestone is not here either. So, but then we have a whole slew of people also involved in sweep rowing, like Jack Hargreaves, like Alex Pennell, who are also in that gold medal winning 4, and they're out in the single today. And I must say, both of them look really good.
Yeah, they sculled really well yesterday, that's for sure. The under-17s, that's the future of our sport.
The future of our sport, yes. And at the end of the day, we start with junior women's 8s, I think. So we're introducing
under-19 women's 8s, yes.
Yeah, so sweep rowing to come today as well.
Yeah, so a lot to look forward to today, and we'll bring you all of the broadcast of the racing when racing commences at 8 o'clock.
Look forward to that. Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships. Sport Australia, the Australian Institute of Sport, Hancock Prospecting, Rowing Victoria, Strathbogie Shire Council, Nagambie Rowing Club, Greater Shepparton City Council, the Victorian State Government, Coles Supermarkets, 776 BC, Tempur, KJR, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing, Sykes, Perfect Balance Rowing, Ticketmaster, The Regatta Shop, Konica Minolta, Ambulance Response Services. Rowing Australia would also like to thank all event volunteers who have generously provided their time to become one of the Coles Supermarkets volunteer team. Your dedication and commitment have ensured that we can provide a successful and enjoyable event for all. A special thank you to Coles Supermarkets, who have supported all our volunteers throughout the whole event. When you're around the regatta this week, be sure to thank our great volunteers and volunteer boat race officials for all the support they're giving us and you this week. Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Australian rowing team, and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta. The AIS is the principal sponsor and partner of Rowing Australia. The AIS provides Rowing Australia with funding to ensure they have the capacity to create a sustainable sport through best practice governance and administration, intellectual property ownership, athlete management, and support structures and general accountabilities. Importantly, the winning partnership highlights the commitment to ensuring Australian athletes excel in the international sporting arena and increase Australians' participation in rowing. There are 11 anti-doping rule violations and only one relates to a positive test. All 11 rules are applicable to athletes and 7 are also applicable to coaches, managers and support people. You can find all the rules on the Sport Integrity app.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined in the commentary box this morning by the Coles Volunteer of the Year for this year for Rowing Australia, Chris Simons. Congratulations, Chris, and welcome.
Thank you.
A handshake for you. Now, you were both a finalist in the Volunteer of the Year and the Official of the Year.
Yes, I was pretty lucky there. I don't know how that occurred. My children think that I got the Volunteer of the Year as a runner-up for not getting the Official of the Year.
Now, my understanding is that you work from daylight till dark for Tamar Rowing Club, but you still have time to have a wife and children.
I do. And they're very supportive of me, fortunately. But then rowing did come before them.
Yeah. So you've been involved. You're a lifelong rowing person.
Yes, I started in '72 as a under 14.
Yep.
And worked through and didn't actually get a championship until '78.
Yeah. So of course, Lake Barrington wasn't around when you started.
No, Lake Barrington wasn't around. It was all at Devonport, Franklin and Launceston.
I rode at Franklin myself back last century at the National Championships. It must have been about '78 or something like that. So your involvement with Tamar Rowing Club, do you have an actual position these days?
I am the vice captain. I've been vice captain for cumulatively probably 30 years. Never actually been captain because I don't deal with people very well.
Well, you're pretty straight. I'll give you that. I think the term is that you don't suffer fools easily. And you're an illustrious company, you know, winning the Volunteer of the Year.
Have you achieved that, Fraser?
Yeah, I did some years ago. Despite that, you know, I've heard that you've almost single-handedly rebuilt the building at Tamar Rowing Club.
That's probably a bit of a stretch. I did have a bit to do with it when after our flooding in '16. I wasn't overall in charge of it, but I did look after rebuilding change rooms so we get rowing back happening again, because you can't have rowing without change rooms. And just generally worked around the place to get the place back into a general state of repair again.
So you've got kids, you've got a wife, you've got a job?
No, I retired 6 years ago.
Okay, so Tamar Rowing Club, Rowing Tasmania.
Yes.
And Rowing Australia.
Yes.
And you're helping out at Lake Barrington to keep it in pristine condition?
Yes. I had a lot to do with putting the racking, our permanent boat racking in up there. That was my design and layout. And generally just looking after the place.
Yeah, well, the place is always in pristine condition. And I actually posted a photo a couple of days ago from the last time we were there last year, and someone said it's their second favourite course in the world behind Lucerne, but you might challenge that, would you?
I had heard that Lucerne was very good, and so when I went to Europe, I went there specifically to have a look, and I thought, no, I don't think Barrington is second.
Well, we're all very parochial. You're a proud North Tasmanian, but mostly a Tasmanian. We congratulate you, Chris, and we thank you for all the work that you do, and I'm sure you want to encourage other people to get into volunteering in rowing.
Look, if you're a parent, especially rowing, I don't believe is necessarily a spectator sport. Get out there on the water and do something.
Thanks very much, and enjoy. I think you're in the finish tower this morning.
I am judging this morning, yes.
Okay, all the best for today.
Thank you very much.
Welcome everybody to racing. It's underway now here on day 2 of the Rowing Australia National Championships 2022. We kick off with race number 108, the first repechage in the under-17 women's single scull. In lane 2 we have Charlie Gartland from Wendouree Ballarat. In lane 3 Adelaide Robb from Corowa. In lane 4, Anastasia McFarlane from Corowa. In lane 5, Hannah Alexander from Roseville College in Sydney. And in lane 6, Frankie Bush from Canberra Girls Grammar School.
And again, the vagaries of the random draw, and then after the heat, there's a system where you go and cross over. And we've got 2 Corowa scullers right beside each other in the repechage. But as I said, the vagaries of the random draw and the progression system. And Wendouree Ballarat, Charlie Gartland's coached by Paul Blanchfield. Adelaide Robb and Anastasia McFarlane, lanes 3 and 4, respectively, coached by Wesley Canny and Matthew Bell. Roseville Hannah Alexander is coached by Gonzalo Briones. And Canberra Girls Grammar Frankie Bush is coached by Vance Kahn and Lachlan Hurd. And the sun's very bright, Lachlan, when you lifted that blind there a bit.
Did it wake you up there, Razor? So we've got a bit of a mix here. We had so many heats yesterday in the women's under-17 single, but we saw some fantastic racing from many of these young women for whom it would be their first national rowing championships, and I would have thought a great number of them the first time they've raced here at Nagambie. The conditions yesterday morning were absolutely fantastic. We've got a little bit of breeze this morning, so it's a little bit choppy, and the prevailing wind on this course, I believe, is blowing over from lane 1 towards lane 6 and 7, so that's what they're experiencing this morning. So hopefully they're ready for that, and they certainly look as though they're able to stay in their lanes, and once again we're seeing some really close racing.
And it looks like Adelaide Robb of Corowa has taken the lead there, and it comes through the 500 metre mark with a handsome lead. 2 minutes 13.56, so yes, you can see that head breeze is certainly jumped up here. When I got here in the dark this morning, I thought, oh, I should have brought a jumper.
Yes.
There was a bit of a breeze, and she's leading by 8.10 seconds over Hannah Alexander in second place from Roseville, coached by Gonzalo Briones, who's been coaching for many, many years.
He certainly has. Doing a great job there.
Then back to Charlie Gartland, Anastasia McFarlane and Frankie Bush.
And this just goes to show the heats yesterday. We weren't actually looking at the times, they were just looking at how people moved through. Yesterday, our leader, Adelaide Robb, she's got a commanding lead of 8 seconds over Hannah Alexander. Yesterday, she was, Anastasia was second in her heat. Trying to find what it was Hannah did. But certainly Anastasia McFarlane yesterday, she came second. Adelaide Robb, she came third in her heat. So it just goes to show that it doesn't matter where you place, it's actually what you do out there in that race. And just making sure that you get through each round. So today we're looking for the first 3 to progress to the quarterfinal.
And there's a fairly simple rule of thumb, Lizzie. Do your best in each race, because if the weather turns nasty, we go to a preferred lane draw, which is the last resort always, of course. But if you've won your heat, won your semi-final, and you'll end up with a preferred lane draw if things get nasty. If it's a normal thing, you'll be in lane 3 or 4 in the A final. But yes, it's always good to maximise your result, and even if you're racing for second, that'll get you a lane closer to the middle. If you finish third in your semi-final, your chances are you'll be in lane 1 or 6 in the final, although we are using a 7-lane progression.
Yes, which is new to me.
It is new. Yeah, when I saw it on the website, I went, oh, okay, I'm used to 6 and I'm used to 8.
Yes.
It is something different, and I printed it out. I killed a tree. So did you.
Yeah.
So
I did.
There's nothing new under the sun except for a 7-lane progression.
Exactly right.
So again, Adelaide Robb leads, although that lead has been reduced somewhat, back to 5.42 seconds, and the other Corowa sculler has moved into second place now. So Hannah Alexander was obviously working very hard to be in second place after the first 500, and Anastasia McFarlane has passed her. So it's Corowa 1-2 as they left the 1,000-metre mark behind in repechage 1 of the under-17 women's single scull.
And so the other thing that we note is, as you progress through, as you just mentioned, Razor, the better or the higher up in the finishing order you are, the better the lane you get for the next round. So the expectation is we form this kind of arrow or hammerhead format as we progress through the rounds, with expected the faster people in the middle of the lanes, or the people that are great at actually really racing what's in front of them. And so you would expect that the people on the outer lanes, lanes 2 and 6 in this particular race, would be slightly slower. So Charlie Gartland, who from Ballarat, coached by Paul Blanchfield, is in lane 2. She placed 6th in her heat yesterday. And in lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar School sculler Frankie Bush, coached by Vance Khan and Lachlan Hurd, placed 5th in her heat.
Yep.
They having a really good go at it today, though. They're not that far behind.
Absolutely, they both are, but it's the 2 Corowa scullers who are leading. And yes, as we said, in the heats, it's a random draw, but there is a method from there on. Where you finish in your heat determines what lane you'll get in a repechage, and where you finish in your repechage, if you make it through to the semi-final, determines what lane. There's 2 different systems for that, of course, and one of the worst examples of it was at the 2012 Olympic Games, when the Australian men's Coxless 4 and the British men's Coxless 4 faced off against each other in the semi-final, which everybody was looking forward to being the gold medal race.
Yes.
But far be it from me to criticise FISA to not having gone to the other optional draw to keep them apart until the final. And a good push again here from Anastasia McFarlane. She's just about got some overlap on her clubmate from Corowa, Adelaide Robb. Then back to Wendouree Ballarat, Charlie Gartland, Roseville's Hannah Alexander, and Canberra Girls Grammar, Frankie Bush.
And we said yesterday how this opportunity to fish again, the repechage, is an excellent opportunity for athletes to actually get out there, practice, learn how to race. And we're seeing a fine example of that here, where Anastasia McFarlane, a second opportunity, she's really taking it to the race now, and she's improving as she goes down the course. So clearly having a great regatta.
And there's a bird out there having a lovely time flying in front of some of our cameras. I just saw it go flying past there, so I hope it doesn't run into them. This race is far from over. Anastasia McFarlane is really making a bid to pull back Adelaide Rob. She may run out of water, however, but those two looks comfortable to go through to the quarterfinals. Interest in third, which will also get you into a quarterfinal. That shows you the number of entries there were. We need quarterfinals for the under-17 women's single sculls, which is really exciting because, as we said yesterday and again today, the under-17s, they may well be our Olympians in 2032 when the Olympic Games are in southeast Queensland.
That's right.
So someone asked me when it was announced, Lizzie, would I like to do the commentary like I did in Sydney in 2000? I said I'd love to, but they'll have to come and get me from a nursing home every day and take me back.
Oh, I don't know. So Hannah Alexander raced in a double yesterday and did pretty well. She placed second with Olivia Harris from Nepean. So a big day for her yesterday. And unfamiliar water and unfamiliar progression system, and also I think a lot of people yesterday when it got a bit windy struggled a bit with the dust, so not having such a great day today.
So it's great to see two club mates who obviously train together, and they're out here and they're actually still going hammer and tong with about 7 or 8 strokes still to go. I believe Adelaide Rob will hang on, but McFarlane has not given up the hunt yet. She's still got about a canvas to make up. Adelaide Rob will hang on in Station 3. Anastasia McFarlane will finish second in Station 4. Third will be Wendouree Ballarat in 2. Fourth then will be Roseville, and fifth will be Canberra Girls Grammar School.
And the provisional time for that win for Adelaide Rob of Corowa is 9 minutes 34.85. In the end, the lead she had was just over a second, 1.06 provisionally. It was another second back to our third placed Wendouree Ballarat sculler Charlie Gartland. Fourth was Roseville's Hannah Alexander, and fifth Frankie Bush from Canberra Girls Grammar. So the first three progress through to the quarterfinal. That's Corowa, Rob, Corowa, McFarlane, and Gartland from Wendouree Ballarat. Repechage 2 of the under-17 women's single scull is now in progress. In lane 3, Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club. In lane 4, Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar School. In lane 5, Milena Wilcox from Commercial Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Ria Werner from Yarra Yarra, whose birthday it was yesterday.
All right, and one of my old adversaries, David Orchard, coaching the Yarra Yarra sculler. Fruit Trees and I go back a long, long time, and he was rowing for Toowong and I was rowing for Pine Rivers last century. And he's put people on national teams for I don't know how many years, David Orchard, and continued to do so. Of course, Olympic bronze medalist Ria Thompson began her rowing under David Orchard.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. And how lovely is it to say Ria Thompson, Olympic bronze medalist?
Arguably the smallest Olympic bronze medalist in a women's quad in history, I would have thought.
So about 64 kilos ringing wet, I think, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what a pocket rocket.
So it's not the size of the fight in the dog, is it? It's just not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog.
Sure is.
Yeah, and she is a tough little rooster, as evidenced when she won the under-23 single scull world championships when she came from behind, beating a young woman who was about a foot taller than her.
Yes, that's right. And she had a formidable race in the under-23 double with Harriet Hudson, where although they came second, I think their time was really fast. I'm pretty sure the winners set a world best time.
So through the third mark, I should say, in Canberra Grammar's Madison Duncan is leading here. Sarah Peterswald, who I'm not, I don't know Sarah. Are you
nor do I.
A new coach as far as we know. And doing a good job here with Madison Duncan, who's leading this repechage number 2. And first, second and third will go through. So there'll be one disappointed sculler at the end of this particular event. Sophia Miller of Glebe, coached by Milan Parker and Thomas Parker, looked pretty comfortable over on the southern bank in Station 3. And then back to the all-important battle for third and fourth. Commercials, Milena Wilcox, coached by David Vandas, and Yarra Yarra's Ria Werner, coached by David Orchard. So just a slight head crosswind there. It would have been nice to compare the winning time of that repechage with yesterday morning's times, but we didn't have them yesterday morning, so it's probably a minute and a half slower, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'd have thought so. It's, right, here they come into sight. So coming up to inside the last 250 metres now.
Yep, and it's very much like being at Penrith. I know we're not in Penrith, but you can't see in Penrith for the first hour or so of a morning either.
That's exactly
and
right.
Thank goodness for the blind and the television photos that we've got coming down the course.
So Madison Duncan continues to lead over the remainder of the field. She placed second in her race yesterday, and so just missed out on getting straight through to the quarterfinal, but she certainly looks as though she's the goods for that quarterfinal. Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club having a very good push in this last part of the race, clearly trying to get as good a lane as possible. Certainly looks as though she's going to make the quarterfinal as well. And as you said, Razor, one person is going to miss out. Milena Wilcox from Commercial seems to be aware of that. She's keeping a close eye on Ria Werner, just making sure she stays ahead of her. Ria pushing back now, responding. But I think she may have left that final push a little too late.
9:33.12, the winning time there. That's unofficial, but it will be the Commercial sculler across in third place, Milena Wilcox, over Ria Werner of Yarra Yarra in fourth in repechage 2. The margin between first and second just 0.92 in the end. So a couple of leads that have been eroded away in the second half of these first two repechages of the morning.
So confirming the results of repechage number 2, progressing to the quarterfinal will be Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar, Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club and Milena Wilcox from Commercial. So the remainder of the field are then eliminated from the event.
And as per the heats yesterday, 7 repechages of this event, Lizzie. And repechage number 3, I'm sure, will be underway or about to be.
Yep, we can see them on the course there. So repechage number 3 in the under-17 women's single scull. In lane 2, Isabel Middleditch representing Coalfield Grammar School. In lane 3, Philippa Young representing Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 4, Alicia Walker representing Ballarat Grammar. In lane 5, Isabel Clifford representing Trinity Lutheran. In lane 6, Kitty Elias representing Ascombe School in Sydney. And in lane 7, Abby Wex from Commercial Rowing Club. So Ascombe School, they are based at Glebe Rowing Club. So in the previous heat, we saw Sophia Miller is coached by Milan and Thomas Parker. And here we see Kitty Elias is coached by Thomas Parker.
So they're aligned with both the club and Ascombe School.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, which is good.
So Ascombe normally has people at the national championships. I think it's the custom that they send athletes to the nationals as we go through 1,500 metres once again.
Ascombe School is where I cut my teeth as a coach.
Is that right?
Under the head coach, Jennifer Luff.
Jenny Luff, okay.
Jenny Luff. She was a fantastic head coach.
So you began at a school and ended up coaching for Australia.
That's exactly right. I began at a school. In those days, Ascombe School was based at Sydney Rowing Club. So I then moved, or didn't move, I coached at Sydney Rowing Club as well, yes.
So it's a Ballarat Grammar sculler, Alicia Walker, who led through the 1,500 metre mark. Some 15.92 seconds over Philippa Young in second place. Third is Isabel Clifford. Fourth then is Abby Wex, and Isabel Middleditch in Station 2 from Caulfield Grammar is back in fifth place. So they're spread out over some territory here in this third repechage of the under-17 women's single scull. You'll notice Abby Wex rowing with white blades. Yeah.
That again.
Well, I think they're her mum's blades, actually. Mary, I think, bought the white blades and the daughter's using them.
So the days seem to have gone where it's actually an issue, don't they? Where it used to be you had to have your blades painted in your
I know, but
colours,
the shafts are white.
Oh, Oh, how exciting.
Yes, something very different. Sorry, I didn't explain myself there. No, the shafts are white, which is very unusual.
That certainly is. So Alicia Walker from Ballarat Grammar, she was second in her heat yesterday.
And living up to that form from yesterday here at the moment.
Yeah, she's doing a great job.
Yeah, she's nice and long. She's tall in the seat. Probably just dropped the rating a little there, but she's getting plenty of purchase. A nice run on the boat there, Lizzie.
Yep. Looks very relaxed.
Yeah.
A nice lead there.
Mossman, Philippa Young, Katie Healy coaching her, holding down second at this juncture. Looks safe to go through to the quarterfinals. And then back to the Trinity Lutheran sculler, Isabel Clifford, coached by Eric Rowan. Sam Duncan and Eric Rowan doing a great job at Trinity Lutheran. And I was correct yesterday when I said that Eric Rowan, I thought, was in his second year. That is, in fact, the case. Sam Duncan confirmed that for me. And Trinity Lutheran will get that sculler through to the quarterfinals. Next will be Abby Wex of Commercial. She'll be in 4th place. 5th then will be the far side Caulfield Grammar, Isabel Middleditch. And then at the rear of the field will be the Ascombe sculler, Kitty Elias.
So just confirming the progression from repechage number 3 of the under-17 women's scull. A win for Alicia Walker of Ballarat Grammar, 2nd Philippa Young of Mossman, and 3rd Isabel Clifford of Trinity Lutheran. Those 3 scullers will progress now to the quarter-final, and the remainder will be eliminated. Repechage number 4 of the under-17 women's single scull is now in progress, with Ella Boyd of Canberra Rowing Club in lane 2, Olivia Harris of Nepean Rowing Club in lane 3, Hannah Wigston of Buckingham Rowing Club in lane 4, Lucy McFarlane of Centenary Rowing Club in lane 5. Amelia Dennis from Hunter Valley Grammar School is in lane 6, and Olivia Crawford from Canberra Girls Grammar School is in lane 7.
You Australianised you wanted to say centenary.
I did want to say centenary. You're quite right there. We should say centenary,
Well,
but anyway, we'll say centenary.
We colonials say Caulfield as well. We don't say
Right. As in
Collie.
C-O-R.
Yeah,
Caulfield.
yeah, Caulfield, yeah, as opposed to
Caulfield.
cauliflower. Yeah. So, yes, Ella Boyd, coached by Alex Hodges and Mark Kwiatkowski. I can remember when I was a much younger commentator calling Mark Kwiatkowski rowing single sculls races. And Daniel Waddell doing a good job at Nepean Rowing Club.
Doing a great job at Nepean
He and his
Rowing
brother?
Club. Yes, he and his brother Jason, who's recently got married. Congratulations, Jason. Fantastic job. Lots of learn to row sessions, programs, and they attract a great number of the local school population and have a lot of fun. And as we can see, it is a bit of a numbers game, really, isn't it? But that means that the Penrith area knows rowing so well, but with both Penrith Rowing Club and Nepean Rowing Club. And then, as always, the cream rises to the top, and he has 2 of the Harold brothers racing here today, and I think they're very talented young athletes. Miles is in the Youth 8. Hugh is racing as well here in the single, and then he's got Olivia Harris in her women's single.
Yep. Buckingham, Hannah Wixton's coached by Hamish Johnson. Centenary, Lucy McFarlane, coached by Michael Abstelton, who I believe has been coaching at Centenary since the club began.
100 years ago?
Yeah, well, not quite. He, along with Peter Wadsworth, and Hunter Valley Grammar, Amelia Dennis, coached by Darcy Anderson. Mark Partridge, who rode for Wales. Did he row for Great Britain?
He did indeed, yes, yeah.
And Rowan Hislop, I think he was a nudgy boy, Rowan Hislop. And Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Crawford, coached again by Vance Kahn and Carolyn Pipers. Mark Partridge and his brother Mike, I think they both rode for Wales, and Mike may have rode for Great Britain.
I believe.
Yeah, and he's back in Wales at the moment. Their mum's not really well, and Mike and Aggie have headed back over there at the moment, I believe.
They? Yes.
Yeah. Mike was silly enough to go and watch Wales play Italy in the rugby last weekend, and Italy beat them. And I was very quick on the personal message to remind him of that. But it is Hannah Wigston who leads in 6 minutes 57.09, a whopping 16.73 seconds through that 1500 metre mark over the Scullers in second place. And she spread eagled this field. She's got the look right back at them. And the Buckingham Sculler, as I said yesterday, it's great to see Bucks on the way back up. They were the premier club in Tasmania many years ago. And they're on the way back up again now. Great rivalry between the northern clubs and the Hobart and Huon area clubs in Tasmania.
Just fantastic rowing over there, isn't there? Really is. So Hannah Wigston from Buckingham, who we're talking about now, coached by Hamish Johnston. She had she was in a really excellent heat yesterday that was won by Victoria Binns of Loreto Marriottville, who showed such talent last year. She went straight through to the quarterfinal. Hannah Wigston is going to join her in that quarterfinal by taking out first place by such a long way here in the fourth repechage of the under-17 women's single scull.
That's many lengths of clear water there, Lizzie.
It certainly is. A good battle going on for second position between Olivia Harris of Nepean Rowing Club on the far side to us in lane 3 and Lucy McFarlane of Centenary Rowing Club in lane 5.
And in line with the Arrowhead, as you suggested.
Yes.
4 from 3 from 5, and that's, as we've said, based on where you finished in your heat yesterday, determine where you got to be in the repechage today. Nepean will finish in second place behind Buckingham and Centenary Rowing Club from Brisbane. Their whole boat shed was underwater in the recent floods.
Just awful.
Not just water in the boat shed. The entire boat shed was underwater, roof and all. And it's wonderful to see them recovering and coming here to race at the National Championships. The Brisbane River was only reopened last Friday for rowing and other water sports again. Canberra will finish 4th, Ella Boyd in Station 2. 5th then will be the sculler from Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Crawford, and 6th will be Hunter Valley Grammar, Amelia Dennis.
So just confirming then the results of the fourth repechage of the under-17 women's single scull progression. First, Hannah Wigston from Buckingham. Second, Olivia Harris from Nepean Rowing Club. And third, Lucy McFarlane from Centenary will progress through to the quarter-final. And eliminated now, Ella Boyd from Canberra, Olivia Crawford from Canberra Girls Grammar, and Amelia Dennis from Hunter Valley Grammar School.
And the 5th and anti-penultimate repechage.
There is a word for it, is there?
Yep.
Okay, repechage number 5, under-17 women's single scull. In lane 2, Holly Smith, Caulfield Grammar. In lane 3, Rose Hudson, Centenary. In lane 4, Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 5, Greta Spencer from Swan River. And in lane 6, Jovi Skews Clinton from Wendouree, Ballarat.
Former chairman of selectors, Dr. David Yates, introduced me to the word anti-penultimate.
Did he?
Yes. That's how bored we were at a selection regatta one time.
I should just mention that that last heat was 9 minutes 17, so the fastest so far.
Yep.
So Hannah Wigston looking good for a, well, possibly looking good for a medal. Who knows?
I'm suggesting that the
It's a
wind
good
may
time.
have just eased a fraction.
I believe
a
you're right.
kilometre an hour or so. And that may have helped with the
Assisted.
time being quicker than some of the others. It looks like the Swan River scullers are quite prominent here, along with Sydney, Neve Tierney of Sydney and Greta Spencer of Swan River.
The Battle of the Coaches, Mark Beer at Swan River, assisted by Neville Kempton and Brendan Longman, who runs the junior program at Sydney Rowing Club with, of course, Donovan Check, his head coach.
Yes, and I gave a shout out yesterday to Mark Beer's mum, Jenny, who does all of the accreditations for Rowing Australia, has done for a number of years now, and we'd be lost without our volunteers, and Jenny's been doing it and doing a great job for a long time, and we acknowledge and thank her for her efforts there.
Yeah.
Greta Spencer, coached by her son Mark and Neville Kempton from Swan River. It's got 4.75, a length and 3/4 probably, this class of boat, over Neve Tierney in second place, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check in second place. And then they've moved well clear of the remainder of the field. Third will get you into the quarterfinals, and Jovi Skews Clinton of Wendouree Ballarat, coached by Paul Blanchfield, is in third place, albeit 21.16 seconds behind Neve Tierney. Rose Hudson is in fourth place for Centenary, and Holly Smith of Caulfield Grammar is in fifth place over in Station 2. So the umpires following them down. Yesterday there was a lot of what's known as zonal umpiring. It was called static umpiring when it first came into being, and accredited with the name zonal umpiring as Nick Hunter. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yep.
No.
When I was managing the senior A team, and as I said yesterday, I was a great advocate of the static umpiring.
Yes.
And I don't know that the boat race officials were as keen about it as myself and David Tanner were. But they were looking for a name for it, and Nick Hunter came up with zonal umpiring.
Which is such a good idea, because that is actually what happens. But
yeah, they stay in their zones.
And I can really understand that for people who are volunteering their time to go and umpire, it's a bit boring if they're just staying in one place. But for the athletes, what a difference it makes not to have to contend with the wash of the umpire going back up to the start again.
Absolutely, yeah.
Makes a huge difference, yeah.
So, you know, him coming up with that name, that's almost as good as the guy from Qantas who invented the slides to go out of the plane, you know. We're innovators in Australia.
So Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club as having a really great race with Greta Spencer of Swan River. Greta remains in the lead, but by a length.
Yeah, just a metre or so of clear water for Greta Spencer over Neve Tierney of Sydney, and they're 7-8 lengths clear of third place. So Greta Spencer goes through, representing Swan River Rowing Club. Sydney Rowing Club Neve Tierney will be in second place. Wendouree Ballarat, Jovi Skews Clinton will join them into the quarterfinals, and to be eliminated will be the Centenary sculler Rose Hudson and the Caulfield Grammar sculler Holly Smith. In race number 112, repechage 5 of the under-17 women's single scull. 9:22.98 there, Lizzie, so still the previous race is the fastest.
Indeed, the margin 4.28 seconds in the end over Neve Tierney and Jovi Skews Clinton, a further 30 seconds behind. But I think Jovi was really a bit out on her own because she was 10 seconds ahead of the next sculler.
Yep.
So good for her. She's through to the quarterfinals. So just reconfirming the results of repechage 5 in the under-17 women's scull. Through to the quarterfinal are Greta Spencer from Swan River first, Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club, who is second, and Jovi Skews Clinton from Wendouree Ballarat, who was third. Fourth, Rose Hudson from Centenary, and fifth, Holly Smith from Caulfield Grammar.
And then race 113, repechage 6, another Corowa sculler.
The Corowa sculler, Summers Hogan is in lane 2. Bethany Harvest from Commercial is in lane 3. Sarah Burke from St Patrick's in Townsville is in lane 4. Scarlett Wood from Trinity Lutheran is in lane 5. And Lucy Quinn from Centenary is in lane 6. So they've brought plenty of scullers with them, haven't they?
They have. And Harrison Parks is doing a terrific job in Townsville of late.
Yes, I was going to say there were quite a few under-17 scullers. So Lily Bragg went straight through to the quarterfinal by winning her heat. Sarah Burke was second in hers.
Yep.
So looking to see how she can get on today against Bethany Harvest and Scarlett Wood.
Yep. So Cody Elam Allen is doing a terrific job at Centenary, and they're increasing their coaching base. Of course, Centenary Rowing Club begun by Simon Newcomb, who rowed at an Olympic Games when he was living in Victoria. I think he might have rowed in Tokyo. What was that, 60, 64?
64,
yeah.
Yes.
And he began the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, and he began the Centenary Rowing Club as well.
Oh, I did not know that. There you go. And look at the legacy. So
Absolutely,
fantastic.
yeah.
So many athletes here. Yeah.
And of course, on the Sunshine Coast, Noosa was the first rowing club to get going there, but the Maroochy River Rowing Club and Sunshine Coast Rowing Club. Sunshine Coast Rowing Club is predominantly masters, including Ian Luxford and Chip McKibben. They're both Olympians. Ian for Australia and Chip for the USA. And then Maroochy River Rowing Club. Christy Stoddard doing a good job there now, coaching there and doing a good job. Her daughter rowing for Pine Rivers. But Christy now coaching at Maroochy River Rowing Club, and they've got a handful of athletes here as well this year, so that's great to see.
And I remember they were at Barrington last year as
That's
well. It was
right,
the first time
they
I'd really
were.
spotted them, yeah.
They're up the river
Fantastic.
from Sunshine Coast Rowing Club. They're more at Bly, but on the Maroochy River. And where they train, where they've got a boat shed, is actually where the Dutch team trained from in the lead up to the Sydney Olympics in 2000.
Right.
If you say that really quickly, it doesn't sound like it was 22 years ago.
I know. So our scullers are inside the last 500, and Sarah Burke from St Patrick's in Townsville is having a great scull. She has a 20-second lead over
Wow.
Bethany Harvest of Commercial, who's in lane 3. Now, Bethany came 4th yesterday, so she's clearly learnt from that experience and is having a great row. She's staying just ahead of Scarlett Wood from Trinity Lutheran, who's in lane 5, so on the other side of Sarah Burke.
So
And-
Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast.
Right, yep. With coach Eric Rowan, who you
Yep.
mentioned has been there for a couple of years now, doing a great job.
From Tasmania originally. And they have great support from their principal, Cy Wong. I'm actually chairman of a Lutheran school myself for one of my other sins.
Right.
And I was talking to Cy recently at a Lutheran Education Queensland event, and she's very supportive of the rowing club. And the parent base is fantastic. They are the most supportive people you'd ever want to meet.
That's fantastic. Back to the race, we have another plucky Corowa single sculler, Summers Hogan. She's across in the red boat on the far side of the course from the where the boat tents are. And she's doing a great job, but I think that she's going to miss out on this quarter-final because only the top 3 can go through. Now, Sarah Burke has made sure of her position by coming first by a long way. I hope she hasn't taken too much out of her energy stores too early in the regatta.
She
Coming
seems to have gone fairly hard, doesn't she?
She does. Coming across the line now, having a bit of a sprint at the end. Bethany Harvest from Commercial Rowing Club. And then our third qualifier for the quarter-final will be Scarlett Wood from Trinity Lutheran.
9 minutes 11.68. That's no wonder she's looking spent. That's 6 seconds faster than anyone else in the repêchages so far.
Oh, let's hope she can replicate that. So 4th across the line, Summers Hogan from Corowa Rowing Club, but she's had a good scull. She'll have learnt a lot from this, and although she doesn't progress any further in the competition, hopefully she's really enjoyed this, and she'll be back again next year, and we'll see her progress in her rowing career. And then our final person in the race is Lucy Quinn from Centenary, and she will cross the line in 5th. So confirming the results of repêchage 6 of the under-17 women's single scull. First, Sarah Burke, St Patrick's, Townville. Second, Bethany Harvest, Commercial. Third, Scarlett Wood, Trinity Lutheran. These 3 scullers progress now to the quarter-final. 4th, Summers Hogan from Corowa. 5th, Lucy Quinn from Centenary. These 2 scullers are now eliminated from the event. Our 7th and final repêchage of the under-17 women's single scull is in progress, with Charlie Ansell-Jones from Caulfield Grammar in lane 2, Angelica Chia from Norwood Morialta High in lane 3, Rose Ricks from Commercial in lane 4, Isabel Ritter from Kentish in lane 5, and Ruby Hodges from Trinity Lutheran in lane 6.
And the Norwood Morialta High sculler, Angelica Chia, coached by Matthew Walker, and the great Brenton Terrell. Brenton, of course, won the Penrith Cup in the flood in Penrith in 1988 in some sort of a record time.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
A New South Wales man? No, from South Australia?
He's South Australian,
South Australia,
yeah.
yes, yeah. Rose Ricks, who placed 2nd yesterday behind Lily Barker of Kentish. We have Isabel Ritter of Kentish beside her today. So just missing out yesterday and wanting to make her mark today to fight her way into the quarter-final. So that wind seems to have lifted just a little bit again. But our scullers progressing safely down the course. Certainly nothing that's going to disrupt the run of the boat or take them out of their lanes. A good battle going on between Isabel Ritter of Kentish and Rose Ricks of Commercial. Isabel looks as though she's coming level with Rose. And those two have a few lengths of clear water over Angelica Chia of Norwood Morialta High and Charlie Ansell Jones of Caulfield High. So I'm just looking at this. I believe it actually might be Ruby Hodges who's taken the lead, representing Trinity Lutheran. And she is the one having a big fight with Isabel Ritter of Kentish Town, and Rose Ricks from Commercial now having dropped some way back. Yes, Isabel Ritter of Kentish.
Yep.
And Ruby Hodges of Trinity Lutheran. But Ruby having a really great second half of the race and coming through now. She's managed to get her nose in front.
And those very distinctive green boats that they have at Trinity Lutheran. Graham Scattergood has been coaching for a long time in Tasmania and is now adding the polish at Kentish Rowing Club. He was at other clubs prior to that. Then back to Norwood Morialta, Angelica Chia, and the Commercial sculler Rose Ricks is in 4th place and will be eliminated. And it looks like we only had 4 start, is that correct?
Which could be right, we're so yep, does look as though that's the case.
9:33.37 time there, just 1.53 between first and second.
So our final sculler crosses the line and we can confirm the results of Repechage 7 of the under-17 women's single scull. First, Ruby Hodges from Trinity Lutheran. Second, Isabel Ritter from Kentish. And third, Angelica Chia of Norwood Morialta High. These 3 scullers will progress through to the quarter-final. Fourth, Rose Ricks. Fourth, Charlie Ansell Jones from Caulfield Grammar. The winning time, 9 minutes 33. So as I said, the wind has lifted a bit and that's slowed our scullers down a little. But it's the placing that counts, and those 3 scullers progress through to the quarter-final.
Yep, so Ruby Hodges, Isabel Ritter and Angelica Chia through to the quarterfinals.
So Repechage 1 of the under-17 men's single scull is now in progress, with Thomas Gillam from Gippsland Grammar in lane 3, George Curry of Nudgee College in lane 4, Lachlan Brooks of Centenary in lane 5, and Vaughan Henderson of the Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 6.
Curry just get beaten very narrowly, I thought, yesterday. I was actually downstairs talking to someone when his race came down.
That's correct. He was beaten by Cooper Hoskin of Christian
Brothers. Yeah. So Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach coaching the Gippsland Grammar Sculler, Michael Swainston and Peter Hayes, more coaches at Centenary Rowing Club, and Mark Partridge coaching the Hunter Valley Grammar Sculler. Not sure who's coaching George Curry. James Burton is the head of rowing there, but I've seen Sean Carolyn. If he's in the first 8, it would be Sean Carolyn coaching him. I'm not sure who's coaching the Year 11 group, but Sean was certainly coaching the first 8.
But it's Thomas Gillam from Gippsland Grammar who's in the lead. They're coming into the final 500 metres of the race, and he's having a great race with George of Nudgee. And in fact, I would say that George is starting to get his nose in front there. Yesterday, Tom Gillam was racing, it was Lachlan Brooks who raced Max Strickland from Nudgee, who won his heat to go through. Lachlan Brooks, he's having his own private battle with Vaughan Henderson of Hunter Valley Grammar School on the near side of the course, and at the moment he has his nose in front. Looks like a pretty plucky but a little bit messy row coming from Vaughan Henderson of Hunter Valley Grammar School. He's struggling a little bit with the steering as well, but as I said, it's the first national championships for so many of these athletes. So the ones that have slightly more experience, especially if they're in a school program where there is some of the selection is done by your performance in single sculls, they definitely have an advantage.
And remiss of me to say, and having Lachlan Brooks in the race has reminded me of it. Lachlan Johnston, who was a physiologist on the Australian rowing team. Was also coaching the first 8 at Nudgee along with Sean Carolyn. And George Curry coming back here.
Having a great sprint at the end.
The Gippsland Grammar Sculler. Gillam on the far side, and Curry's coming at him, but he won't get there. It'll be the Gippsland Grammar Sculler will be first. George Curry of Nudgee will be second. Third will be Centenary. And fourth will be Hunter Valley Grammar. But the first two only will advance through to the semi-finals. Thomas Gillam of Gippsland Grammar and George Curry of Nudgee College. Lachlan Johnson, I'm not sure if he's coming down or not, but he would have loved to have seen the statue of Black Caviar. He has got a mind for statistics, and he loves horse racing, and he could probably tell you about every start she ever had, if I know Lockie.
So as our final sculler crosses the line, we can confirm that from repechage number 1, the two scullers progressing to the semi-final are Tom Gillam from Gippsland Grammar, who placed first, and George Curry from Nudgee College, who placed second. Third was Lachlan Brooks from Centenary, and fourth Vaughan Henderson of Hunter Valley Grammar. The time for that heat, provisionally 8 minutes 35.93, the margin just 0.67. Repechage 2 of the under-17 men's single scull has Callum Dunn from Cranbrook School in lane 2, Angus Proctor from Centenary in lane 3, Lachlan Foster of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 4, Noah Hass of St Virgil's in lane 5, and Callum Miles of Somerset College in lane 6.
So we've got New South Wales, Queensland, New South Wales, Tasmania and Queensland. We're spread out over a bit of territory. Noah Hass, coached by Jared Connolly, and Oliver Wilson Haffenden at St Virgil's. And Callum Dunn doesn't have a coach listed at Cranbrook.
No, and I'm not 100% sure who is coaching there. But Noah Hass, he had almost an 8-second lead over Callum Dunn at the 1,000-metre mark, and then it was a further 6 seconds back to Lachlan Foster of the Hunter Valley Grammar School. But a reminder, only 2 can go through to the semi-final. Progressing through from this repechage because of the slightly for the greater numbers in this event. Yes, they're having a good battle here. Callum Dunn and Noah Hass.
But they come towards the 1,500 metre marker in 6 minutes and 24 seconds. Our leader there, Noah Hass, for St Virgil's from Tasmania. 6.5 seconds clear of Callum Miles of Somerset College from the Gold Coast, where he's coached by Pierre Richards. Pierre was originally from South Australia, I believe.
I was going to say he was the development officer at South Australia Rowing. So
and then he was in Brisbane. He was working at Nudgee College at one stage, but actually runs a program at Somerset College, where he took over from... name escapes me. Andrew Butler.
It was Andrew Butler, was it? Yes. Who's now making trailers.
He is. That's right.
Amongst other things. Good day to you, Butts, if you're listening.
Yes.
So yes, Noah Hass extending his lead now as he comes into the last 500 metres of the race, looking very solid.
And
now, he placed 4th yesterday, so he really has turned this around. He was racing Caelan Routley from Newcastle Grammar, who was the winner, and Tom Gillam, who won our previous heat.
Yeah.
So that was obviously
a pretty fast,
a pretty good heat yesterday. Yeah.
So Noah's making up for it here, and he's going to advance through to the semi-finals, barring mishap. And leading from Callum Dunn of Cranbrook, Angus Proctor of Centenary, Lachlan Foster of Hunter Valley Grammar, and Callum Miles of Somerset College. And the third repechage is underway and through 500 metres already. They just keep on coming, Lizzie.
Good Lord. So much faster than the girls, aren't they, really? Well, a whole minute faster. So.
Yeah, they are. But Noah Hass in a distinctively coloured, what colour would you call that? It's almost an orange, isn't it? It's not red, is it? Or is it red?
He's looking very determined. He's got a good rhythm there going. Callum Dunn has made up ground on him, though, so this will be exciting to see how Callum does as he progresses through to the semi-final tomorrow.
Yep, so first St Virgil's, second lane 2, Cranbrook, Callum Dunn. Good race for third and fourth between Hunter Valley Grammar and Centenary. Hunter Valley Grammar getting the upper hand there over Centenary, and Somerset College will be in 5th place in lane 6, nearest to the judges' tower.
So as our final sculler approaches the line, confirming the results of Repechage 2 of the Under-17 men's single scull, a win for Noah Haas of St Virgil's in Tasmania, second Callum Dunn from Cranbrook School in Sydney. Those two scullers will progress through to the semi-final. And now eliminated from the event are Lachlan Foster from Hunter Valley Grammar, Angus Proctor from Centenary and Callum Miles from Somerset College. The provisional time for that heat almost exactly the same as the previous repechage, 8 minutes 35.56. However, the margin was 6 seconds as opposed to 0.67. Our third repechage is in progress with Evan Lewis of Gippsland Grammar in lane 3, Albert Howard of St Peter's College in lane 2, Matthew Leskew of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise in lane 5 and Matthew Burgess of Centenary in lane 6.
So Albert Howard, we imagine, will be part of the group with Nathan Bowden and James McRae, St Peter's College.
Yep, a good coaching team there. Yep.
I think Tim Hennessy's moving on from that. Did I see his job just had been advertised?
And I saw somewhere that he was moving on as well, yeah. Yeah.
There's always a job going in the schools right around Australia, isn't it? I think I said yesterday that Brendan McGrath's moving on from St Joseph's College, Gregory Terrace in Brisbane.
Yeah, and it's a great training ground. So if you are somebody really keen on coaching at a school where it's organised, there's good governance and risk management is an excellent way to learn your trade.
And the speedboat usually goes first pull, and there's usually petrol for it.
And there are life jackets and paddles in the tiddy, bailers and even a knife.
Yeah. So pictures coming through much clearer than yesterday, I'd suggest.
Yeah.
And I think the sun's just in the right place. It's looking quite good. Albert Howard of St Peter's College, probably our leader after 1,000 metres.
But it looks pretty close, doesn't it, with Evan Lewis of Gippsland Grammar currently sitting in second.
He's coached by Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach. And the Centenary sculler, Matthew Burgess, who's coached by Michael Swainston and Peter Hayes, was in third place through that 1,500 metre mark, but no change in the order. Howard leading from Lewis and Burgess, and then back to Matthew Leskew of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. So St Peter's College, back-to-back winners of the Head of the River in South Australia. Coached by James McRae.
It's been quite a few states that have seen schools back-to-back winners.
A bit of a pattern. I heard yesterday from one of our umpires, Grant Ford, that the Western Australian Head of the River was held in February. There was concern about COVID, maybe having the season curtailed, so they went ahead with the Head of the River, and it was won, and then they had about 3 more regattas after that.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, well, it's a very odd situation to be in, but COVID has made us do very odd things.
That's true, but I would say, the way you normally would prepare is to sort of build up over the season, isn't it? And use the prior regattas as learning grounds, so it would be very different.
Yes, and the new boss of FISA hasn't arrived yet, so we can talk about the fact that in 2028 the Olympic Games are going to be over 1,500 metres, and to date there's no talk of reducing the World Championships to 1,500 for the years prior to it. It's still going to be 2,000 metres, and then all of a sudden in the 4th year of the cycle...
You go to 1,500, yeah, it's very strange, isn't it? Very strange.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll be doing trials and regattas in Canberra, will we?
I imagine so, yes. Over 1,800. It'll throw some challenges out to the sports scientists, there's no doubt about that. But the St Peter's sculler is going to lead all the way. Albert Howard going to have a very convincing win, albeit only by about a length and a half over Evan Lewis of Gippsland Grammar in second place. Third will be Centenary, and fourth will be Matthew Leskew of Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. He's sitting nice and tall in the seat there, Albert Howard.
Confirming the results of the third repechage of the Under-17 men's single scull. Progressing through to the semi-final are winner Albert Howard of St Peter's College, South Australia, and second Evan Lewis from Gippsland Grammar in Victoria. Now eliminated from the event was third placed Matthew Burgess from Centenary and fourth placed Matthew Lescue from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. The time for that repechage was 8 minutes 33.54, a couple of seconds faster than the previous two repechages. Repechage 4 is now on the course with Jake Phillips from Somerset College in lane 2, Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College in lane 3, Tom McMahon of Oxenford in lane 4, Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 5, and Benjamin Meakin of Ballarat City in lane 6.
And if anyone knows who coaches Lewin Harridge and Tom McMahon, don't be shy. You can let Lizzie and I know, because we always like to acknowledge the jobs that the coaches are doing.
Well, I have an idea that it might be the former international lightweight Minnie Cade who's coaching Lewin Harridge, because it's Minnie Cade and Virginia Lee who set up that Albert Park College rowing program. They're having great success, and on the whole, Virginia looks after the girls.
Yep.
We've had a few of them racing here, and Minnie
looks after
the guys. Yes.
The leader is Tom McMahon of Oxenford, and I'm not sure who's coaching at Oxenford these days.
Where is Oxenford?
Oxenford's about opposite the Dream World on the Gold Coast.
Oh, yes, yes.
So we had the now what was it when we had the intellectually impaired games?
INAS Global Games.
The INAS Global Games.
Yes.
And it was always whether it was INAS or INAS, and even the CEO couldn't tell me. So that venue there is where the Oxenford youngsters race, and of course the river is right there as well, the Logan River, and they can train on the river or on the course there.
Ah, right, okay. So I'm sure somebody knows who the coaches are at Oxenford. So
Ray
we would love
Armstrong
to hear. Oh, there we go.
Thank you to Lucy Benjamin of Rowing Queensland. Ray Armstrong coaches Tom McMahon.
How seamless is that? We've gone from Lucy Benjamin to Lucy Benjamin looking after our media. Wonderful work.
And Duncan Free's helping him.
So is he now?
Yep. So there we go.
Well done, Dunks. As if you didn't have enough to do.
Yep. So he's doing well, and he's got two coaches that are helping him, Ray Armstrong and Olympic gold medalist Duncan Free. And of course, Duncan, I'm not sure if he won the President's Cup more than anyone else.
Oh, there's a question.
He's won it 6 or 7 times, I think.
Has he?
Yeah.
Sasha won it a few times, didn't he, as well? Sasha.
Yeah.
Go on, say his surname.
Bella Nogoff.
Sorry, guys who are new to rowing, that's a bit of an old joke there, because
Yes.
everybody pronounces Sasha's name somewhat differently.
Thank you, Duncan. Equal with Ted Hale. Duncan and Ted Hale have
Well,
won
there
it
we go.
more than anyone else.
There we go. Well, that's
Well, you're
very
in good
impressive.
company, Dunks.
You are.
That's for sure. The great Edward Officer Hale, who relocated from Tasmania to New South Wales and won the full rotation back when the Nationals, the King's Cup regatta used to go from state to state. Ted won the full rotation.
Oh, did he
all
really?
around-
That would have been
around
very
up.
satisfying for
Yep.
a rower,
Yep.
knowing how neat and tidy we like things to be.
I don't know if I told you, I actually ran into Ted in a Woolworths supermarket at Coolangatta back in October last year. It was unbelievable.
Oh,
Yes. I was off to buy some cheese and ham and ran straight into Ted Hale.
there you go. No longer making boats.
No, but living on top of the hill there overlooking Coolangatta, and life's good, I think. Had a couple of health issues, but my wife and I had morning tea with Ted and his wife, and we had a lovely time. So it's great to see.
It's always so good to catch up with old rowing friends, isn't it? And often it's races like the one in front of us, it's experiences like that that make you such good friends. The competition on the water, the rivalry, and these guys are having a good old ding-dong against each other, with Tom McMahon of Oxenford still in the lead over Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College, and Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley having a good crack too.
Speaking of Ted Hale, of course, his son won 2 or 3 premierships for Hawthorn as a ruckman, and then he was coaching at Fremantle. I think he's back over this side of the country at the moment, but still coaching. So a big, tall lad, just like his dad. So Oxenford, Tom McMahon is going to get across first, is he?
Is it? I'm not sure about that.
No, I
Looks
think
to
it's
me like
Albert
that.
Park. It's
I think
Lewin
Albert
Harridge
Park's
has got
is-
across first.
Yeah, he has
Tom
managed
McMahon
to
is,
sprint his way,
will
and he
finish
is.
in second. Hunter Valley Grammar will be third. Ballarat City will be fourth, and Somerset College will be fifth.
So congratulations, Minnie Cade and Virginia Lee. What a great result there for Albert Park College, with Lewin Harridge taking out repechage number 4 in the under-17 men's single scull to progress through to the semi-final. And joining him there will be Tom McMahon from Oxenford. A great row between the two of them. They look exhausted. Third, and just missing out, Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School. But what a good race, Luke Purdy. Looking forward to seeing how you do in the rest of the regatta and to see you back here again next year. Fourth, Benjamin Meakin of Ballarat City. And fifth, Jake Phillips of Somerset College. Lewin Harridge crossed in a time of 8 minutes 28, which is the fastest we've seen so far in the men's under-17 single repechages. And the margin over Tom McMahon was 3.58 seconds.
And I do suspect that wind is starting to drop even further. So we're not using lane 1 at the moment?
Not at the moment, no. And in this race, we're not using lane 2 either, because Tom Maloney from Sydney Rowing Club has scratched. In lane 3, Charlie McBride of Centenary. In lane 4, Lachlan Fraser of Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 5, Morgan Jones of Newington College. And in lane 6, Toby Hopner from Commercial Rowing Club.
Saw Toby's mum on the bank yesterday. It was good to see her. But Michael Swainson and Peter Hayes coaching Charlie McBride and from Centenary. Judith Ungermark coaching Lachlan Fraser at Mossman. Christopher Holliday and Ralph Hobbs coaching the Newington Sculler. And David Vandas, another of the very big stable of scullers at Commercial that David Vandas is coaching.
So yesterday, Lachlan Fraser from Mossman Rowing Club placed second to Max Strickland of Nudgee, and that's why he's in this race. But he is leading just over Morgan Jones of Newington as they cross the 1,000-metre mark. So they're halfway through the race with Lachlan Fraser of Mossman Rowing Club in the lead over Morgan Jones of Newington. Then it's back to Charlie McBride of Centenary and Toby Hopner of Commercial, but it's a 9-second lead that our two leading scullers have over the remaining two. So provided the second half of the race goes well, it's a good bet that both Lachlan Fraser and Morgan Jones, both from Sydney, will progress through to the semi-final. So again, because of the numbers that we have in the race, it's only 2 from this repechage that will progress through to the semi-final to join just the winner from yesterday's heat. So back to our race, and just an announcement there to the whole of the regatta to ensure that people do move their vehicles off the actual regatta field of play and into the proper parking spaces. Things are hotting up now. People are arriving to swell the ranks, and it's all getting busy. It's really lovely to all be together here in Nagambie, but obviously trying to keep things neat and tidy and operational. And in our race, Lachlan Fraser from Mossman Rowing Club continues to lead over Morgan Jones of Newington. He has managed to extend from just less than a second at halfway to 1.17 at 1,500 metres, and he's going to win by a couple more seconds than that in the overall race and secure himself a place in the semi-final of the under-17 men's single scull. But joining him will be Morgan Jones. He's had a good, solid scull the entire way down the course.
What would he have rowed at school at Newington? Would he be an 8? Or would he?
Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah. Newington or a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris Holliday there is certainly one of the coaches of the first 8 with Ralph Hobbs. And so those two take out that in a time
Lachlan
of...
Fraser first in 8:25.91, 5.68 clear of Morgan Jones in second place. And third will be the Centenary Sculler Charlie McBride, and fourth will be Commercial Toby Hopner. So the sixth and final repechage is underway, and then Lizzie and I will have a little break, and Stuart, John and Richard Dorstein will come in to keep you informed for the next hour or so. One of our co-commentators is very busy coaching this morning, Jerick Hazelgrove, and of course Stuart will have to step out at some stage to do some racing as well, as long as he doesn't wear his zooty up in here to the commentary box. That's the most important thing.
The under-17 men's single scull repechage number 6 is in progress, with Alexander Boreham of Ballarat City in lane 2, Cameron Dugdale of Centenary in lane 3, Alexander Williams of the Geelong College in lane 4, Harrison Nichols of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 5, and Adam Keemer of Commercial Rowing Club in lane 6. Looked pretty close as they went through the first 500.
Yep, it is. And I see Alexander has also got Xander in brackets behind there.
I've started doing that. Elizabeth in brackets Lizzie Chapman. So that people...
Were you only ever Elizabeth at home when you were in trouble?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah,
Still the same case. Yeah.
Yes, I was the same with Raymond.
So a few changes. Adam Keemer took the lead off the start, but he's now fallen back into second place, with Alexander Williams of Geelong College overtaking him by the 1,000-metre mark. Xander Boreham sitting solidly in the middle of the field, about 5 seconds behind them, and then a couple of lengths behind him. It was Harrison Nichols, but he's been overtaken by Cameron Dugdale. So that's Centenary
plenty
now
of changes
in fourth,
in
Hunter
that
Valley
one.
in fifth.
Yeah.
Yes, but young, probably not raced a huge amount before in multi-lane racing like this in a single scull. So it's great to see them figuring out what they can and can't do. They might surprise themselves.
And some of the youngsters from Queensland may not have been on the water for the last couple of weeks. I know I was talking to Gus Rodero yesterday and saying a training session was load boats, drive an hour, unload, go for a row, load them back up again, go back to UQBC, and then do it all again the next day. It was sort of a 4-hour exercise to get a training row
That's
in
a massive effort.
With the Brisbane River in flood, and the certainly direction from Queensland Health and from the government generally was not to go on the Brisbane River. So a lot of travelling was going on. I think Richard mentioned yesterday the Maroochy River became a popular place, and Dolly's Rocks in the Pine River, not far from where I live. A long way by car, but not very far in a tinny.
So we've had more changes in this race. Alexander Williams from the Geelong College continues to lead and looks very confident, but the sculler Adam Keemer from Commercial has worked his way through the field and is now sitting in second place. And Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar School also working very hard, and he's pushed his way up into third. So the question is, can he catch up Adam Keemer and take out that valuable second position, which would see him progress through to the semi-final?
Almost, 6 seconds there at the 1,500 metre mark, the margin between second and third, but that's not insurmountable. If Harrison Nichols continues to push, and Adam Keemer may have spent a few pennies getting up into second place. So who can hang on?
But certainly I think Alexander Williams, although he continues to lead, the battle that's going on for second position behind him is seeing that lead slowly be eroded. Adam Keemer looking good, but a really, really excellent effort from Harrison Nichols of Hunter Valley Grammar School to try and get back on terms. And Cameron Dugdale from Centenary certainly by no means slacking off, keeping the pressure on the whole way.
But it's the Geelong College in the lead, Alexander Williams. Again, no coach listed. Richard, who'd be coaching at the Geelong College, who might be coaching Alexander Williams? I knew. But he's going to lead all the way. He's a big, looks like a tall lad sitting in the seat there. Over the Hunter Valley Grammar Sculler in second, and then back to Keemer. So he continued that push, Lizzie, as you questioned. He answered. He's gone from third into second place. He made up 6 seconds in the last 500 metres to get into second place and a place into the semi-finals. Fourth then will be Centenary Cameron Dugdale, and fifth will be Xander Borum of Ballarat City. So
what an excellent race, and kudos to those young gentlemen for a fantastic repechage, and that just shows the importance of a repechage, doesn't it, there, of come of age in terms of their single sculling there. So confirming the results of repechage number 6, arguably our most exciting race in this under-17 men's single scull series of repechages. A win for Alexander Williams of Geelong College, and second, Harrison Nichols of Hunter Valley Grammar School. Those two progressed to the semi-final, but congratulations to Adam Keemer of Commercial for a really fantastic race. Cameron Dugdale of Centenary 4th, and Xander Borum of Ballarat City 5th. The final time was 8 minutes 37. The margin in the end between Alexander Williams of Geelong and Harrison Nichols, 5.78, and just another 2 seconds back to Adam Keemer of Commercial. So we're moving now up an age category to under 19, and from men's single sculls to women's single sculls. The first repechage in the under 19 women's single scull has Anna Sirotic of Yarra Yarra in lane 2, Keela Walker of Ballarat Grammar in lane 3, Emily Hepburn of North Esk in lane 4, Chloe Robinson of Mercantile in lane 5, Charlotte Illman of Loretto Marryatville in lane 6, and Marryatville, I always pronounce that wrong, and Imogen Graham of Torrens Rowing Club in South Australia in lane 7. Stuart John, welcome back to the mic.
Thanks, Lizzie. It's a wonderful day out there. At the moment, the sun's out. It's just starting to heat up a little bit at the moment. A little bit of wind floating about, but certainly still some nice rowing conditions to start day 2 of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championship. Race number 121. As mentioned by Lizzie, it's repechage 1 for the women's under-19 single sculls, first and second through to the semi-final, with the rest unfortunately eliminated. So at the moment it does look to be Mercantile's Chloe Robertson, and also it looks to be North Esk's Emily Hepburn that are in the lead at the moment as they're coming up towards the 1500 metre mark. So 6 minutes in to race number 121. The women's under-19 single scull, the first repechage there. Emily Hepburn from North Esk, just looking like she's pulling away a little bit from Mercantile's Chloe Robinson. Let's got Richard Dornstein taking over from Lizzie. Good morning.
Morning, Stuart. How are you?
I am fantastic, and how are you this morning?
Lovely to be here at wonderful Ngambia again for the second day of these championships. It's a little bit windy outside there at the moment, but still pretty good conditions for rowing so far this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think we're in for some interesting repechage racing as well. We saw yesterday, and particularly in the double sculls later on in the day, there were some very even races. A couple of people just missing out by bow balls.
Exactly. And now this is their second chance, and it's all or nothing for a lot of these rowers in the repechage, because if you don't end up in the top 2 or 3, then that's it as far as the event's concerned. So lots to race for here this morning without doubt.
And we've just got Emily Hepburn, 0.4 of a second over Chloe Robertson in the lead. So the first two going through to the semi-final, the rest being eliminated. We've then got a 5-second gap between Chloe Robertson and Keela Walker from Ballarat Grammar, and then back again to Charlotte Illman, Imogen Graham and Anika Sirotic. So it does look like our top 2 are sitting quite comfortably at the moment as they're coming up towards the 1750 metre mark.
Still got the sun shining on the wrong part of the course here, Stuart, just to make the view a little difficult, but they emerge into full view here with a few hundred metres to row, and it does indeed look to be those 2 scullers there in the centre of the course, lanes 4 and 5, and not too far back to the Ballarat Grammar sculler, and it is, yes, Keela Walker, definitely we're advised the correct pronunciation, who's sitting there in 3rd place, so the dangerous 3rd place with just 2 here to go through.
Yeah, so coming up now, it's into the final 200 metres. It's still North Esk's Emily Hepburn ahead of Chloe Robertson from Mercantile. Keela Walker from Ballarat Grammar does need to make a bit of a push, and it does look like she's just starting to up the rate a little bit into the final 200 metres now. Still Emily Hepburn from North Esk, still with the lead, but we're now seeing Keela Walker from Ballarat Grammar starting to push up and really put Mercantile's Chloe Robertson under a bit of danger. So into the final 100 metres, Richard.
Yeah, with still the North-East Sculler looking comfortable. They're a length clear. The battle for second between the two Victorians. So Robinson of Mercantile, Walker of Ballarat Grammar. She's certainly making up some ground late here. Kayla Walker in that purplish coloured boat there on the far side of the course. But will just come up short in the final few strokes. So going through, it will be Emily Hepburn of the North-East Rowing Club in Launceston who gets the win ahead of Chloe Robinson of Mercantile. And then those two through to the semi-finals. Keela Walker just missing out, but a brave finish from her in third place. And then it will be Loretto Marriotteville's Charlotte Illman in fourth place, and the Scullers on the opposite sides of the course. Yarra Yarra and Torrens, the final two.
So it was race number 121, the women's under-19 single sculls, North Esk and Mercantile going through to the semi-final, with the rest unfortunately being eliminated from this event. Race number 122 is underway. It's the second repechage of the under-19 women's single scull, again first and second going through to the semi-final, with the rest being eliminated. In lane 2 from Mersey, it's Olivia Yates, coached by David Tippett. In lane 3 from Torrens, Louisa Waggoner, coached by Isabel Day. In lane 4 from Yarra Yarra, Zara Kfouri, coached by David Orchett. In lane 5 from Mersey, Meg Castles, coached by David Tippett. In lane 6 from Gippsland Grammar, Freya Hamilton, coached by Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach. And in lane 7 from Torrens, Sophie Butcher, coached by Isabel Day and Thomas Stevens. Up past the 1,000 metres of repechage 2 of the women's under-19 single sculls, and it's the Yarra Yarra sculler Zara Kfouri who is in the lead. She's got a 5-second lead ahead of Mersey's Olivia Yates, and then back about 12 seconds to Torrens' Sophie Butcher, and then Mersey's Meg Castles, Gippsland Grammar's Freya Hamilton, and then back again it would appear to be to Meg Castles. No, not Meg Castles. And then back to our 6th place, Louisa Waggoner from Torrens. So a little bit further back there. So that's the state of play at the moment. Yarra Yarra's Zara Kfouri in lane 4 and Mersey's Olivia Yates in lane 2. Both looking very comfortable, Richard, for that qualification through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, they had a pretty big lead after the first 500, the top two. It was about half a second only between Zara Kfouri and Olivia Yates there in the top 2 spots, but now it's stretched out to about a length and a half, probably close to 2 lengths, almost 5-second lead now to the Victorian. The sculler from Yarra Yarra ahead of the Mersey sculler, one of 2 scullers from Mersey Rowing Club in Devonport in Tasmania, but those 2 certainly have a big gap back then to Sophie Butcher in 3rd place. So the top 2, unlike the previous repechage, look to be relatively clear as they come through now with about a third of the 2,000 metre race still to travel, and possibly now the top 2 will look to conserve, you would think, a bit of energy for the races to come in the next 2 days if they can progress all the way through to the A final.
Absolutely, and particularly if a number of these scullers would be competing in double sculls and the quad events later on as well, so the more that you can save your energy now.
Exactly, yep, the better off you'll hopefully be as the races continue, because they'll do many, many laps of the course, a lot of these younger scullers especially, as they move up into the doubles and the quad sculls later in the week too, you would assume.
Absolutely. So it's still Zara Kfouri in the lead from the Yarra Yarra Club down in Melbourne. She's got a very commanding lead over second placed Olivia Yates from Mersey. So just under 6 seconds between first and second at the moment. And then we've got a lot of clear water between them and the rest of the field. So looking quite comfortable for our two leading scullers in the second repechage of the women's under-19 single sculls. The first two going through to the semi-final, with the rest unfortunately being eliminated from this event. So it's a 17-second gap between Olivia Yates in second and Meg Castles in third place. Then back a little bit further to Sophie Butcher from Torrens, Louisa Waggoner from also from Torrens, and then back again to Freya Hamilton from Gippsland Grammar.
Zara Kfouri, who leads this race, was the silver medalist in the head of the schoolgirls regatta at Geelong just over a week ago, behind Izzy Petruni, who I think has already qualified through to the semis via her heat yesterday. So a well-credentialed sculler here from the Yarra Yarra Club in lane 4, and she does look to have extended that lead too. It was 5 3/4 seconds after 1,500 metres, and certainly a substantial margin now she has back onto Olivia Yates, who is equally comfortable on the far side of Lake Ngambie. The top two well and truly sorted with 200 metres now to go for our race leaders.
Now, Richard, as the wind does start to pick up, and we're expecting to see that a little bit later on in the day, which lanes then provide the most? Because normally the progression is you go into the middle lanes, but with the wind, if the wind does pick up as forecast,
it may change that, yeah. Yeah, we expect the winds are forecast, I believe, to be sort of from the south-southwest, which is largely from the far side of the course. We're looking not quite directly south out of the course here. It's about, so the winds will come from the far side. So you'd think those lanes, probably where the Mersey sculler currently is, may well be the place you would want to be. But also the centre of the course doing pretty well here for Zara Kfouri, our leading sculler from Yarra Yarra. She's got it out to probably 2.5 lengths now as she closes in on the finish of this race, and a comfortable qualification through to the semi-finals of the under-19 women's single scull. So Yarra Yarra in first place. Mersey will finish second. That's Olivia Yates, the first of two Tasmanian scullers in the race.
And then we're just coming back to the second Mersey sculler, Meg Castle, sitting in third place at the moment. Unfortunately, that does mean that she will be eliminated from this event. Then we've got a little bit further back to Louisa Waggoner from Torrens, as well as her club mate, Sophie Butcher, also from Torrens, and then back a little bit further again to Gippsland Grammar's Freya Hamilton. So just confirmation of the results in repechage 2 of the women's under-19 single sculls. Zara Kfouri from Yarra Yarra finishing in first, Olivia Yates from Mersey in second. Both those scullers going through to tomorrow's semi-final. Third place to Meg Castles from Mersey, fourth to Louisa Waggoner from Torrens, fifth to Sophie Butcher from Torrens, and sixth to Freya Hamilton from Gippsland Grammar. Race number 123 is underway. It's repechage 3 of the women's under-19 single scull. In lane 2 from Geelong College, Daisy Page. In lane 3 from Bundaberg, Asia Heaps, coached by Rodney Dick. In lane 4 from Mersey, Catherine Greenhill, coached by David Tippett. We have a scratching from ANU ACT in lane 5. In lane 6 from North Esk, Layla Hucker, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 7 from Yarra Yarra, Ruby Gray, coached by David Orchett. And up past the 1,000-metre mark, it is Bundaberg's Asia Heaps with the lead ahead of Daisy Page from Geelong College. So lanes 2 and 3 with the early leads. It's not much between second and third, though. North Esk's Layla Hucker only half a second behind Daisy Page in second place. and then back then to Catherine Greenhill from Mersey and Ruby Gray from Yarra Yarra. So I think, Richard, we're in for an interesting finish here if that stays up. Only the first two going through to the semi-finals and not much between second and third.
Only half a second at the moment, and on opposite sides of the course too, as luck would have it. So it'll be interesting for those two scullers to try and keep an eye on each other from lanes 2 and 6. Geelong College and North Est, they're battling out for second and third, and just two will go through from what is the third and final repechage now of the under-19 women's singles sculls. So the last two semi-final spots to be decided in the next couple of minutes as these scullers approach. So Asia Heaps from Bundaberg looking reasonably comfortable in front, but we'll have to keep a watchful eye too on the two scullers behind her as they battle out for second and third. And also the Mersey sculler there, I think in lane 4, Catherine Greenhill, is not too far off the qualifying spot either. The two Tasmanians are currently chasing down the Geelong College sculler, Daisy Page, who is over in lane 2 and narrowly still, it seems, in second place.
Yeah, look, and there's always that temptation, isn't there? When you're into those elimination races, you know, try and spend your tickets early to get ahead, but then you've got to be able to stay ahead as well.
Exactly, yep. It's the age-old debate as to the best way to win a race. Many say go out in front and stay there, which sounds easy, but when you're racing at least 4 times and probably 10 or 12 times in the case of many of these rowers, not quite as straightforward as it seems. And there is a bit of a change in the order now as they come through 1500 as well.
Yeah, look, we've got Asia Heaps from Bundaberg with a comfortable lead, almost 10 seconds between her and second place. Now into second place, Layla Hucker from North Esk down in Tasmania, but only 0.26 of a second between second and third. Daisy Page, Mersey's Catherine Greenhill, about 7 seconds back in fourth place at the moment, and they're back again to Yarra Yarra's Ruby Gray. So again, we've seen the change. Layla Hucker has moved up into second place. Is she going to be able to hold on? Is Daisy Page going to be able to match what Layla's putting down?
And an early test, probably is there a difference on opposite sides of the course here? The lane 2 sculler from the Geelong College and lane 6 from North Est, closest to the camera side of the course, the finish tower side here. And we've got a great look at these two scullers as they do approach now. The leader's gone through the 1,750 metre mark, so Asia Heaps looks to be safe, and judging by her rating there, she's pretty much put the cue in the rack and is preparing for her semi-final. But the race behind continues, although I do think that North Est sculler might just be extending her lead here too as they come into the final 200 of this race.
Yeah, Layla Hucker from North Esk just starting to pull ahead. You can really see her start to up the rate. But I wouldn't discount Daisy Page at the moment from Geelong College. She's also suddenly realised that there's a bit of danger going on. She is at risk of being eliminated. But as you say, Richard, Layla Hucker from North Esk currently sitting in second place. We're in now to the last 150 metres. It's still Asia Heaps from Bundaberg Rowing Club in the lead, looking comfortable and not too far away from the finish. It's a battle between Geelong College's Daisy Page, North Esk's Layla Hucker, back a little bit further to Mersey's Catherine Greenhill, and then Yarra Yarra's Ruby Gray, as we just see Asia Heaps from Bundaberg come up towards the finish line. She'll take an easy win, but a battle's still on for second.
And the North Est sculler just a little bit longer and a little bit more powerful, it seems, in the closing strokes here. She will go clear by about a length and a half to take the second and final qualifying spot through to the semis of the under-19 women's single scull. So Layla Hucker in second place. Daisy Page will finish third over there in lane 2, which does prove how fair the course is still at this early stage of day 2 as well. Mersey's Catherine Greenhill is fourth, and Ruby Gray from Yarra Yarra will finish in 5th place.
So just final confirmation there. First, Asia Heaps from Bundaberg, North Esk's Layla Hucker in second. Those two ladies going through to the semi-final tomorrow. And then Daisy Page from Geelong College, Mersey's Catherine Greenhill, and Yarra Yarra's Ruby Gray being eliminated. Underway in race number 124, it's the first repechage of the men's under-19 single sculls. Again, first and second through to the semi-final. In lane 2 from Hutchins, Jacob Fiddler, coached by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright. In lane 3 from Marucci, Charles Clark, coached by Christy Stoddard. In lane 4 from Ballarat Grammar, Will Clark, coached by Paul Commons. In lane 5 from Nudgee, Jonah Nelson. In lane 6 from Trinity Lutheran, Troy Heron, coached by Sam Duncan and Eric Rowan. And in lane 7 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Callum McClure, coached by Lincoln Handley. A lot of Queensland.
I was going to say the same thing, Stuart. Great minds think alike. The Queenslanders doing it well here, although one of the two Victorians in the race, Will Clark of Ballarat Grammar, has moved up from third into second over the last 500 metres, so he might be able to upset the Queensland qualifiers here. But the Maroochy sculler, Charles Clark it is, so Charles Clark of Maroochy from Will Clark of Ballarat Grammar, but very narrowly the Nudgee College sculler, Jonah Nelson, right in the mix as well.
Yeah, then back a little bit further, it's about 20 seconds between third and fourth. Hutchins, Jacob Fiedler, and then back again to Trinity Lutherans, Troy Heron, and Griffith University Surfers Paradises, Callum McClure. So Queensland, Victoria, Queensland, Tasmania, Queensland. The first and last, as they're coming up now towards the 1,750 metre mark. So we've got an interesting battle again for that third place. Who's got enough left in the tank? It is Maroochy's Charles Clark, who I think might just
Looks
be dropping off a little bit.
The pace.
Will Clark from Ballarat Grammar has certainly put the foot down, and that means it's between Maroochy and Nudgee for the battle for second place in that final qualifying position. Will Clark from Ballarat Grammar just starting to pull ahead of the other two rowers as they're coming up into the last 200 metres.
Yeah, Will Clark certainly timed his run to perfection here. Narrowly third at halfway, up into second at 1,500, and now looks to have taken the race lead, certainly with Charles Clark of Maroochy dropping back to third place. The Nudgee College sculler, Jonah Nelson there from one of the powerhouse schools in Brisbane. GPS Rowing there, who finished third recently in the head of the river up on Lake Warralong, and he'll move through in a comfortable second place now, it seems. So the pace telling, unfortunately, on Charles Clark of Maroochy, and the other two look certain to go through now.
Yeah, Will Clark from Ballarat Grammar, coached by Paul Commons. He's got about a boat length lead ahead of Jonah Nelson from Nudgee College. And with a couple of strokes to go, he will qualify in first place ahead of Jonah Nelson from Nudgee College. Charles Clark from Maroochy, unfortunately, just dropping off a little bit towards the end there. He'll come through and he'll still finish in a very credible third place in the first repechage of the men's under-19 single sculls. And then we've got back a little bit further to Hutchins, Jacob Fiedler in fourth place. And then back again to Troy Heron from Trinity Lutheran and Callum McClure from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. So confirmation there. First place to Ballarat Grammar's Will Clark. Second to Nudgee College's Jonah Nelson. Those two going through to the semi-final of the men's under-19 single sculls. And then Maroochy, Hutchins, Trinity Lutheran and Griffith University Surfers Paradise making up our field.
And a good example there too of how it's not always easy to lead the whole way in a 2,000 metre single sculler race. So certainly it was the Maroochy sculler who seemed to have a comfortable-ish lead at halfway, but the others came late and were able to go through.
Absolutely. Race number 125 is underway. It's the second repechage of the men's under-19 single sculls. Again, first and second through to the semi-final. In lane 2 from Trinity Lutheran, it's Robert Vanderpoel, coached by Sam Duncan and Eric Rowan. In lane 3 from the Southport School, Benjamin Shuttlewood, coached by Cameron Kennedy. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy, Alec Hoskin, coached by Benjamin Watt. In lane 5 from St Augustine's, New South Wales, Bo Nicholas, coached by Judith Ungermack. In lane 6 from Nepean, Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. And in lane 7 from Gippsland Grammar, Regan Farley, coached by Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach.
And Robert Vanderpoel led early for Trinity Lutheran. He was in front after 500 metres, but was overtaken in that second 500 by Alec Hoskin of Kinross Walleroy. So a bit more of a geographically disparate field here, although predominantly Queensland and New South Wales, in fact, with a Victorian sculler also from Gippsland Grammar there in lane 7, but he's back in 6th position.
Coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark of race number 125, repechage 2 of the men's under-19 single sculls, and it's Kinross Walleroy's Alec Hoskin in the lead, still sitting in first place. He's 4 seconds ahead of Robert Vanderpoel from Trinity Lutheran up in Queensland. Then another 2 seconds back to Bo Nicholas from St Augustine's, New South Wales, and then Hugh Harold from Nepean sitting in 4th place at the moment. And then back a little bit further to the Southport School's Benjamin Shuttlewood, and as well Gippsland Grammar's Regan Farley sitting in 6th place. So 500 metres to go. Kinross and Trinity Lutheran, the favourites at the moment to go through. But I don't know that I'd necessarily count out St Augustine's. I don't know that I'd ever count out anyone coached by one of the Yungamax.
No, exactly right. It said 2 seconds officially there with between second and third. It did look a little closer than that on our screen, so it may well be that the St Augustine Sculler can make a late charge here. Bo Nicholas in lane 5, but his competition again is right across on the southern side of the course, Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran, so that's where the interest lies. Probably for second and third. Also Nepean's Hugh Harold has moved up into a very clear 4th spot at least, but is a couple of lengths away from a qualifying spot. But the St Augustine Sculler, as you say, Stuart, coached by Judith Ungamuck, and he's certainly winding up late in this race to try and move up into the top 2.
And I think we're seeing the Trinity Lutheran sculler, Robert Vanderpoel, acknowledging that there might be a bit of drama early and deciding not to let Bo Nicholas, don't give anyone an even chance. Just absolutely get up there. And in fact, he's not a million miles off the lead now. It's still Kinross Wallaroy's Alec Hoskin coming up to the last 150 metres. Now, Alex suddenly noticed that he might be in a little drama for first. He'd obviously like to qualify in those nicer lanes. So there's only about half a boat length between our leading 2 scullers as we just see Alec Hoskin coming up towards the finish line. He's now pulled back to a boat length. He'll come through. He'll take the win in the repechage number 2, finishing ahead of Trinity Lutheran's Robert Vanderpoel. Third place will go to the St Augustine Sculler Bo Nicholas, and then back a little bit further to Nepean's Hugh Harold in 4th place, and then again to, it looks to be the Southport School's Benjamin Shuttlewood sitting in 5th, and then back again to Gippsland Grammar's Regan Farley in 6th place. So confirmation of the results in race number 125. Kinross Wallaroy as Alex Hoskin going through in 1st place. Robert Vanderpoel in 2nd from Trinity Lutheran. They qualify for the tomorrow's semi-finals in the men's under-19 single sculls. And then being eliminated are St Augustine's Bo Nicholas, Nepean's Hugh Harolds, the Southport School's Benjamin Shuttlewood, and Gippsland Grammar's Regan Farley.
And another good race there in the concluding stages. So as always, these repechages, these elimination races, they see a lot of the athletes having to fight all the way to the line to ensure their qualification and progression in the event, which is what is unfolding now in race 126 as well, the third of 4 repechages in the race for the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy for the under-19 men's single scull to be awarded on Thursday. In this heat, in this repechage, we have 6 rowers. Bundaberg Samuel Klotz in lane 2, Patrick Stanley of Newcastle Grammar in lane 3, Griffin Shostakovsky of Nudgee College in 4, Jack O'Toole from Commercial Rowing Club in lane 5, Costa Karanthosopoulos of the Southport School in lane 6, and Oliver Ashby from the Geelong College is racing in lane 7.
And it is Griffin Shostakovsky from Nudgee College who has the lead. 3 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark ahead of Bundaberg Samuel Klotz, and then Commercial's Jack O'Toole. It does look rather nice for the Queenslanders, doesn't it?
We can unashamedly let the numbers talk for themselves at this point. It's Queensland 1, 2, 3 and 4 in repechage 3 of the under-19 men's single scull.
Costa Karanthosopoulos sitting in 4th place from the Southport School, ahead of Newcastle Grammar's Patrick Stanley and Geelong College's Oliver Ashby sitting in 6th place at the moment. So that's as they went through the 1,000-metre mark in repechage number 3 of the men's under-19 single sculls. We've got one more repechage for this event after that, and then we move on to the under-19 women's coxless pairs.
Yeah, we go from the single sculls to the slightly bigger boats, at least, the coxless pairs, which always lead to some interesting racing and sometimes some interesting steering as well along the course. But the single sculls at the moment making their way well into the final 500 metres of the 3rd repechage of the under-19 men's single scull, and it does continue to be the Nudgee College sculler Griffin Shostakovsky who leads this from his fellow Queenslander Samuel Klotz of Bundaberg over in lane 2. A pretty good representation from the Bundaberg Rowing Club at the National Championships again this year, as there regularly is, both on the water, and many of our volunteers I know have come from Bundaberg too, particularly Lynn McCarthy, who's in charge of the medal presentations at this regatta, and her husband Bruce, who is, as always, on the water as a boat race official.
And you'll also see a couple of the Bundaberg rowers in the para races. They've got an entrance in both the men's and women's para races, then again in the double, and then again in the fours as well. So, and I guess coming from Bundaberg, I know being in Canberra as a para rower, it can be sometimes a little bit tricky to be able to row against people in your categories. So it's a great opportunity to get in and to race your own category.
Exactly, yeah. Are you racing against Bundaberg in your
I am
race
in the
today?
double, and then I'm with them in the four. So I'll be against one of the Bundaberg scullers in the men's heats. We're just racing for lanes just before the lunch break. You'll see Nicholas Niels from ANU in the front. You'll see me right at the back.
A brave prediction there. We'll be watching closely, Stuart, but we should watch closely here as the Bundaberg sculler Samuel Klotz is coming home very strongly over on the far side of the course. He still sits second behind Nudgee College, and the Southport School sculler is challenging them to keep our top two moving, but it will be, as it has for most of the race, Nudgee College first, Griffin Shostakovsky across ahead of Samuel Klotz of Bundaberg, probably only half a length or so between them at the end. They both move through to the semis, and just missing out is Costa Karanthopoulos of the Southport School. Fourth goes to, looks like Newcastle Grammar there, so Patrick Stanley ahead of Commercials, Jack O'Toole and Oliver Ashby from the Geelong College.
So just final confirmation there, repechage 3 of the men's under-19 single sculls. Nudgee College's Griffin Shostakovsky with the win. Bundaberg Samuel Klotz in second. Those two scullers going through to tomorrow's semi-final. Third place to the Southport School's Costa Karanthopoulos. Fourth place going through to Newcastle Grammar's Patrick Stanley. Fifth to Commercials Jack O'Toole. And sixth to Geelong College's Oliver Ashby. As we move on to repechage number 4 of the men's under-19 single sculls. Again, first and second through to the semi-final tomorrow, with the rest being eliminated. In lane 2 from Ballarat City, Oliver Frangos, coached by Grant McKechnie. In lane 3 from Swan River, Harry Selfinger, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. In lane 4 from Melbourne Grammar, Winston Hooper, coached by Tom Abramovsky. In lane 5 from Ignatius Park and Noah Lau, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane 6 from Christian Brothers, Sam Jackson, coached by Daniel Ralph. And in lane 7 from Wesley College, Lachlan Idle.
And after the Queenslander-thon in the previous repechage, this one far more spread out. A Victorian leading the race from a West Australian and a South Australian. So Winston Hooper from the Melbourne Grammar School sits in front by about a length it was at the halfway mark. 2.52 seconds for the lane 4 sculler from Melbourne Grammar, ahead of Harry Selfinger of the Swan River Rowing Club in Western Australia. And these two side by side in lanes 4 and 3, so we'll have a pretty good look at where they sit relatively in the race, and quite a gap back then to the Christian Brothers sculler from Adelaide there. Sam Jackson, lane 6, was in third place at halfway, and not too much looks to have changed over the past few hundred metres.
Yeah, then back a little bit further to Ballarat City's Oliver Frangos and Ignatius Park's Noah Lau, and then back again to Lachlan Idle from Wesley College. Making up our field in the 4th repechage of the men's under-19 single sculls. Again, first and second going through to the semi-finals. That is, at this point in time, looking very comfortable for Melbourne Grammar's Winston Hooper and Swan River's Harry Selfinger. Bit of a gap between them and third place Sam Jackson from Christian Brothers in South Australia. Final heat of the single sculls, as we say, we then move on to the under-19 women's coxless pairs, as well as the men's under-19 coxless pairs. Question for you, Richard, and this may be one that we need the Nixipedia Owen Nix for.
We probably do.
When was the last time there was a coxed pair event at the National Rowing Championships?
Wow, yeah, no, I'd defer to Owen Nix without doubt if he was here. But do you know the answer, or do we need to? We need to Google.
I think we might need to have a bit of a look, or if somebody can, well, if they can get in contact with Ray, I think everyone's got Ray's number.
Send the message through so we can answer that question. But I would venture it's a little while ago, that's for sure.
I don't think I've seen a coxed pair ever. You'd have to go back through the archives, I think, to be able to see one.
I recall it was obviously an Olympic event back in the 80s and 90s. I think so. Steve Redgrove rode in a coxed pair at one point in his early Olympic career as well. But yes, as far as this regard is concerned, we'll take that one on notice, and hopefully someone can send us the answer.
Owen Nix, if you're listening, get in contact.
What else would Owen be doing, sitting at home in Sydney, I'm sure, but sending in facts to us.
The Nixipedia.
Yes. Remarkable. He's yes, an amazing rowing mind. We do miss Owen Nix not being able to be here this year. So hello, and if you're listening, and also to Ben Homer if you're on the live stream too. It's unfortunate you couldn't join us this year either, but we are very pleased that Stuart John's here with us and Chris McCarthy joining us in commentary, I think, from tomorrow as well. And we should look back on the water briefly as Winston Hooper from Melbourne Grammar School is continuing this pretty commanding win here now. It's going to be, you would think, in race 127, the fourth repechage of the under-19 men's singles scull. Swan River's Harry Selfinger still sits in second place, and the Christian Brothers Adelaide sculler Sam Jackson in third. So little change over the second half of this race at least.
Yeah, Harry Selfinger from Swan River, still looking quite comfortable. He hasn't let down, he's dropped the rating a little bit, but he certainly hasn't let the pressure down, and he'll come through, qualify in, Winston Hooper from Melbourne Grammar, he'll qualify in first place. Harry Selfinger from Swan River sitting in second place. So Winston Hooper there looking very comfortable, a lot of pressure through the stroke as he was coming through into the finish. Very commanding win there. It was just under 15 seconds between first and second. Coming through in third place will be, it looks to be Sam Jackson from Christian Brothers Adelaide. He'll come through in third, so unfortunately missing out on qualification. And then finishing behind them, Ignatius Park's Noah Lau in fourth, Ballarat City's Oliver Frangos in fifth, and then back a little bit further to Lachlan Idle from Wesley College.
Who may not actually have been in the race after all that, but he hasn't come up in our timing screens. But certainly the top five there across the line. Winston Hooper and Harry Selfinger both through to the semi-finals of the under-19 men's singles scull.
Moving on to race number 128. It's the first of the repechages for the women's under-19 coxless pairs. First and second going through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. We do have a scratching in lane 2 from Kinross Walleroy. In lane 3, we have a canned Toowong composite of Giselle Graham and Molly Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe and Leo Karadimitris. In lane 4 from Mercantile, Jess Hawker and Bethamies Mack, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Michael McCabe. In lane 5 from University of Queensland, Eliza Bridgefoot and Tyler Hutton, coached by Gus Rodero. And in lane 6 from Farn, Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry, coached by Sam Manson and Chris Parnham.
So just the two repechages here in the under-19 women's coxless pair, but again it is first and second through to the A final. To make things probably slightly easier for us, they're progressing down at the moment, it seems, in lane order from the southern side of the course. So lane 3, Can Toowong, leading from lane 4, Mercantile, lane 5, the University of Queensland, and lane 6, Farn, but some pretty small margins between those crews in the centre of the field. 0.8 from first to second and 0.44 from second to third. So on that, about 1.3 seconds separate our top three, and only two of those can go through to the semi-finals.
Now, one of the questions I did see last night on the Rowing Australia Instagram page was sweep or scull? As we move from the scull to the sweep, which is it for you?
Look, well, sweep.
Sweep.
In short, I wasn't much of an athlete. I really only rode at school, but very much that was always in sweepboard boats. It was required less coordination to handle, one oar with two hands rather than the other way around. What about you?
More so scull, but I think that's with my particular disability. It's only been in recent times that I've been able to get a strap that allows me to hold on to the thicker sweep oar with my left hand. So I've only got half fingers on my entire left hand. So being able to reach around and grab a sweep oar was a little bit harder.
Challenging, yeah.
Yeah, it was with the sculling oars, that was a lot easier right from the start, still having the full-size hand, still being able to, I still feather the blades with my wrists rather than my fingers, because obviously you can't roll it out in your fingertips if they're not there.
Bit challenging, yeah.
Makes it a little bit difficult, but although, it now with that adaptation, and it's the same one that Alvini uses. She had one in the Paralympics, and there's also one of the rowers, Jack Calderon from Balmain Rowing Club, who will be in the Falls event that uses a similar one as well. So
it's a strap that attaches your hand to around the handle,
yes.
basically, yeah.
Yes, but still with a quick release, so as that with one go you can just get your hand out in case you do go in.
Yep. Yeah, interesting stuff. Well, we're seeing you on the water, in a couple of hours in that race, Stuart, around midday, I think that one is. So we look forward to that event, the first of our para races at this week's regatta. But there has been a bit of a shift in the top couple here too, with the Mercantile combination of Jess Hawker and Bethamies Mack, going through to take the lead, who narrowly trailed Canned after 1,500 metres, but after 1,000 metres, in fact, but have put themselves in front now. And it's Can Toowong and University of Queensland, 2 more Queensland crews here, fighting out probably for just one qualifying spot.
Yeah, it does look to be those Mercantile and the Can Toowong composite crews that are sitting very nicely in first and second at the moment, a little bit further back to the University of Queensland's Eliza Bridgefoot and Tyler Hutton, and then to Farn's Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry. Into the last 200 metres or so, it's still Mercantile, Jess Hawker, Bethany Smack in the lead. They've got about half a boat length between themselves and the Can Toowong composite of Giselle Graham and Molly Salisbury. And then we're seeing a little bit of rating getting up from the University of Queensland's Eliza Bridgefoot and Tyler Hutton, but it may just be a little bit too late. We're into the final 50 metres now. Mercantiles, Jess Hawker, Bethany Smack will come through, and with a couple of strokes to go, they will qualify for the A final in the women's under-19 coxless pairs. Also qualifying for the A final will be the Can Toowong composite of Giselle Graham and Molly Salisbury. Going through to the B final will be the University of Queensland's Eliza Bridgefoot and Tyler Hutton, and then Farn's Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry also going through to tomorrow's B final. So first to Mercantile, second to the Can Toowong composite, third to the University of Queensland, and fourth to Farn in repechage 1 of the women's under-19 coxless pairs.
And pretty handy margins there, 4.8 seconds first to second, 3.67 from second to third. So in the end, fairly spread out between our top few crews moving through to the A final directly, in fact, there for the top 2.
Moving on to race number 129, it's repechage 2 of the women's under-19 coxless pairs. Again, first and second through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. In lane 2 from Geelong College, Chantel Mason and Amy McLaughlin. In lane 3 from UTS Haberfield, it's Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper. They're coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 4 from Farn, it's Hannah Riches and Laura Cooper, coached by Sam Manson and Chris Parnham. In lane 5, we do have a scratching from Kinross Wallaroy. In lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, it is Mariah Murray and Deanna Macalino, coached by Tom Dornbus. And in lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Minaya Bishop and Alice Reddy, coached by Gus Rodero.
5 different states in this race. New South Wales, South Australia, Tasmania, Queensland and Victoria all represented, fighting out for just 2 spots to move through to the A final. So the last 2 spots on offer, in fact, in the A final of the under-19 women's coxless pair, to be decided here over the next 2.5 or 3 minutes as these crews come into the third quarter of the race. And they're being led by UTS Haberfield on lane 3 there, Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper.
Yeah, they've got about 3.5 seconds ahead of Loretto Marriotteville's Mariah Murray and Deanna Macalino, and then back a little bit further to Farn's Hannah Riches and Laura Cooper. But there's only a second between second and third at the moment, then a little bit more of a gap between third and the University of Queensland crew of Minaya Bishop and Alice Reddy, and then again to Geelong College's Chantel Mason and Amy McLaughlin. So coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, and it is UTS Haberfield sitting comfortably for qualification through to tomorrow's A final in the women's under-19 coxless pairs event. They're coming up now to the 1,500 metre mark. We just see confirmation there that UTS Haberfield do have the lead. They are sitting 5.5 seconds ahead of Fans, Hannah Riches and Laura Cooper. And they've managed to come through over the top of Loretto Marriotteville's Mariah Murray and Deanna Macalino. They were down by about half a second at the 1,000 metre mark. They're now up by a second over that Loretto Marriotteville crew. So looking quite strong for that second qualifying position. 4th place at the moment is the University of Queensland crew, and then back a little bit further to the Geelong College crew in 5th. So UTS Haberfield sitting quite comfortably into the last, coming up towards the last 250 metres.
Yeah, and the Farn School certainly a very strong third 500 from them to move from, well, narrowly third to narrowly second as it was. And they continue to lead now from Loretto Marriotteville lane 6. That vacant lane 5 sits in between those 2 crews as well. So that's where the real interest lies, lanes 4 and 6. The Farn School from Sandy Bay in Tasmania, and Loretto Marriotteville, of course, from Adelaide. These are 2 school crews chasing the club combination of UTS Haberfield, Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper, who continue to lead and lead pretty comfortably by a couple of lengths here, but the real interest in the battle for second and third.
So UTS Haberfield with the lead. A lot of clear water between themselves and Farn in lane 4, and I suspect it's about a boat length between second and third at the moment. Farn able to hold on. They're into the last 200 metres or so.
And Farn just got it very messy there for a couple of strokes too, which might make things interesting here late in this race, but they've recovered pretty well. They've recovered remarkably well, actually, Farn.
And you can see them just starting to up their rate a bit to try and make up for the little error that they had there. So UTS Haberfield, only about 50 metres to go. They're looking comfortable in the lead. Farn sitting in second place. They've got a boat length ahead of Loretto Marriotteville, but they still need to get over the line. With a couple of strokes to go, it will be UTS Haberfield's Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper with the win in repechage number 2 with the under-19 women's coxless pairs. Second place with a couple of strokes to go will be the Farn crew from Tasmania, Hannah Riches and Laura Cooper. They'll finish ahead of Loretto Marriotteville's Mariah Murray and Deanna Macalino. And then back a little bit further to the University of Queensland's Manaya Bishop and Alice Reddy, and then Geelong College's Chantel Mason and Amy McLaughlin. So a good win there for UTS Haberfield, and Farn getting over the dodgy strokes and able to hold on for second.
Yeah, great recovery. I happened to be watching as they caught that crab and thought for a second the boat was almost going to roll over, but they recovered remarkably well, maintained their speed and just went off again and stayed in second place. So a great finish there from the Farn combination. A deserved spot through to the A final there in the under-19 men's coxless pair.
Confirmation there of race number 129, repechage 2, the women's coxless pair, UTS Haberfield finishing ahead of Farn. Loretto Marriotteville to go through to the B final as the University of Queensland and Geelong College. Race number 130 is underway. It's the first repechage of the men's under-19 coxless pairs. First, second and third through to the semi-finals, with the rest being eliminated. In lane 2 from St Joseph's, New South Wales, it's Joe Mangelsdorf and Tom Summers. They're coached by David Gelly and Charles Rowe. In lane 3 from Hutchins, it's Angus Vermey and Hayden Munter, coached by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland, Mitch McGeever and Drew Waitman, coached by Alex Ridgway and Richard Powell. In lane 5 from Fremantle and the West Australian Rowing Club, it's Apollo Solomon and Ben Scott, coached by Stefano Beloso. In lane 6 from St Patrick's College, Victoria, Thomas Elliott and Tom Foley, coached by Brendan Scott. And in lane 7 from the Southport School, Hamish Wright and Liam Hollis, coached by Cameron Kennedy.
It's a slightly bigger field here in the under-19 men's coxless pair. So under the 7-lane progression, it's now 1, 2 and 3 to the semi-final from this race, not directly to the A final, as was the case in the women's coxless pair just completed. So first, second and third to look out from this race, who will move through to the semi-finals and then race again tomorrow for a spot in the A final.
So we do have the University of Queensland, Mitch McGeever and Drew Waitman with the lead, 2 seconds ahead of the Hutchins crew from Tasmania, Angus Vermey and Hayden Mounter. Then back a little bit further to the Fremantle West Australian composite of Apollo Solomon and Ben Scott, sitting in third place. They're 1.5 seconds behind second place, so not without a shot of qualifying for... Oh, sorry, they are in the qualification position for the semi-final. Sitting in fourth place at the moment, 2.5 seconds behind third, are the St Patrick's College crew of Thomas Elliott and Tom Foley. Then back to the Southport Schools, Hamish Wright, Liam Hollis, and then St Joseph's, New South Wales, Joe Mangelsdorf and Tom Summers.
Coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark now, these 6 pairs in the first repechage of the under-19 men's coxless pair. It did look to be the Queensland combination still leading there on lane 4, the University of Queensland, McGeever and Waitman. Will get confirmation of that shortly as they go through the 1,500 metre mark. But their lead has been cut down a little by the Tasmanian combination, chasing well the Hutchins School beside them in lane 3 with Angus Vermey and Hayden Mounter there for Hutchins. And still in third place, it is the West Australian composite combination, Apollo Solomon of the West Australian Rowing Club, Ben Scott from Fremantle, who are holding third by about 2.33 seconds over the Southport School, lane 7, now moving up into a clear fourth spot ahead of St Patrick's and also St Joseph's. The Southport School Resplendent was in their high-vis caps. I did note earlier today they numbered the caps, so I think they've adopted the system of the Australian cricket team of, I presume, first 8 rowers numbered in order, but so they're up into the several hundreds at the moment, the numbers in the Southport School high-vis caps that they wear when training on the Nerang River and racing up in Queensland as well.
Yeah, look, you see that also with the McVilly Pierce pin as well. So
Exactly,
it's something, and you're seeing a lot of footy clubs as well. I know that South Sydney's in the thousands, I think, been going on since 1908, same as the Sydney Roosters. Not so much for the expansion clubs. But it'll be interesting to see who the Redcliffe Dolphins number one player will be.
How do you decide who's number one, actually, from the
alphabetical order or the captain? It's
numbers, age, I don't know.
Not something you want to get wrong.
No.
Back on the water now. University of Queensland are under some pressure from Hutchins as they come up towards the last 250 metres. There's not much between first and second at the moment. First, second and third going through to the semi-final, with the rest being eliminated. University of Queensland have seen the danger. They've started to up their rate. It's only about a quarter of a boat length between first and second at the moment. Both crews really starting to push through, but it will be a win for the University of Queensland. They'll finish 1.5 seconds ahead of Hutchins from Tasmania, and then back in third place will be the Fremantle West Australian composite crew. Fourth place will go to the Southport School, we were just talking about there, and then back a little bit further to St Patrick's College Victoria in fifth and St Joseph's New South Wales in sixth. So a win there for the University of Queensland's Mitch McGeever and Drew Waitman. Hutchins, Angus Vermey and Hayden Mounter going through in second. Also qualifying for the semi-final, the Fremantle West Australian composite of Apollo Solomon and Ben Scott, with the Southport Schools, St Patrick's College Victoria and St Joseph's New South Wales being eliminated from the men's under-19 coxless pairs.
So the first 3 through from that repechage, and the second repechage now also on the course here. It is race 131, 1, 2 and 3 again to go through to the semi-final, and they're about at the halfway mark now of that race. Lane 2 is Caulfield Grammar, Liam Quinn and Griffin Farmer. Lane 3 is Hutchins, Tom Gibson and Tom Bailey. Lane 4, Corio Bay, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radon. Lane 5, St Joseph's, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney. Lane 6 from Hawthorn, Oliver Lendrum and Max Curry. Lane 7, a composite South Australian crew, Lachlan Hancock of Christian Brothers College and Noah Buxton from Torrens.
And it is the Hutchins pair of Tom Gibson and Tom Bailey. So a pair of Toms, and they are in the lead at the moment, passing the 1,000-metre mark in a split of 3:49.13. They're just over a second ahead of the Corio Bay crew of Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radon. Then back a little bit further to Caulfield Grammar's Liam Quinn and Griffin Farmer. So less than 3 seconds between first, second and third at the moment, but they are all looking quite comfortable over St Joseph's, New South Wales. Jackson Gorsey and Maxim Maloney are sitting in fourth place at the moment, just under 10 seconds behind. And then again to the Torrens Christian Brothers College composite of Lachlan Hancock and Noah Buxton.
If it makes it easier for the coaches having a crew of a pair of Toms, just tell Tom to do everything. Tom do that. I once coached a schoolboy 8 with 3 Nicks in it, which was a tad challenging. But we had to come up with alternate names for a few of them just to make it clear who we were referring to.
Look, it's always that trickiness, isn't it, when you've got number of very popular names.
Exactly. At least they're easy to say names, if nothing else.
Well, that's it exactly. And you just call out a name and eventually somebody will respond.
We assume that they're listening to the coach in the first place, so it can never be, We like to live in hope. A bit like we do now. We assume someone's listening, but we could just be talking to ourselves.
That's all right.
Be just as much fun anyway.
Absolutely. So it's still the Hutchins crew in the lead at the moment as they pass the 1,500-metre mark. That's the 2 Toms in the lead, Tom Gibson, Tom Bailey. They're coached by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright and sitting quite comfortably. They've pulled ahead now 7 seconds between first and second. So we're just starting to see that field expand a bit. Corio Bay sitting in second place at the moment, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radon. And then back to Caulfield Grammar's Liam Quinn and Griffin Farmer. So it has spread out quite a bit. There's still about just under 10 seconds between third and fourth. That fourth place crew from St Joseph's, New South Wales of Jackson Gorsey and Maxim Maloney. And then back to the Torrens Christian Brothers composite of Lachlan Hancock and Noah Buxton.
And the Hutchins School has been checking my geography also in Sandy Bay. in Hobart, a delightful suburb just south of the Hobart CBD, where the Sydney to Hobart Yacht Race finishes each year, and obviously many prestigious educational institutions seem to be located, and the Sandy Bay Rowing Club, of course, there on the waters of the River Derwent as well, which is a very wide and open river. I wonder how they row there in rough conditions. It must get a bit challenging at times on the Derwent.
Well, particularly when the Mona Ferry comes past.
A bit of a wash from that boat, yes.
That's you know, that it's certainly something that Lake Burley Griffin, we just get spoiled. Occasionally there's a boat and we all get very upset. That's
how dare there be traffic? Yes, a pristine, man-made lake. Now, I did most of my rowing on the Brisbane River fighting with city cats, so you learn to, well, not take those on after a while, I can assure you.
You don't want to go under one of those ones.
No, that's right.
It is the two Toms, Hutchins, Tom Gibson and Tom Bailey now. They're into the last 100 metres or so, and they are looking extremely comfortable with that lead. They're not letting the rate go down at all. They're still putting a little bit of pressure on. They're sitting nicely ahead of Corio Bay's Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radin, as we just see confirmation of the win there for Hutchins, Tom Bailey and Tom Gibson. Corio Bay's Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radin now with a couple of big strokes left to go. They'll go through in second place to the semi-final. Third place will go to Caulfield Grammar's Liam Quinn and Griffin Farmer. So those three crews qualifying for the semi-final. And then the two crews that are eliminated from this event will be St Joseph's New South Wales, Jackson Gorsoy and Maxim Maloney, and then the Torrens Christian Brothers College crew of Lachlan Hancock and Noah Buxton. So confirmation there of the final results in repechage number 2 of the men's under-19 coxless pairs. First, second and third going through to the semi-final. They are Hutchins, Corio Bay and Caulfield Grammar, with St Joseph's New South Wales and the Torrens Christian Brothers College crews being eliminated. Moving on now to race number 132. It's the under-21 women's single sculls, the repechage 1. First, second and third going through to the semi-final. In lane 2 from Toowong, Jemima Powell, coached by James Doring and Michael Hawke. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Meg Cartwright, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. Lane 4, also from Melbourne University, Izzy Petruni, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 5 from Adelaide University in the South Australian Sports Institute, Sophie Barr, coached by Christine McLaren. In lane 6 from Brisbane and GPS, Hannah Kenway, coached by Peter Howard. And in lane 7 from Toowong, it's Pia Maloof, coached by James Doring and Michael Hawke.
And Sophie Barr, the South Australian sculler here, leads them through the first 500. Now the 1,000 metre mark is, in fact, as well. So she's maintained her lead and taken it out to about 2.25 seconds over Meg Cartwright of Melbourne University. They're in second place. The top two remain unchanged after the halfway mark of this race. The first repechage of the under-21 women's single scull, the first of two. So the top three in each will move through to the semi-finals here. Hannah Kenway currently in the all-important third spot for the Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club as well.
Yeah, she's sitting about just under 5 seconds ahead of Izzy Petruni from Melbourne University, and then back to the Toowong scullers, Jemima Powell and Pia Maloof, sitting in 5th and 6th at the moment as they're coming past the 1,000 metre mark. So, as mentioned, first, second and third through to the semi-final in the women's under-21 single scull. We've only got the 2 repechages on for this event before we head on to the men's under-21 single scull repechages.
The 3 Queenslanders here once again, but at the moment only one of them sits in the qualifying spot. Hannah Kenway, the sculler from Brisbane and GPS, over in lane 6, so closer to the northern side of the course here, but still plenty happening in the centre lane. Sophie Barr and Meg Cartwright there in 3 and 5, and Izzy Petruni sits in between those two. She's currently in 4th place. She's still at school at the Geelong College. She won the head of the schoolgirls single scull a bit over a week ago on the Barwon River in Geelong. So mixing it up with the under-21s now as well, rowing for her club, the Melbourne University Boat Club. And Meg Cartwright there in 2nd place for Melbourne Uni, also a successful schoolgirl rower here in Victoria from a couple of years ago, if I recall correctly. But having a good race here with Sophie Barr of Adelaide University, who continues to lead this race, coached by Christine McLaren, our leading sculler there on lane 5.
So it's still Sophie Barr ahead of Meg Cartwright as we're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. We'll just wait for confirmation of the of where our rowers are at the moment. So we just see Sophie Barr with the lead at the moment. She's just over 3 seconds ahead of Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University. Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS sitting in third place. It's only 2 seconds between third and fourth though. Top three going through to the semi-final, the rest being eliminated. So Izzy Petruni from Melbourne University, only 2 seconds behind that final qualification position, and then Toowong's Jemima Powell and Pia Malouf sitting in fifth and sixth at the moment. So they look like they'll have an absolute mountain of work to be able to qualify for the semi-finals in the women's under-21 single sculls, as they're coming up now towards the 1750 metre mark.
Yeah, the seedings here working out roughly as they should, with the leaders towards the centre of the course and the scullers on the extremities towards the rear of the field. So 3 only to go through, and I reckon there's still 4 chances, but Izzy Petruni of Melbourne Uni has the job in front of her now in 4th place, because I think the scullers in 2nd and 3rd have seen the danger coming. Meg Cartwright of Melbourne Uni and Hannah Kenway of Brisbane and GPS. Meg Cartwright certainly moving really strongly through there on the far side of the course, and may have made up some ground too on our race leader from Adelaide University, Sophie Barr, but she sits pretty comfortably in front, does Sophie Barr, and as you'd like to think in the closing strokes of the repechage, if you're well enough in front, you can start to conserve a little bit of energy and prepare for tomorrow's semi-final still to come. So Sophie Barr looking pretty safe. Meg Cartwright, then Hannah Kenway and Izzy Petruni trying to make up ground here late in this race.
Coming into the last 150 metres, still Sophie Barr with the lead ahead of Meg Cartwright, Hannah Kenway, and then back again to Izzy Petruni. And that looks to be where they're sitting. Jemima Powell from Toowong, just starting to make up a little bit of ground on Izzy Petruni as well. So the field just starting to bunch up a little bit as they get towards the end. It's not going to bother Adelaide University, Sophie Barr, though. She's got a bit over a boat length lead ahead of 2nd place Meg Cartwright, and then Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS, another boat length back again. So it will be Sophie Barr with the win in repechage 1 of the women's under-21 single sculls. 2nd place will be a photo. It will be a photo between Meg Cartwright and Hannah Kenway. Both ladies will go through to the semi-finals. So it was 1st, 2nd and 3rd going through to the semi-finals. Izzy Petruni from Melbourne University will finish in 4th place ahead of Jemima Powell from Toowong and Pia Malouf also from Toowong. So Adelaide University, Sophie Barr, Melbourne University's Meg Cartwright, and Brisbane and GPS Hannah Kenway going through to the semi-finals, just waiting on confirmation on 2nd and 3rd.
The timing unofficially here is giving it to Hannah Kenway. I actually thought the other way, so we'll wait and see. Those results are obviously still unofficial, but very tight. Between 2nd and 3rd, the good news for both is they will qualify for the semi-finals in any case.
Moving on to race number 133. It's the 2nd repechage of the women's under-21 single scull. Again, 1st, 2nd and 3rd through to the semi-final. In lane 2 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Tanika Webb, coached by Stefano Belloso and Jack O'Day. In lane 3 from Mersey, Lydia Tippett, coached by David Tippett. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, Livia Rosea, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 5 from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport, Lizzie Gregory, coached by Dave Framano. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Sophia Whiteman, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. And in lane 7 from North Esk, Amy Florence, coached by Trevor Barrett. And we're just waiting on confirmation on the 1,000. As they pass the 1,000 metre mark, it's Livia Rosea from Melbourne University in the lead. And then we have Sydney University, Sophia Whiteman, down twice for 2nd and 3rd, which is an impressive achievement in itself. But I believe
very talented to qualify twice for the semis if she can maintain that performance.
But I rather suspect one of those will be Lizzie Gregory from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport.
Yep.
And then back about 5 seconds between 3rd and North Esk's Amy Florence. Then Tanika Webb from West Australian Rowing Club, Lydia Tippett from Mersey. And yeah, so we're just trying to catch...
We can look out the window and do it the old-fashioned way. It's certainly lanes 3, 4 and 5, I think, or 4, 5 and 6, in fact, it is on the course, who are in the 2 qualifying spots. So, and they're the 3 qualifying spots, I should say, and they're well clear of the other 3. So it is the stereotypical race of two halves here, I think we have to say, but lane 4 it is Livia Rosaya of Melbourne Uni from a good battle for second place. Sophia Whiteman and Elizabeth Gregory clearly in those qualifying spots, and then back to the remaining 3 scalers, probably headed by Tanika Webb of the West Australian Rowing Club and also Amy Florence there of North Esk.
Yeah, Lizzie Gregory, formerly of Radford College in the ACT, and then moved up after school, got into the ACT Academy of Sport, now under the coaching of Dave Romano, who's obviously a bit of a local here in Victoria, so
Yep.
he's come up and done some really good things. I mean, we saw Luke Letcher get selected in the Olympic team last year after going back to the ACTAS program. Then we've seen Hamish Harding being selected in the in the national team in the men's lightweight double scull. So some good results coming out of the ACTAS crews.
Great things, yeah, happening in Canberra rowing, as you say.
So we do have Melbourne University's Livia Rosaya in the lead at the moment. Lizzie Gregory battling it out with Sophia Whiteman for second place at the moment. Lizzie Gregory just a little bit ahead there. So it's University, Melbourne, Australian National University and Sydney University. Unis 1, 2 and 3. And then as mentioned, we've got Tanika Webb from the West Australian Rowing Club. Looks to be ahead of North Esk's Amy Florence and Mersey's Lydia Tippett. Into the final 100 metres or so, it's still Livia Rosaya from Melbourne University with the lead at the moment. First 3 going through to the semi-final in the women's under-21 single sculls.
I think the ANU scaler has heard you, Stuart. She has lifted and might be able to snatch second late in this race too, but it will be Livia Rosaya going through to take the win for Melbourne Uni. Second will indeed be lane 5 there, Elizabeth Gregory, narrowly moving up 1 spot in the last couple of 100 metres. Third place goes to Sophia Whiteman, the former Queenslander, I think, rowing now for the Sydney University Boat Club. So those 3 will all move through to the semi-finals. Tight also for 4th and 5th. Lane 7, Amy Florence will just take 4th from Tanika Webb, and then 6th place to the sculler from the Mersey Rowing Club in Devonport. That's Lydia Tippett across now in lane 3.
It's confirmation of our qualifiers in the women's under-21 single sculls. Melbourne University's Livia Rosaya, ANU's Elizabeth Gregory and Sydney University's Sophia Whiteman all going through to the semi-final, with the North Esk's Amy Florence, Tanika Webb from West Australian Rowing Club and Lydia Tippett from Mersey being eliminated from this event. Moving on to race number 134, it's the first repechage for the under-21 men's single sculls. First and second through to the semi-final. Only 4 scullers in this race. In lane 3 from Toowong, Moss Murphy, coached by Michael Hawke and Andrew Gerber. In lane 4 from UTS Haberfield, it's Henry Blackwell, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, William Delaney, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane 6 from Adelaide, it's Joshua Lascock. And it is Sydney Rowing Club's William Delaney with the lead at the 1500 metre mark. He's got a 2-second lead ahead of Henry Blackwell from UTS Haberfield. So it does look to be a New South Wales 1 and 2 quite comfortably there to go through to the semi-final. Toowong's Moss Murphy and Adelaide's Joshua Lascock sitting a fair way behind in 3rd and 4th respectively, passing the 1500 metre mark.
Possibly a good race between these two as they close in on the finish, but both will surely easily qualify here, the 2 scullers from New South Wales. So just 2 of these 4 to go through. There are 6 repechages in the under-21 men's single scull, so a big field of entrants here as we gradually narrow it down towards our semi-finalists first of all, which will take place tomorrow in the A-finals then on Thursday. And it continues to be William Delaney just holding off Henry Blackwell, the sculler from Sydney, ahead of the sculler from UTS Haberfield as they are about to come inside the red boys of the final 100 metres of this race.
Good battle between them and a chance to get a little bit of early bragging rights, I think, as they're into that final 100 metres. It's still William Delaney from Sydney Rowing Club. He's got about a quarter of a boat length ahead of Henry Blackwell from UTS Haberfield, and he's just starting to pull ahead in the last few strokes now. This gap is now out to half a boat length, and it will be Sydney Rowing Club's William Delaney to qualify in first place for the men's under-21 single sculls. Henry Blackwell from UTS Haberfield will go through in second place, also qualifying for the semi-finals. Moss Murphy from Toowong is sitting in 3rd place, coming up towards the finish, with Joshua Lascock from Adelaide sitting in 4th. So Confirmation there in the men's under-21 single sculls. Repechage number 1, Sydney Rowing Club's William Delaney and UTS Haberfield's Henry Blackwell qualifying for the semi-finals, with Toowong's Moss Murphy and Adelaide's Joshua Lascock being eliminated. As we move on to race number 135, it's Repechage 2 of the men's under-21 singles sculls. First and second again going through to the semi-final with four scullers in this race. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Wesley Hudson, coached by Matthew Ryan. In lane 4 from UTS Haberfield, it's Max von Appen, coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shakloth Bertinetti. In lane 5 from Torrens, Callum Deckers, coached by Isabel Day. And in lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Edward Miles, coached by Michael Russell.
And the sculler from UTS Haberfield, Max von Appen, did lead narrowly after 500 metres. In fact, there was barely a second between the entire field after the opening quarter of the race. Max von Appen leading ahead of Wesley Hudson of Melbourne University, Edward Miles from the University of Queensland, and Callum Deckers of Torrens. They do seem to have stretched out a bit more, but now as they come towards the halfway mark of this race, still the distinctive colours there of UTS Haberfield, who would be in front, but I'd venture that's more than a boat length lead now back to Wesley Hudson of Melbourne Uni in second place as they go through the 1,000 metre mark now.
Yeah, Max von Appen from UTS Haberfield, 3-second lead ahead of Melbourne University's Wesley Hudson. And then we're just seeing, as you say, that bit of a gap open up between second and third. The University of Queensland's Edward Miles sitting in third place. He's 10 seconds behind second, and then Torrens Callum Deckers sitting in fourth place at the moment. So big push off the start line. Clearly everyone at the 500 metre mark, only a second between them, and then just starting to drop off a little bit.
Yeah, it was one extreme to the other. The splits at 500 were all 0 point something, so there was, I reckon, about 1.1 seconds from first to fourth. Now we've got about 17 seconds separate the field as they really start to spread out in this second repechage of the under-21 men's singles scull. But a big field here. The ever-organised Lizzie Chapman has left all sorts of paperwork here because she's actually prepared in advance of this regatta for some information and tell us this is an event with between 34 and 42 entries, which is why we have 6 heats yesterday and 6 repechages today in the under-21 men's singles scull. So the second biggest category of progressions in this 7-lane system. So it's the top 2 from each of the 6 repechages that will go through to then 3 semi-finals tomorrow, which mathematically upsets my sensibilities. You can have 3 semi-finals, but apparently it's possible, not just 2 as the word would dictate.
Look, you know, it's just the vibe.
The vibe, exactly. It's the vibe of the 7-lane system in any case, but that's what we will have. And in a few events, we'll have, 3 semis, and then obviously finals to follow on Thursday for these events. So plenty to race for these scullers here. But the top 2 remain pretty well clear. Max von Appen and Wesley Hudson as they come up towards the 3/4 mark distance of this race as well.
And I guess it does when you've got, as we saw at the start of this race, where everyone's nice and even, then how important is it to make sure absolutely everything is clean, your strokes are perfect, your catches are perfect, because one bad stroke, and you know we saw that in the Olympics as well, you know, with the number of crabs right at the very end, one bad stroke costs you whatever. Yeah,
it can cost. That's right. Especially at the end of the race like that when there's no time to recover, and especially I suppose at Olympic level where the margins tend to be so small, but exactly the same here. You can see why these scullers had to get it right from the beginning, because otherwise the races can start to spread out. It becomes very difficult to stay in touch with the race leaders.
Yeah, and conditions still looking quite comfortable out there at the moment. We are seeing a little bit of wind about, but it is still sitting quite comfortable, particularly here at the finish line.
Very comfortable here behind the glass. Best seat in the house, usually, when in the commentary positions at these wonderful courses we have around Australia, and giving us a great view here out the window too of the form of Max von Appen from UTS Haberfield in Sydney, who has a comfortable lead now. It was out to 6.72 seconds over Wesley Hudson after 1,500 metres, and it remains probably out to almost 3 boat lengths now, I'd suggest, so about 8 or 9 seconds it would be ahead of Wesley Hudson. And then Edward Miles in third place, the sculler from the University of Queensland, back on the northern side of the course. And he narrowly heads off the Torrens sculler Callum Deckers in fourth place. But those two look likely to be eliminated from the event, with just the top 2 to move through from this second repechage of the under-21 men's single scull. And Max von Appen, I think it's fair to say, not too troubled here over the closing strokes of the race.
No, he's really dropped that rate down somewhere in either probably in the high teens, to be honest, although he's just upped a little bit more now. But looking very comfortable. He's got a lot of clear water between himself and Wesley Hudson from Melbourne University. So both those scullers to go through with a couple of strokes to go ahead of Callum Deckers from Torrens and Edward Miles from the University of Queensland. Edward Miles just starting to pull ahead at the moment. Even though both these rowers are eliminated, they will look to battle it out and try not to finish last. We've just got confirmation there. The win for Max von Appen from UTS Oberfield ahead of Melbourne University's Wesley Hudson. And then Edward Miles from the University of Queensland just pulling over a boat length clear as he comes up towards the final few strokes. He'll finish in 3rd place, and then Callum Deckers from Torrens in 4th. So confirmation there in the men's under-21 single sculls. Repechage 2, UTS Haberfield's Max von Appen and Melbourne University's Wesley Hudson going through to the semi-finals, with the University of Queensland's Edward Miles and Callum Deckers from Torrens being eliminated from this event. We're on to race number 136. It's the 3rd repechage of the under-21 men's single scull. We've got a couple more to go after this as well. First and second going through to the semi-finals. In lane 2 from Mercantile, Hamish Nicol, coached by Alistair Matthews. In lane 3 from Tasmania University, Samuel Mounter. In lane 4 from Toowong Rowing Club, Darcy Water, coached by Leo Karadimitris, Michael Hawke and Andrew Gerber. In lane 5 from Toowong Rowing Club, Roden Martin, coached by Michael Hawke and Leo Karadimitris. And in lane 6 from Adelaide University, Ben Ashman, coached by Sam Morton.
2 scullers here from the Toowong Rowing Club of Brisbane, and one of those was our race leader after both 500 and now 1,000 metres, but very narrowly. Darcy Water of Toowong there on lane 4 has a 1/3 of a second on Samuel Mounter of the Tasmania University Boat Club there in 2nd place. And Roden Martin, the second of the 2 Toowong scullers, would be 3rd, but quite a substantial margin there, 2nd and 3rd, over 9 seconds, in fact, between those 2. Then Mercantile's Hamish Nicol and Adelaide University's Ben Ashman, the 5 scullers in this race.
Yeah.
Approaching 1,500 metres now in this 3rd repechage of 6 in this big field, the under-21 men's single scull. It continues to be tight, but it is the Tasmania University sculler now, Samuel Mounter, who has taken the lead. He had a small deficit at halfway, out to 2.3 seconds, but his lead at the 1,500 metre mark. So basically a boat length in the single scull ahead of Darcy Water of Toowong, still there in 2nd place. And then the gap back to 3rd has grown again. It's still Toowong's Roden Martin in 3rd place, but he is 13.41 seconds away from a qualifying spot, narrowly ahead of Hamish Nicol and also Ben Ashman.
Yeah, Samuel Mounter there, coming out very strongly in that middle 500 metres or so. So he's now taken the lead ahead of Darcy Water, but both those 2 scullers looking very comfortable, 1st and 2nd going through to the semi-finals. So this is one of 6 repechages, I believe, for the men's under-21 single sculls. So only 1st and 2nd to go through to the semi-final, with the rest being eliminated. So a few more of these under-21 single sculls to go. And Samuel Mounter from Tasmania University does look like he will be racing again in this event. He's got a commanding lead at the moment coming into the last 250 metres ahead of Darcy Water from Toowong Rowing Club. So that's our 1 and 2. to qualify for the semi-finals, both looking quite comfortable. Ahead of Roden Martin from Toowong Rowing Club in third place at the moment, and then back to Hamish Nicol from Mercantile and Ben Ashman from Adelaide University.
Yeah, so the top two having a pretty good battle down the course here in lanes at 3 and 4, and it was close for the first 1,000, but the Tasmanian Samuel Mounter has really charged away over the second half of the race, and he's gone out to what looks like probably 3 or so boat lengths now, so it will go down as a substantial win. Unlike Max von Appen in the previous race, he's not really letting up here in the closing strokes either, is Samuel Mounter from Tasmania University. He's going to make this win as substantial as it can be, and he'll go across about 4 lengths in front to win the third repechage of the under-21 men's single scull.
Yeah, so a win there. Samuel Mounter from Tasmania University. Darcy Water from Toowong just passing over the finish line now. He'll go through in second place, so those two scullers going through to the semi-finals. Sitting in third place will be Hamish Nicol from Mercantile, finishing over the top of Roden Martin from Toowong, and then back a little bit further to Ben Ashman from Adelaide University. So confirmation there in the men's under-21 single scull, repechage 3, a win for Samuel Mounter. He'll be joined in the semi-finals by Darcy Water from Toowong Rowing Club, and then Hamish Nicol from Mercantile, Roden Martin from Toowong, and Ben Ashman from Adelaide University being eliminated from this event. Repechage number 4 is underway. It's race number 137. Again, first and second through to the semi-final. In lane 2 from Ballarat City, Harvey Woodburn, coached by Grant McKechnie. In lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport, Raph Priest, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 4 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Ben Horsnell, coached by Lincoln Handley. In lane 5 from North Esk, Rue Colley, coached by Brendan Long and Trevor Barrett. And in lane 6 from Mercantile, Jackson Morrish, coached by Alistair Matthews.
And Rue Colley from North Esk, the race leader, narrowly after 500 metres. We spoke briefly about him yesterday, winning a title at the Victorian Championships on Lake Wendouree a few weeks ago. He had a busy day yesterday, rowing both the single and the double scull, and back on the water here in the repechage now of the under-21 men's single scull. So Rue Colley is leading narrowly. It was just under a second from Raphael Priest of the Canberra Rowing Club and ACT Academy of Sport after the 500 metres that was, but they're now heading up towards the halfway mark of this race.
Yeah, then Ben Horsnell from Griffith University Surfers Paradise sitting in third, and then Mercantile's Jackson Morrish in fourth. And the 1,000-metre mark now. Raph Priest from Canberra Rowing Club in the lead. He's moved up into first place, a second ahead of North Esk's Rue Colley, and then back 3 seconds to Ben Horsnell from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and then back a little bit further to Jackson Morrish from Mercantile, and then in fifth place will be in fifth place will be Harvey Woodburn from Ballarat City, sitting a distance behind. So Raph Priest, formerly out of Canberra Grammar School, another one of those ones that's come out recently from the schools around the ACT, and moving on into club rowing with the Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport.
And training on the pristine waters of Lake Burley Griffin, City Cat free.
Absolutely, absolutely. It does make it, although it does make it a little bit challenging when you come to a course like this where you know that there's going to be some wind, you know that there's going to be some wash. It's how do you prepare for that kind of thing? So I should point out though that in Central Basin, the actual edges, so where you've got Parliament off to one side, you've got the Australian War Memorial off to the other, the edges of Lake Burley Griffin are just straight up and down. So any boats that come through, that wash bounces from side to side to side and
doesn't go away.
No, it's a bit like going through a washing machine. So if you do there are a couple of ferries, and there's also the water police boats. And if either of those decides they feel like motoring, or if you've got a lot of coach tinnies that are motoring through Central Basin, it does get a bit rough.
It's good to
Canberra
hear that
rough,
you do occasionally have some some ripples on the lake. It sounds rough too, rowing in the shadows of Parliament House and the War Memorial and the High Court and all those wonderful buildings you've got in Canberra.
Oh, look, and then the actual course itself starts down at the Governor-General's residence and then goes up. The Governor-General and Mrs. Hurley, both patrons of Rowing ACT now. They took part in the Disher Cup back when he took part in the Disher Cup back when he was going through the Royal Military College at Duntroon. So that Disher Cup named after Clive Disher from the King's Cup 8 after World War I. So it's, I guess, the ACT's direct link. Every year it's between the ANU, the Royal Military College and the Australian Defence Force Academy.
Ah, right. So quite a historic race, and I believe the Governor-General and Mrs Hurley will be here on Sunday for the presentations of the Kings Cup and the Queen's Cup, so great to see them coming to support rowing once again, as they regularly do.
Absolutely, and he does, the Governor-General does very, very regularly promote rowing as being a fantastic sport, fantastic for self-discipline. Just a shame that we've all got to go backwards.
It's good to have friends at the highest levels of our system, that's for sure.
Speaking of all things Canberra, it is Canberra Rowing Club's Raph Priest who had the lead at the 1500 metre mark, but only half a second between himself and North Esk's Rue Colley. It's then back just under 8 seconds to third place, the Griffith University Surfers Paradise sculler Ben Horsnell, and then back to Mercantile's Jackson Morrish and Harvey Woodburn from Ballarat City. So that's our 1-2 at the moment. The smallest states and territory well represented in this fourth repechage of the men's under-21 single sculls as they're coming up towards the finish line now. And it does look like Rue Colley might just be moving a little bit ahead. Both these scullers looking out at each other and just trying to make sure that see who can put down a little bit of a card first.
Yeah, I do think certainly Rue Colley has come back. He led the race after 500, was narrowly second at the 1,000, second still at 1,500 by half a second, but now has got his boat back in front by a length or so, it would seem. So a slightly stronger finish from the Tasmanian, but both will go through to the semi-finals, and both, you would think, have a bit more to give come semi-finals tomorrow. So Rue Colley wins it by 2 lengths in the end from the North Esk Club in Tasmania. Second goes to Raphael Priest of the Canberra Rowing Club, and then back to the remaining 3 scullers. Ben Horsnell of Griffith University Surfers Paradise missing out on the semis, along with Jackson Morrish of Mercantile and also Harvey Woodburn from Ballarat City.
Moving on to repechage number 5 of the men's under-21 single sculls. In lane 2 from UTS Haberfield, Tate Van Heemst, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 3 from Ballarat City, Sebastian Pendlebury, coached by Grant McKechnie. In lane 4 from Nepean Rowing Club, Miles Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5 from Banks Rowing Club, Mark Putter, coached by Thomas Krieber and Tony Lee. And in lane 6 from Toowong Rowing Club, Mitchell Bridge, coached by Michael Hawke and Leo Karadimitris.
So the 5th of 6 repechages now in the under-21 men's single scull is approaching. It's here. It's through the 1,000 metre mark. The race being led by Miles Harold of the Nepean Rowing Club in the centre of the course by a pretty handy margin. Just over 5 seconds he had on Mark Putter, the sculler from the Banks Rowing Club in Melbourne. So those two sitting in the qualifying spots. And then about almost 5 seconds it was back to Sebastian Pendlebury of Ballarat City, Tate Van Heemst from UTS Haberfield, and Mitchell Bridge of Toowong, the field of 5 with 2 to move through to the semi-finals. So in the centre of the course here, Miles Harold still from the Nepean Rowing Club. He had about 5 seconds at halfway. It's narrowed slightly, 3.58 seconds now over Mark Putter from Banks in second place, but more importantly, the margin to third has increased, and Ballarat City's Sebastian Pendlebury now with 7.5 seconds to make up if he's to move through to the semi-finals, narrowly ahead of Tate Van Heemst from UTS Haberfield, and also there Mitchell Bridge from the Toowong Rowing Club, who also would spend his time dicing with City Cats there on the upper reaches of the Brisbane River. They're not at the moment, of course, with no rowing happening on the Brisbane River, and the Toowong Club in not too good a state after the recent floods either.
Yeah, and you know, we heard yesterday about the rowers, about the squads that were going up to Lake Corumbar, going up to the Sunshine Coast. That's all right heading out there, but coming back during peak hour in Brisbane from the north side is not anyone's idea of a good time.
No, Brisbane traffic certainly is, well, become a challenge in the last few years, without doubt. And yes, trekking trails the boats up for training is not the easiest thing to do. But the schools had to keep training for the head of the river, and obviously the clubs had to keep training for this regatta and others that they've been competing in. So the show had to go on, and it did do so. But a good finish here between these top two coming up. So it won't feature the Toowong sculler, but it will feature Miles Harold of Nepean, now being joined by Mark Putter of Banks, who has closed to within about a length, it would seem, and is looking to challenge late, but I still think the Nepean sculler will just hold on here, clear by a length with about 60 metres to go.
Yeah, Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club with the lead, boat length ahead of Mark Putter from Banks. Then back a bit further to Sebastian Pendlebury from Ballarat City, Tate Van Heemst from UTS Haberfield, and Mitchell Bridge from Toowong. Confirmation there, just under a boat length between Miles Harold and Mark Putter. First and second going through to the semi-final of the men's under-21 single sculls. Coming through in third place will be Sebastian Pendlebury from Ballarat City, finishing ahead of UTS Haberfield's Tate Van Heemst, and then Mitchell Bridge from Toowong in fifth. So confirmation there in the fifth repechage of the men's under-21 single sculls. Nepean's Miles Harold and Banks's Mark Putter going through to the semi-final, with Ballarat City's Sebastian Pendlebury, UTS Haberfield's Tate Van Heemst, and Mitchell Bridge from Toowong being eliminated from this event. Race number 139. It's the last of the repechages for the men's under-21 single sculls. First and second through to the semi-final, with the rest being eliminated. In lane 2 from Mercantile, Edward Finlay, coached by Alistair Matthews. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Namkai Stilianu, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Blake Wyatt, coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 5 from Townsville JCU, it's Zachary Skip, coached by Harrison Parks. And in lane 6 from Mossman Rowing Club, Kyle Brown, coached by Matthias Ungermack. And at the 500 metre mark, it was the West Australian Rowing Club's Blake Wyatt with the lead, about 2.5 seconds ahead of Namkai Stilianu from Sydney Rowing Club, and then back 11 seconds to Zachary Skip from Townsville JCU, Kyle Brown from Mossman Rowing Club, and Mercantile's Edward Finlay. Coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark, and nice lead there for Blake Wyatt from West Australian Rowing Club. He's got 7 seconds ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Namkai Stilianu. And then back another 4.5 seconds to Zachary Skip from Townsville JCU. Mossman's Kyle Brown in fourth place at the moment, ahead of Mercantile's Edward Finlay in fifth place. First and second to go through, Richard, and it's Blake Wyatt and Namkai Stilianu looking comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, they are indeed. And the sixth and final repechage, this big field in the under-21 men's single scull about to be narrowed further, with 3 more to be eliminated from this race, and the last 2 of our semi-finalists about to be confirmed. And it's still a long way out here as they've just come past the 1,000 metre mark, but Blake Wyatt of the West Australian Rowing Club and Namkai Stilianu of Sydney Rowing Club, certainly the best placed of this field of 5 there in the centre of the course. Lane 4 from lane 3, and then Zachary Skip of Townsville and JCU Rowing Club up in North Queensland, sitting in third place, but he has about 4.5 seconds to make up on the top 2 if he's to continue his progression in the under-21 men's single scull event.
We talk about dodging city cats, North Queensland.
Crocodiles.
Some other things to dodge.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd like either, really, but crocodiles in the water would certainly make things challenging, although probably compel you to row fast.
You'd have to be rowing extremely quick. I'm not sure that I'd want to be getting out on anything other than a pontoon either.
No, exactly right. I guess you learn not to fall in at a young age when training up there.
So just the weather conditions at the moment. It's about 19 degrees outside, with the winds coming from the south at about 18 kilometres an hour. They are expected to drop off towards the middle of the day, around about 1-2 o'clock or so.
In time for your race, maybe?
No.
No? Okay,
no,
not quite. Right.
Also for the women's singles, para single sculls, because they're on after the break. So we do have the para events either side of the break. But no, that will definitely help out the women's ones, not so much for the men's ones.
We'll watch carefully in an hour or so when you're on the water. What breeze there is here is just rowing basically across the course, isn't it, from the southern side? So you'd have to think, if anything, lane 2 marginally more protected. But we're seeing no great pattern of results here to suggest anything but the fairest of racing conditions still, which is obviously important here at the Australian Rowing Championships. And out in front is still that sculler from the West Australian Rowing Club, Blake White, who's extended his lead, you'd have to suggest, on both Namkai Stylianou and Zachary Skip of Townsville and JCU. The Townsville sculler may have heard the reference to Crocodiles. He looks to have picked up the pace in the last few hundred metres, and he's not without a chance here of second spot, but would still sit a margin of more than a boat length behind in third. So only 2 to progress here from, or to the semi-finals from this 6th and final repechage of the under-21 men's single scull.
Blake Wyatt with the lead from the West Australian Rowing Club. He's into the last 200 metres or so, and he's looking very comfortable indeed. Namkai Stylianou from Sydney Rowing Club has been sitting in second place and sitting quite comfortably, but he is now under a bit of pressure in the final 200 metres, and I think he's recognised that potential danger there from the Townsville JCU sculler Zachary Skip, and then back a little bit further to Kyle Brown from Mossman and Mercantile's Edward Finlay. But in the lead from lane 4, and very dominant win this will be for Blake Wyatt from the West Australian Rowing Club. He's coached by Stefano Beloso, and he'll go through and qualify for the semi-finals in the men's under-21 single sculls. So a win there for Blake Wyatt. Now the battle for second place, Namkai Stylianou in second place at the moment. He's got a boat length and about 50 metres to go. Zachary Skip from Townsville JCU, he started up his race getting some fantastic boat speed, but it will be just a little bit too late. He got it down within half a boat length. He gave it a big push, but second place to Namkai Stylianou from Sydney Rowing Club. With Blake Wyatt, Namkai Stylianou qualifying for the semi-finals in the men's under-21 single sculls. Zachary Skip just half a boat length, less than a second between second and third. Then in fourth place will be Mossman Rowing Club's Kyle Brown, and then Edward Finlay from Mercantile in fifth place. A confirmation there, first to Blake Wyatt, second to Namkai Stylianou, both going through to the semi-finals, with Zachary Skip, Kyle Brown and Edward Finlay being eliminated.
It was a superb finish there from Zachary Skip of Townsville and JCU, except he just ran out of water there in the closing stroke, but rowing really long and powerful strokes late, but just couldn't quite reel in Namkai Stylianou from the Sydney Rowing Club. So Blake Wyatt first from the West Australian Rowing Club, and Namkai Stylianou in second place for Sydney. Our qualifiers there from repechage 6 through to the semi-finals of the under-21 men's single scull. So that does conclude the 6 repechages in that big event, the under-21 men's single scull. Thank you to Stuart John for his work over the past 90 minutes or so. He's off to race in the para single in a little while, so I'll keep an eye on his action in the water next. And rejoining me back up here in the commentary box is Lizzie Chapman as we begin the repechages now of the under-21 women's coxless pair. The first of 2 is race 140.
And in lane 2, we have Marlo Jones and Daisy Maining representing Tasmania University. In lane 3, Holly Cannon and Aquila Ambrosino, coached by Stefano Beloso. They, of course, are from Western Australia Rowing Club. The University of Queensland Boat Club are in lane 4. Issy Drew and Ellie Reedy, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 5, Melbourne University Boat Club. Steph Gordon and Juliet Roy-Smith, coached by Mitch Nelson and Ed Fuller. In lane 6, Mercantile Rowing Club, Remy Mackay and Emma Haberfield, coached by Mike Mackay and Sam Fennessy. And in lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club, Eliza Dunlop and Freya Neville, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check.
Thanks, Lizzie. So, yeah, it's the first of 2 repechages here from the 6 we just saw in the huge field, the under-21 men's single scull.
Massive. So, under-17s, under-19s, under-21s, they are big fields, aren't they?
Yep,
especially in the sculling. Great to see.
It is. No, it is indeed. And this is it's a smaller field now, which is 2 repechages required, and a more traditional progression, first, second and third, through to just 2 semi-finals. Now, Lizzie, I'll seek your opinion too. Can you have 3 semi-finals?
Oh, there we go. I have seen it done before, but that's the wrong word.
Well, it's
surely.
happening. It's happening tomorrow.
It's
on the program.
3
in the men's under-21 single scale, 3 semi-finals. So if you can speak to the powers that be about that, because I'm not sure. We have to call them something else. So they're not semi-finals if there's 3 of them. But anyway, we digress. There is a race on the course, and it's being led still by the looks like the Queensland combination, the University of Queensland, Issy Drew and Ellie Reedy. Have we ever?
No, we've
confirmed?
never
We
got
need
to
someone
the
to
end
tell
of
us
this.
if it's
Okay, Gus
Reedy or Reedy,
Rodero,
don't
we
we?
need to come and find you, or you need to come and find us because we need to know.
Well, we'll get to call them again tomorrow because they're going to go through to the semis. There's not much doubt about that. University of Queensland Lane 4, our comfortable race leaders here.
Ooh.
Ignore what you're seeing on screen. It's not the Tasmania University in front, although they are in contention for a top 3 spot, the Tasmania University crew. It's definitely University of Queensland Lane 4. Then probably it would be Mercantile and Melbourne Uni, the next 2, and also Tasmania University across in lane 2 as they've come well through 1,500 metres now. So Izzy Drew and Ellie Reedy leading, but a really good race behind them for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and maybe even 6th place, which is 3 to go through here to the semi-finals. And that remains to be fought out here over the closing strokes of the race, but our leading Coxless pair from the University of Queensland is comfortably clear.
That wind has dropped, hasn't it? Water's looking quite good again, but it is. It just gusts up every now and then, I've noticed.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's certainly good from here behind the glass, but as I stepped outside a little while ago, you feel the wind,
Yeah,
but it
and
does
it's
come
quite
and go.
cold.
And this is a great race for the
Isn't
minor
it
places, Lizzie. I
just?
think we can
Yeah.
pencil in the University of Queensland for the win here. Izzy
I
Drew
believe so.
and Ellie Reedy, but behind that, maybe Mercantile and also Sydney Rowing Club Lane 7, Eliza Dunlop and Freya Neville closest to the finish tower.
So look at the last 250 for that Sydney crew, because Freya Neville, of course, was in Kinross Walleroy School's excellent crews that used to come charging through at the end of the course. Another crew that's looking very good in this last 250 is that crew over there from West Australian Rowing Club of Holly Cannon and Aquila Ambrosino.
But only 2 of this pack can qualify. University of Queensland are about to go across and take the race. Mercantile struggling a bit there and
shipwreck.
need to stay in their lane as well because the Sydney Rowing Club need clear passage to the line when they should be able to go through from there. University of Queensland first. It'll be 2nd place, well spotted, Lizzie, to the West Australian Rowing Club over on lane 3. And then Sydney Rowing Club will hold on for 3rd place. They will move through to the semi-finals. Mercantile, Melbourne Uni were next, then Mercantile and the Tasmania University Boat Club in 6th position. But
So
just the top 3 will go through there.
That's right. So confirming then the results of the first repechage of the under-21 women's coxless pair, a win for the University of Queensland Boat Club's crew of Izzy Drew and Ellie Reedy. 2nd, West Australian Rowing Club, Holly Cannon and Aquila Ambrosino. And 3rd, confirmed to be Sydney Rowing Club, Eliza Dunlop and Freya Neville. They will progress through to the semi-final. And now, eliminated from the event will be the Melbourne University Boat Club crew of Gordon and Roy Smith, Mercantile, Mackay and Haberfield, and Tasmania University, Jones and Maining. Repechage number 2 is on the course in the under-21 women's coxless pair. In lane 2, a composite between Adelaide University and Adelaide Rowing Club, Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniuk. How would you pronounce that? Romanuk, yes. In lane 3 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Hannah Magasanik and Olivia Sargent. In lane 4, a composite between Fremantle and Swan River Rowing Club of Lola Quinn and Charlotte Broad. Mercantile are in lane 5, Talia Barbayanis and Harper Waring. In lane 6, a Sydney Rowing Club crew of Star Rose Miller and Evie Thompson, and in lane 7 from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Claire Taylor and Sophie Lucas.
Good thing about that Adelaide Uni crew, Lizzie, is that we have a hotline to the coach of that crew in Jurek Hasselgrove, so we can ask him how to pronounce the name of his athletes.
That's good. That
Although
is good.
Jurek is so busy coaching today, I'm not sure we'll be able to spend too much time with him up here. Running a very busy double life is Jurek Hasselgrove, coaching at the Adelaide University Boat Club, and he will be rejoining us in commentary throughout the week as his commitments do permit. But a lot of Adelaide Uni rowers on the course today, and it is Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniuk over there in lane 2, but they are sitting probably 5th or 6th at this stage. It is the Mercantile combination, lane 3, who leads this race. Hannah Magasanik and Olivia Sargent, coached by Mike Mackay and Sam Fennessy. And they've got a narrow lead, it would seem, over the crew beside them in lane 4, the West Australian composite combination, Lola Quinn and Charlotte Broad there from the Fremantle and Swan River clubs. And then the second of the Mercantile combinations would be 3rd. So it's lanes 3, 4 and 5. That's Talia Barbanyaris and Harper Waring, also coached
by Mike Mackay and Sam Fennessy.
They've got a great squad there at Merckx, haven't they? A really good women's squad. And a little bit later, just after lunch, we're going to see the PR3 women's scullers, the para scullers, and included in that is Jess Gallagher. Actually, I haven't looked at the start list yet, but we've got 3 female para rowers at Mercantile, which is exciting. So Gallagher will be doing the PR3 single today. There's also Alex Viney, who is in the Paralympic 4 in Tokyo, and Alex Wullerman, who was in the World Championships 4 in 2018 and 19.
Which is the first race after lunch, the women's parasingle. The men's parasingle is just before the last race, before the lunch break as well.
Yeah.
So as this second repechage reaches its conclusion, still tight between. In fact, maybe the West Australians now have got their boat in front of the 2 Mercantile combinations. So it would be lane 4, Lola Quinn and Charlotte Broad, narrowly from Mercantile, Hannah Magasanic and Olivia Sargent. And then a really good race for third too, with the second Mercantile combination possibly dropping back behind Sydney now, as they did in the previous race. Sydney finishing quickly. It's Star Rose Miller and Evie Thompson this time round. And over on the other side of the course too, there is that Zurich Hazelgrove coached Adelaide Uni and Adelaide Composite crew as well.
Thank you, Jo Malcolm. She's just confirmed it's Romanic. So thank you very much. That's very helpful. And now we know how to pronounce
the crew with Claire Romanic in it, and also Grace Seppelt of the Adelaide Rowing Club in the bow seaters, moving up late, and they might be a chance to take third spot here. It's going to be Fremantle Composite in first and Mercantile second, but a good race between Adelaide Uni and Sydney now ahead of Mercantile. The race for third, fourth and fifth. The win will go to the West Australians. The Fremantle Composite combination, lane 4, has taken this race out. They're through to the semis, along with Mercantile, Magasanic and Sargent there in second place, comfortably so. And a really good finish. Zurich Hazelgrove will be pretty excited down there. His crew has come through into third place, and they'll qualify for the semi-finals of the Under-21 Women's Coxless Pair to make Zurich's week even busier than it would otherwise have been. Fourth place, Sydney, lane 6. Fifth will be Mercantile, and sixth will be the crew from the University of Queensland.
So as our final crew crosses the line, confirming the results of the second repechage of the Under-21 Women's Coxless Pair as a win for the Fremantle Swan River Composite. Second, Mercantile, the crew of Magasanic and Sargent. And third, the Adelaide University Adelaide Rowing Club Composite of Seppelt and Romanic. Eliminated now from, they progressed to the semi-final, and now eliminated from the event are the Sydney Rowing Club crew, Mercantile, Barbayannis and Waring, and the University of Queensland Boat Club crew. We now move to the Under-21 Men's Coxless Pairs, where we have 2 repechages, with the first 2 to progress through to the A final. In repechage number 1, we have a crew from Cand in lane 2, Sam Atherton and Daniel Horsley. In lane 3, from Mercantile, Flynn Stimpson and Joshua Bortolucci. In lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club, Declan Glendinning and Bradley Graham. In lane 5, another Mercantile crew, this one Austin Reiner and Dom Frederico. And in lane 6, from New Norfolk in Tasmania, Aidan Midson and Thomas Morgan. The crew from North Esk has scratched.
Thanks, Lydia. So 5 crews in this race, and they're all through, in fact, approaching the 1,500 metre mark at the moment, and it would be the centre of the course there, I suspect, the race leaders, Sydney, Declan Glendinning and Bradley Graham, but only narrowly there in that yellow boat on lane 3 from the far side of the course, Can, Samuel Atherton and Daniel Horsley. And in between those two, also in a qualifying spot from Mercantile, is Flynn Stimpson and Joshua Bortolucci, the top 3 in this race. And then a bit of a margin back then to the second Mercantile combination, Austin Rainier and Dom Frederico. And then New Norfolk, Aidan Midson and Thomas Morgan, the 5 crews in this race. The first repechage of 2 in the Under-21 Men's Coxless Pair. Again, it's first and second. Well, this time, in fact, it's first and second straight to the A final in the Under-21 Men's Coxless Pair. So 2 A finalists already from our 2 heat winners of yesterday's racing. 2 more from this repechage, and then 2 more also from the second repechage to follow And tight at the top here for these top two spots then, between Sydney still there in 4 and Canned over in lane 2. Clearly with a length or so on, then 2 combinations from Mercantile, who have 3 crews in total across these 2 repostages. But at this stage, they're the ones with the job in front of them, sitting between our leading 2 crews. So is Sydney, Declan Glendinning and Bradley Graham, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And then Canned, Samuel Atherton and Daniel Horsley, coached by Scott Rowe, the leading 2. And there's not too much between those 2 crews either, who are racing seemingly for spots in the A final of the under-21 men's Coxless pair. Clear by over a length now from the Mercantile, the first of 2 Mercantile combinations. Third place would be Stimpson and Bortolucci. Fourth place, Rainier and Frederico. And then fifth, the New Norfolk combination there. And a really good race between these top 2. They're both going to qualify for the A final. Narrowly in front, I think it will be in the centre of the course, the Sydney Rowing Club, who will get the verdict there, just ahead of Canned over in lane 2. But both will qualify to the A final of the under-21 men's Coxless pair, beating home the 2 crews from Mercantile. Lane 3 finished 3rd. Lane 5 will be in 4th place. And then 6th, in 5th place, but in lane 6, the combination from New Norfolk, Aidan Midson and Thomas Morgan, with just a few strokes to go to complete the course now.
So an excellent finish then. Repechage number 1 in the under-21 men's Coxless pair was a win for Sydney Rowing Club's Glendinning and Graham. Second, Canned, Samuel Atherton and Dan Horsley, and they progressed through to the A final. Eliminated from the, going through to the B final, I should say, are the crews from Mercantile of Stimpson and Bortolucci, and Reiner and Frederico, who placed 3rd and 4th respectively, and the crew from New Norfolk of Midson and Morgan. Provisional time 7 minutes 11.06 seconds, the margin just 0.53 between Sydney Rowing Club and Canned. The second repechage is now in progress, with Sydney University Boat Club in lane 2, represented by Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson. In lane 3, UTS Haberfield, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. In lane 4, Fremantle, Liam Davis and Alice Cacelli. In lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, Mitchell Kaponis and Luka Stevanovic. In lane 6 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Max Taylor and Mackenzie Branch. And in lane 7 from Mercantile Rowing Club of Melbourne, Charlie Clark and Liam Burke.
So they're through halfway in this race. Some, slight issues with the timing system, I think, but no, the race certainly continuing. But we'll, as we look down the course, they've got about 1/3 of the race to go here, and back to about 750 metres with these 6 crews in repechage 2 of the under-21 men's Coxless pair. And over there in lane 3, the UTS Haberfield combination of Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson looks to be well placed, with Fremantle alongside them as well. And then lane 6 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Max Taylor and Mackenzie Branches. 2 to go through here to the A final, and then the remainder to the B final, as Lizzie said. So the inclusion of a B final, I assume, Lizzie, would be for selection purposes in these under 21 events, to have a full full classification all the way down, not just the 6 or 7 crews that raced
Just
in the
in
A final.
case there's some kind of appeal or, you know, shenanigans.
That never happens in selection.
Sure, never. Only in GPS rowing.
Exactly. But, so yes, we'll have a B final that will precede the A final in the under-21 men's Coxless pair, and a full ranking of all the crews. And it's a pretty good race here between these 6 Coxless pairs still. Continue now at about 450 metres to row. Just the top 2 will go through. So still there, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Max Taylor and Mackenzie Branch. But over on the other side of the course, it looks as if the lead with UTS Haberfield, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, just ahead of the Fremantle and also Sydney University combination. So a good race for these 2 spots. Maybe Sydney Uni, Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson as well there, as they come up towards the 300 metres to go on this race. And from Mantle there as well, Liam Davis and Alex Kachali in that crew from the Fremantle Rowing Club of Western Australia, coached by Tom Gaddy, and Griffith University Surfers Paradise thereabouts as well. But over on the far bank, the southern bank of Lake Ngambia, Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson, coached by Christopher Holliday and Tom Lorich, really getting into their work in the late stages of the race. And just the top two will qualify for the A final directly here. Remain to a race in the B final. It looks like UTS or Fremantle now for second place, ahead of Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And then another combination there from Mercantile back in 5th or 6th place with UTS Haberfield, with two crews in the race. UTS Lane 5 back in 5th place. And the Lane 3 combination dicing for second spot, but it's Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson from the Sydney University Boat Club who will take out this race 143, the second repechage of the under-21 men's coxswains pair. Sydney Uni get the win, and by a length it will be UTS in second place. The crew of Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson through to the A final. Fremantle finished third. Fourth will go to lane 5, lane 6 that is. That's Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Fifth will be UTS Haberfield with their lane 5 crew, and 6th place will be the crew from Mercantile.
So, confirming the results of the second repechage of the under-21 men's coxless pair, a win for Sydney University Boat Club, Ryan and Gibson. Second, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Jewell and Thompson. And and those two crews will progress through to the A final. Third, Fremantle, Davis and Kacheli. Fourth, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Taylor and Branch. Fifth, UTS Haberfield, Kaponis and Stefanovic. And sixth, Mercantile, Clark and Burke. Those crews will progress to the B final. We're now moving up the age bracket to the under-23s, and the first repechage of the under-23 women's single scull, with the first 3 to progress through to the semi-final. Phoebe Robinson is in lane 2, representing the University of Queensland Boat Club. Elora Kelly is in lane 3, representing the Australian National University. Ella Mentzines is in lane 4, representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Louisa Bongrain is in lane 5 from Mercantile Rowing Club in Melbourne. Eloise Lambden, representing the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme, is in lane 6. And our final sculler in lane 7 is Charlotte Morris from Brisbane and GPS.
So a field of 6 here in this first repechage of 2 in the under-23 women's single scull. It will be 1, 2 and 3 through to the semi-finals tomorrow of this event, and it's a pretty handy lead, it looks like, to the sculler from Sydney University Boat Club, Ella Mentzines, in lane 4, who was our race leader after 500 metres and has extended that to 4.5 seconds at the halfway mark of this race, ahead of Louisa Bongrain, the sculler from the Mercantile Rowing Club, coached by Mike Mackay and Al Matthews. And then third would be the first of 2 scullers from ANU, so the ACT well represented in this repechage. Ella Kelly, it would be, who has picked up a few spots in the second 500 metres and now sits only about 4 seconds away from second spot, ahead of Phoebe Robinson, Eloise Lambden and Charlotte Morris.
So we have a couple of people here who represented at junior level. Ella Mentzines, who is from memory, was in the silver medal winning Coxed 4 that Lachlan Carter took to the World Championships back in 2019, I think. And Phoebe Robinson, I believe, wasn't she? She represented probably the year before. So great to see them continuing their rowing careers and moving up into the under-23 category. And I know that Ella was at the senior trials earlier this season. So pushing on there. Eloise Lambden has had a great season under the tutelage of Dave Romano, now that she's moved from the university program up to the ACT High Performance program. And Louisa Bongrain, who continues to impress in that stable of athletes there, that great women's squad that Al Matthews and Sam Fennessy are running down at Mercantile Rowing Club on Boathouse Drive there in Melbourne.
Yeah, wonderful part of Melbourne. The boat clubs there on the banks of the Yarra, all sort of side by side,
Yeah,
leads
it's
to a
lovely,
wonderful.
isn't it?
Yes, it's unique. I think you've got to say certainly.
Well, it reminds me of the Putney Embankment in London, of course, and I would imagine whatever you call it in Philadelphia, it's called Boathouse Drive, where you similarly have boathouse all along the side. But here in Australia, you're lucky if you have that, really, aren't
is,
you?
yeah.
I was just looking at Alora Kelly and thinking, Nigel Harding is running a great squad down there at ANU as well. But they're kind of on the other side of the lake, aren't they, from the ACT High Performance Programme, and a couple of the other boat sheds, Canberra Girls Grammar and Canberra Grammar.
But as Stuart was telling us, they have the pristine waters of Lake Burley
They
Griffin
do.
to train on.
No ferries.
Occasionally one boat goes across and causes.
And that's probably
chaos.
where A-Lift doing donuts in his catamaran, isn't it?
Well, someone's got to do it, don't they? Yes. Rowing in the shadows of Parliament House and. Yes. But the Yarra's not bad either when you can row up past the MCG and Melbourne Park.
Always
and,
fantastic
it's
to row
a
there,
very
yes.
a very nice part of the middle of Melbourne there, where Mercantile and most really of the Victorian the Melbourne clubs, at least in schools, ply their trade on the fairly tight confines of
So
the
I
Yarra.
know, certainly when I go there, it's for a head race, like the Head of the Yarra or Melbourne Head, and the boat race, which of course every other year is held on the Yarra, which is Sydney University Racing Melbourne University Boat Club. So one year it'll be on Sydney Harbour and the next year on the Yarra
That's
River.
right.
But do they have many regattas on the Yarra?
They do have, there are a few, yeah. Obviously, the Head of the Yarra is probably the most, the
biggest.
well-known, the long-distance one. There's the Melbourne Head, which is a shorter course raced in the other direction. And there was Australian Henley a few weeks ago. I'm surprised you weren't.
Oh,
you
I'm
weren't
very
there,
surprised I
actually.
wasn't
Yeah,
there
so
either.
I
Where
thought
was
you'd
my
be
invite?
on the list to have a PIMS.
Just because
at
my
the
hand is
finish line.
broken does not mean I can't be lifting a PIMS.
Got two hands for a good reason. Ella Menzies and Louisa Brongrain making a race of this late too, while we were slightly distracted there. But they'll both go through, in any case, to the semis of the under-23 women's single scull. So a pretty good finish from the Mercantile scull late in this race. But Ella Menzies, I'd suggest, has turned off the speed a little here and sits about a length clear of Louisa Brongrain. And then the two ANU scullers racing for one spot, but Ella Kelly has had the edge on Eloise Lambden all the way down the course here and will hold on, you would think, to third spot. And Louisa Brongrain is going for the win as she winds up late with a couple of big strokes to try and sneak past Ella Menzies. She'll come up short by about half a canvas, but it was
Nice
a brave
try,
finish
though.
from the Victorian. And Louisa Brongrain narrowly misses out, but they'll both get to race again in the semi-finals. That could be interesting.
Those Victorians, I don't know.
They do like to win, especially here on their home waters.
I was going to say that's a bit of Mike Mackay in there, a bit of Mike Mackay mongrel there at Mercantile. So the final distance, just 1.09 of a second between Ella Menzies and Ella Menzies and Louisa Brongrain. They progress through to the semi-final, along with third-placed Elora Kelly from the Australian National University. Fourth, ANU ACT Eloise Lambden. Fifth, University of Queensland Boat Club Phoebe Robinson. And sixth, Brisbane and GPS Charlotte Morris. The second repechage of the under-23 women's single scull is now in progress, with Siobhan Rowe of Adelaide University in lane 2, Leah Franklin from Swan River Rowing Club in lane 3, and Georgia Hughes of Swan River Rowing Club in lane 4. India Hobbs from Sydney University Boat Club is in lane 5, Ella Marshall from Mersey in lane 6, and Alexandra Rooney from the University of Queensland in lane 7.
So two rowers here from the Swan River Rowing Club of Western Australia, and they are probably sitting, or certainly in the top three at least. Leah Franklin was second after 500 metres, but moved up to take a 2-second lead at the halfway mark of the race over India Hobbs from Sydney University, the sculler there in lane 5. And Swan River's Georgia Hughes, certainly they're still in a qualifying spot. She would be third with about a 9-second advantage then over Alexandra Rooney of the University of Queensland, Mersey's Ella Marshall, and also Siobhan Rowe from Adelaide University in lane 2. Well past the halfway mark now, about 750 or so metres still to race, but as was the case in the previous race, it's the top three only who'll go through to the semis of the under-23 women's single scull. The rest are eliminated. No B finals required in this event, or at least none scheduled. But a pretty clear top three it does appear to be. The two scullers from Swan River in lanes 3 and 4, and Sydney Uni's India Hobbs the other sculler there in contention. Well, contention for the race lead, but certainly very much in a qualifying spot too to move through from this second repechage.
She had a fast start, India Hobbs, but by the time they got to 500, Leah Franklin had overtaken her, and at the 1,000-metre mark continued to lead. And here at the 1,500, she's extended her lead over India Hobbs, so she's now got almost 8 seconds. So Leah Franklin, Swan River, continues to impress in this second repechage of the under-23 women's single scull. A good day for Swan River. Saw Mark Beer earlier on. He was very happy that his junior scullers had got through this repechage round. And as we've said before, for many athletes, doing an extra race, provided they're fit enough to do it, is not a bad thing. Helps settle the nerves and really get your mind focused on the strategy of getting into the final. Georgia Hughes from Swan River currently sitting in 3rd position. And there are 3 spaces in the semi-final from this repechage. Georgia has a handy lead over Alex Rooney of University of Queensland, some 8 or 9 seconds. So looking fairly good for a qualifying spot in that semi-final. Ella Marshall continues to sit in 5th position, and Siobhan Rowe from Adelaide University in 6th.
Yeah, the top 3, Lizzie, have been clear for quite a while. Probably only the order remain to be sorted out. The 2 scullers from Swan River and 1 from Sydney University Boat Club there in India Hobbs, racing in lane 5. She'd be in 2nd spot. It would be Leah Franklin still leading, and leading handily for the Swan River Rowing Club, who, as you mentioned, have had quite a good morning and about to qualify 2 scullers here also into the semis of the under-23 women's single scull, with Leah Franklin leading the race, Georgia Hughes in 3rd, and in between them sits India Hobbs, the sculler coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley at the Sydney University Boat Club. They remain fairly spread out here, a few lengths between each of the top 3. A really tight race for 4th and 5th maybe coming up here between Ella Marshall of Mersey and the University of Queensland's Alexandra Rooney. The Mersey sculler certainly looks determined to take 4th spot here, but just the top 3 will go through. So Leah Franklin and Swan River, a comfortable win there, and she was certainly very comfortable over the closing strokes. About 3 lengths to the good of Sydney Uni's India Hobbs in 2nd place. 2.5 lengths then to Georgia Hughes, who will finish 3rd for Swan River. And they're still looking like they're trying to arrange a dead heat here for 4th and 5th. Marshall or Rooney, as they hit the line, it'll be lane 7. I think Alexandra Rooney maybe just for 4th. And Ella Marshall for 5th, but largely academic as those 2 will both miss out on the semis, along with Siobhan Rowe from Adelaide University.
That's right. No B final, unfortunately, for the under-23 women's single scull for them to move into, because we're going through to semis. So into the semi-final, Swan River, Leah Franklin. Sydney University Boat Club, India Hobbs, and Swan River, Georgia Hughes. Eliminated now from the event, UQBC, Alexandra Rooney, Mersey Rowing Club's Ella Marshall, and Adelaide University's Siobhan Rowe. Provisional time for that second repechage, 8 minutes 39 seconds. The margin just over 7 seconds between 1st and 2nd, and a further 6 seconds back to 3rd position. That compares with a similar 8:39.51 in the previous repechage. On to the under-23 men's single scull, where we have, again, 2 repechages with the first 3 to progress through to the semi-final. In lane 2, Lachlan Dunn from St George Rowing Club. In lane 3, Tom Anderson from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 4, James Gardiner from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 5, Alex Wood from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. The sculler Lucas Wigston from Buckingham has scratched.
And a very good start for Alexander Wood of UTS Haberfield, who led the race after 500 metres and is out to almost a 5-second lead, or was at the halfway mark as they head towards 1500. I would think he has extended that a fair bit further, Lizzie, there in the distinctive colours of the UTS Haberfield Club.
That's right, and now he's a really great sculler. I'm trying to remember which school he went to, but he really got noticed last season, I think, when because of COVID, everybody was in singles, and he really came to the fore towards the end of the season in particular, competing there for the under-23 team. And he's performed really well under the men's program led by Alex Field and supported by Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti, with, of course, the great experience of their women's lead coach, Hallie Chapman. He's done really well, and I was surprised yesterday not to see him progress directly through to the semi-final, but he certainly looks as though he's much more settled today, and he's really stamping his authority on the race by leading from the start over James Gardner, Tom Anderson and Lachlan Dunn. So 3 scullers from the Sydney region and just 1 from Melbourne there. Tom Anderson, tall, strong athlete from Sydney University, and Lachlan Dunn, coached by Mark Featherstone from St George down in the Shire.
It looks to be certainly the New South Wales sculls in the ascendancy here, Alexander Wood and Tom Anderson. But one Victorian should get through here also in James Gardner of the Melbourne University Boat Club. So the training in singles, Lizzie, for the schools just because of lack of numbers due to COVID.
We were
to keep
for a lot of the time
1.5 metres from all the athletes.
That's right. There were some clubs that interpreted that slightly differently and said 1.3 metres between each other in a rowing boat is almost 1.5. So there was a bit of an argument amongst the clubs as to whether you really should or shouldn't.
These would be the same people who came up with the long 2,000 metres we discussed yesterday, or the 94-metre running track in the games. But in any case, here comes Alexander Wood of UTS Haberfield, coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti, and he will record a very, very comfortable win here in the first repechage of the under-23 men's singles scull. So UTS well clear as he has a look for the finish and cruises across on lane 5. A good win there to Alexander Wood, who has got plenty left for the semi-finals, I would venture. It'll be the sculler next from Sydney Uni. Tom Anderson will finish in second place, equally comfortable in the closing strokes. And James Gardner of Melbourne University there as well. So pretty straightforward qualification there for those 3 scullers. Lachlan Dunn of St George will be the 4th and final sculler home in this first of 2 repechages in the under-23 men's single scull.
Certainly looks like they had a nice, pleasant scull down there with the wind dropping all the time.
It's just a light afternoon or a
late
little morning row along the waters of Lake Ngambie. Why not?
So confirming the results of the first repechage of the under-23 men's single scull, a win for Alex Wood of UTS Haberfield. Second, Tom Anderson, Sydney University Boat Club. Third, James Gardner, Melbourne University Boat Club. Those 3 scullers progress through to the semi-final. And fourth, Lachlan Dunn of St George Rowing Club. The provisional time 7 minutes 56.45 seconds, the margin 16.33 and 6.5. So the second repechage of the under-23 men's single scull is in progress with Kai Binion of the University of WA in lane 2. He's coached by George White. In lane 3, Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, Marcus Kane from Banks in Melbourne, coached by Tom Krieber and Tony Lee. In lane 5, Mitch Blackmore-Cram from Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Ross Tong and Robin Mackney. In lane 6, also from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Torren Olsen, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And a third Sydney sculler, Maximilian Crow is in lane 7, also coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. So Drummoyne sculler Mitch Blackmore-Cram was a rower at St Joseph's College, a good sculler, but went to live in the country and do an apprenticeship, so hasn't been sculling for a while. He's returned to Sydney, bought himself a single scull, and you'll see that his coach is Ross Tong, who was his coach at school. Now Ross is in New Zealand, probably tuned in listening to us now, and is basically coaching him remotely with the support of Robin Mackney, who's one of the coaches there at Drummoyne Rowing Club, and has brought so many good athletes through over the years. So the way the system works in Sydney is you have feeder clubs feeding into high performance clubs and state team and on up, hopefully, to the National Training Centre. And Drummoyne is an excellent feeder club in that way. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, blooding some good talent.
So just have to pause briefly there to deal with some domestic issues here at the course. We are back online now, and at the halfway mark, it was Harry Crouch of Sydney and the New South Wales Institute of Sport who led this second repechage of the under-23 men's singles scull. Harry Crouch, who rode was selected at least last year in the Australian under-23 men's 8 and the year before. And he is our race leader from Torren Olsen, who also represented Australia in the under-23 men's double scull, sitting in second place for the Sydney Rowing Club. So they are certainly our top two. And then in third, it was Maximilian Crowe. So Sydney Rowing Club 1, 2 and 3 here, Lizzie. So they are one of the high-performance clubs you were talking about in the New South Wales system.
Yeah, that's correct. So there's 4 high-performance rowing clubs in New South Wales: Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University Boat Club, UTS Haberfield and Mossman Rowing Club.
Well, Sydney certainly, yes, looking likely, you would think, to take out all 3 of the spots here. Certainly well in front continues to be Harry Crouch, then Torren Olsen and Maximilian Crowe very tight. And Mitch Blackmore-Cram, who
well.
Lizzie spoke about before, is up into 4th position, 1.7 seconds away from the top 3. Then it was Banks, Marcus Kane and Kai Binion from the University of Western Australia. So we'll see how the remote coaching is working for Mitch Blackmore-Cram here in the closing quarter of this race. He needs to make up about 2/3 of a length on this flotilla of Sydney Rowing Club scullers ahead of him, first, second and third. Harry Crouch certainly a pretty comfortable lead, 5.34 seconds it was, but very tight then. Torren Olsen in 6, Maximilian Crowe in 7, and Mitch Blackmore-Cram, the Drummoyne sculler, in lane 5, racing for 2 spots you would think that are left in the semi-finals of the under-23 men's single scull.
Yeah, Razor just asked, where's Harry Crouch from? So yes, he was Kinross Walleroy. And then, do you remember Richard Roach was the director there, and then he moved to become the director of rowing at Newington College and encouraged Harry to apply for a scholarship, which he got, and he moved to Newington College for his last 2 years. Yep, and then on to Sydney Rowing Club, and was, I believe, in the junior quad as well at one point. So yes, he's been on the national teams a few times, and certainly the strength and conditioning coach at the New South Wales Institute of Sport says that he, in the gym, it really moves well. So I think patterns of movement in rowing are so important. You look at how we put the blade in the water, load up the back, and you really need to use those big, strong muscles in the leg. And it's always been very interesting to see how well Harry has moved. And in fact, he really enjoys strength and conditioning and is now training himself to be a strength and conditioning coach.
And he's moving well here. He's moving straight across to take the win in the second repechage at under-23 men's single scull, as is Mitch Blackmore-Cram, who I think will get second. He stopped short, but he still gets second place, I believe. Mitch Blackmore-Cram of Drummoyne, I think. And in the excitement, I think it might have been Maximilian Crowe who took third. That race changed collection rapidly in the closing strokes. Marcus Kane of Banks has just missed out, and I think he knew that as he crossed the line. Torren Olsen was next, who was in the top 3 for most of the race, finishes 5th, and Kai Binion in 6th place. But those results still unofficial. Certainly Harry Crouch was the comfortable race winner, and it did look as if Mitch Blackmore-Cram moved up from 4th to 2nd, not just over the last 500, over the last 200 metres, and to get ahead of Maximilian Crowe of Sydney Rowing Club.
That was a fantastic result at the end there, wasn't it? Great race. So confirming what we believe are the results of the second repechage of the under-23 men's single scull. A win for Harry Crouch of Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. No doubt about that. But second, we believe, was Mitch Blackmore-Cram from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Third, Max Crowe from Sydney Rowing Club. And those 3 will progress through to the semi-final if we're right. Fourth, Marcus Kane of Banks, narrowly pipping Torren Olsen of Sydney Rowing Club to the post. He was 5th. And 6th, Kai Binion of the University of WA, but not that far behind. The provisional winning time, 7 minutes 43, so some 13 seconds faster than the previous heat, and the margins 5.4 and 0.97. Right, we're on to under-23 women's coxless pairs next, and we have a repechage here with Bridget Harwood and Sarah de Ure of Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 2. Tasmania University are in lane 3 with Amy Bain and Anna Blackwell. In lane 4, a composite between Buckingham and New Norfolk of Molly McCausland and Isabel Higgins. In lane 5, from Adelaide University Boat Club, Sophie Tickner and Caris Jones. And in lane 6, completing our field, another Tasmanian crew, Abby Butcher from North Esk, pairing up with Jessica Stevens of Buckingham Rowing Club.
Towards the 1500 metre mark now in race 148, the first of 2 repechauges here in the under-23 women's Coxless pair. And the race continuing to be led fairly comfortably by the Tasmanian combination there on lane 4, Buckingham and New Norfolk. Molly McCausland of New Norfolk, Isabel Higgins of the Buckingham Rowing Club with a fairly comfortable lead out to 6.5 seconds, in fact, from Melbourne University in second place. Bridget Harwood and Sarah de Ure, who are coached by Mitch Nelson over on lane 2 on the southern side of the course. And then in third, probably the red boat of the Tasmania University Boat Club, Amy Bain and Anna Blackwell there. Also in contention would be Adelaide University, Sophie Tickner and Caris Jones, another of the Jury Castlegrove coached crews. And another Tasmanian combination in lane 6, Abby Boucher of North Esk and Jessica Stevens of the Buckingham Rowing Club. So 3 Tasmanian crews in the field of 5 here in this first repechage of the under-23 women's Coxless pair. Only 2 can go through. It's first 2 to the A final. The rest of the field will go to the B final that will be held in this event. And certainly you would think the Buckingham New Norfolk combination in the centre of the course well placed here to move through. They have clear water on the rest of the field. So Molly McCausland and Isabel Higgins for the New Norfolk and Buckingham Rowing Clubs of Tasmania, ahead of then Bridget Harwood and Sarah de Ure from Melbourne University, looking to hold off the Tasmania University combination, Amy Bain and Anna Blackwell. Then Adelaide Uni in 5 and Buckingham North Esk in 6. But just the top 2 to go through. And it will be Molly McCausland and Isabel Higgins, who are coached by Abby Crow and Brett Crow collectively at the Buckingham and New Norfolk Rowing Clubs in Tasmania. Across they go in first place on lane 4. They'll win it by a couple of lengths. Second place will be Melbourne University, who are working hard late to stay in front of Tasmania University, but they will do so. So Melbourne Uni second, Tasmania Uni in third place will go to the B final. Fourth then Adelaide University, lane 5, and fifth place will be the Buckingham and North Esk composite combination on lane 6.
Confirming the results of the first repechage of the under-23 women's Coxless pair, a win for Buckingham and New Norfolk, McCausland and Higgins. Second, Melbourne University Boat Club, Harwood and de Ure. Those 2 crews will progress through to the A final. Third, Tasmania University. Fourth, Adelaide University. And fifth, Buckingham and North Esk Composite will progress through to the B final. Provisional time for that first repechage is 8 minutes, 3.61 seconds. The margin 5.91. The second repechage of the under-23 women's Coxless pair is now in progress, with the composite between the University of Queensland and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise in lane 2, Monique Bitsios and Carly Furman. In lane 3, Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson from Adelaide University Boat Club. In lane 4, a composite between Melbourne University Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club of Eliza Gaffney and Lauren Graham. In lane 5 from Cand, Rosie Turnbull and Jess Scott. And in lane 6, a composite between Cand and Pine Rivers of Georgia Stoddart and Lukey Smith. At the 500 metre mark, it was Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney who had taken the lead, and they continue to lead at the 1,000 metre mark. Stoddart and Smith from Cand and Pine Rivers were in second position at the 500 metre mark, but by midway point, were third and had moved into second by the midway mark, other way round. They were second and have moved to third, and Scott and Turnbull have overtaken them.
So two Queensland, or three Queensland combinations up here at the pointy end of the race. And as we noted yesterday, Jess Scott and Lukey Smith rode together with great success for a couple of years. Firstly, I think for St Hilda's, their school on the Gold Coast, and then for Griffith University Surfers Paradise, I think it was at the time, now rowing for the Canned Club. And in the case of Lukey Smith with Georgia Stoddart from Pine Rivers, and I think Ray stepped outside to cheer from the balcony once more as another Pine Rivers crew comes down in good position here.
Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney, I was talking earlier about people who'd been competing at the trials for the senior team, and those two certainly performed really well at trials, both of them scholarship holders with their respective institutes, Lauren Graham at NSWIS and Eliza Gaffney at the VIS, coached by Mitch Nelson and Lachlan Carter.
Yeah, so a good combination there,
certainly athletes to look to for the future, I think, yes.
And presumably a deliberate combination. They've gone from rowers from two cities who've been matched together somehow.
That's right, yes, exactly right, and seem to be honest, getting better and better, I think. Rowing in that lovely Empaka pair, which would be Sydney Rowing Club.
Well, that was my next question. Do they train in Sydney or Melbourne? But you've answered that one too, haven't they?
Yes, they have been training in Sydney, and the camps that are held by the national teams to prepare them.
Of course, yeah. So they are in front here, certainly. Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney. Then Canned Rosie Turnbull and Jess Scott. And Canned Pine Rivers, Georgia Stoddart and Lukey Smith. Coached by, well, the Canned crew coached by Scott Rowe, and the composite crew by Scott Rowe and the hard-working Ray Smith. And they would be the top three pretty comfortably here, but it's only two to go through to the A final. So the Canned Pine Rivers crew a length and a half or so short at this point of proceedings from the straight Canned crew in lane 5 there in second place. So it is Melbourne Uni and Sydney in front here. They're closing up late, all these crews. Canned really flying home to make sure they maintain second spot ahead of Canned Pine Rivers, and they'll hit the line about a length apart in each case. So Melbourne Uni and Sydney in first place. Second goes to Canned, Turnbull and Scott, and third place then will be Canned, Pine Rivers, Stoddart and Smith, who will go to the B final of the under-23 women's coxless pair. Fourth on the far side, University of Queensland and Griffith University. That's Monique Bitsios and Carly Furman. And fifth place then will go to Adelaide Uni, Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson.
Nice fast time there, 7 minutes 58.94 compared with 8:03 in the previous repechage. That was a win there for Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club and NSWIS, and Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University and the VIS. Second, Canned, Rosie Turnbull and Jess Scott, and those two crews will progress through to the A final. Third, the Canned Pine Rivers composite of Stoddart and Smith. Fourth, the composite of Bitsios from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Furman from UQBC. And fifth, Adelaide University Boat Club. They will progress through to the B final. And now the men's under-23 coxless pairs. Repechage number 1. In fact, the only repechage, let's just say. The only repechage with a composite in lane 2. Riley Reese-Turner from Swan River Rowing Club with William Birchmore from Tamar. In lane 3, Mossman Rowing Club's Nick Pender and Torben Ungemach. In lane 4, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Hamish Wynne-Pope and Charlie Bertruni. And in lane 5, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Nicholas Vlachodimotropoulos with Tom Murray. In lane 6, Canned and the Queensland Academy of Sport combination of Angus McCasker and Dylan Rhodes. And in lane 7, Sydney University Boat Club, Kieran Riach and Nicholas Miro. No, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Nick Miro is not very well, so it looks to me as though the Sydney University Boat Club crew has scratched rather than have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, it's the five crews in this race. No Sydney Uni. It is Mossman who lead here, Pender and Ungemach from then Melbourne Uni, Vlachodimotropoulos and Murray narrowly ahead of Melbourne Uni, Wynne-Pope and Bertruni. First and second only to the A final here, so the crew under pressure is Hamish Wynne-Pope and Charlie Bertruni there in lane 4 in the centre of the course. Mossman certainly our race leaders. There's two Melbourne Uni pairs coming at them late in the race, as was the case in the previous event as well. Canterbury 4th, Tamar Composite in 5th place, but it's Mossman just holding on from Melbourne Uni lane 5 and Melbourne Uni lane 4, and they'll cross the line in that order. So Mossman by 2/3 of a length, Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungemach there take the win. Nicholas Vlachodimotropoulos and Tom Murray will finish in second place, and third goes to Hamish Wynn-Pope and Charlie Batruni of Melbourne Union. Just missing out on the A final there. Fourth place to the canned combination, McCasker and Rhodes, and fifth will be the Tamar and Swan River composite crew of Birchmore and Rees Turner.
So confirming the results of the repechage of the under-23 men's coxless pair, a win for Mossman Rowing Club, Nick Pender and Torben Ungermach. Second, Melbourne University Boat Club, Nicholas Vlachodimotropoulos and Tom Murray. Those two crews progressed through to the A final. Third, Melbourne University Boat Club, Wynn-Pope and Batruni. Fourth, Canned, McCasker and Rhodes. And fifth, Tamar, Swan River, Rees Turner and Birchmore. Those three crews progressed through to the B final. The provisional winning time for that race, 7 minutes, 3.19 seconds with the margin of 1.47. We have repechages now in the open women's single scull. In the first repechage, Ebony Waldner, from Ballarat City is in lane 2. Hannah Dobby from Buckingham is in lane 3. Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle and the West Australian Institute of Sport, and of course our National Training Centre, is in lane 4. Lily Alton from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport is in lane 5, and she's joined by her colleague Liza Marie Lutz, also from UQBC and the QAS. Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University Programme is in lane 7. Another one of Nigel Harding's girls.
Yeah, one of many.
He's doing a great job there.
Yeah, good things happening in Canberra rowing. It certainly it sounds like at the moment.
They certainly are. They certainly are. Yeah, and ANU also has, here we go again, para-athletes. So Nick Neals on the men's side of things, and Rebecca Smith used to row for Pymble and has recently acquired an impairment that qualifies her now for PR3 rowing. So she's now rowing there too. So that's exciting to see. A great program and encompassing all comers.
Yep, no, great to see the growth of para rowing, which I know you've been a big part of, Lizzie, right across the country, and a trip to Tokyo last year as well.
That's right. Very exciting last year. We had about 10 really competitive athletes in the PR3 squad, and at trials ended up with 2 really strong coxed fours, bashing the hell out of each other, and our goal for a while now has been to crack that 7-minute mark, which would mean we were looking at a place on the podium. So we managed to do that in the final racing at trials, which was excellent, very exciting. And then, of course, dear COVID really played havoc with the program, but very proud indeed of the PR3-4 that eventually represented in Tokyo, and positioned 4th, which is the highest we've ever come at a Paralympic Games. And last time we won the B final, so we've made great progress in the
several
PR3.
steps up the rankings.
That's
there,
right, and that's
certainly
the way you do, isn't it?
It is, and only
Step by step.
as we mentioned yesterday, only 2 and a bit years until we can go and do it again in Paris. So
That's
a lot
exactly
to look
right.
forward to, and we have got a para race coming up fairly shortly. But we should focus on the course here for a moment, because some of our Olympians, or at least one in the case of Annabelle McIntyre, is on the course in this race. Of course, the Olympic, the gold medalist in the women's 4 in a fantastic finish to that race with the Dutch, wasn't it?
And throughout the last cycle, also incredibly successful in the women's pair with Jess Morrison, who's in the USA at the moment. So a very accomplished sweep rower, Annabelle McIntyre, who, as far as I'm aware, always rowed from Mantle, and pretty sure she also won medals at under 23 level, coached by Rhett Aliff back in the day. But was talking to Annabelle yesterday, and she really hasn't done much single sculling, especially recently. And I thought she looked really good yesterday. She said she really enjoyed it, and it's, again, step-by-step process to just see how she goes, figuring her way. At the 1,000 metre mark, she had the narrowest of margins, less than a second, over Lily Alton, very experienced sculler from the University of Queensland. But now at the 1,500 metre mark, she's extended that lead to 2.67 seconds, which is just about a length. They are well clear of Hannah Dobby from Buckingham, who's currently in 3rd, and Liza Marie Lutz from the University of Queensland, who's in 4th.
Lily Alton actually did lead this race narrowly after the first 500 metres, so certainly throwing out the challenge to Annabelle McIntyre in the early stages, but McIntyre's worked through the middle 1,000 well, and yes, as you said, narrow lead at halfway, a length now after 1,500, and looks to be going away with the race. The top two will go through, in any case, to the A final.
And the remainder will go through to a B final because, again, we're looking to rank the athletes for the purposes of national team selection. And let's face it, the purposes of actually knowing who's who and how people are progressing in our national system.
Yeah, certainly valuable racing here. And yes, a great a spread of athletes across the course. Ebony Ebenvalder from Ballarat City over in lane 2. Hannah Dobby of Buckingham from Tasmania in 3. Catherine Kahn of the ANU in lane 7. And as you mentioned, Liza Marie Lutz there from University of Queensland with 2 scullers in this race. Lily Alton very much in the top 2. A student at the St Margaret's Anglican Girls' School in Brisbane a few years ago now. A very successful rowing program there in Brisbane.
And she was a really fast junior sculler, wasn't she? And then came on up through under-21s into under-23s. Yeah. Yep. Hannah Dobby doing a great job there from Tasmania over across in lane 3.
She is, and she'll maybe able to get 3rd place, but unfortunately for her, it's only 2 through to the A final here. So Hannah Dobby and Liza Marie Lutz battling out 3rd and 4th. Lily Alton, after leading early, will finish 2nd. And Annabelle McIntyre, the gold medalist from the women's Coxless 4 at the Tokyo Olympics, turning her hand to single sculling because why not? And she's gone across and won the repechage by almost 2 lengths in the end from Lily Alton. So Annabelle McIntyre and Lily Alton are through to the A final of the Open Women's Single Scull. They will race for the medals on Thursday morning. 3rd place will go to Hannah Dobby of Buckingham. 4th then the next University of Queensland scull, Liza Marie Lutz there, as she comes across the line. And then it will be Catherine Kahn of the Australian National University, who will finish 5th ahead of Ebony Ebenvalder, who is coached by Grant McKechnie at the Ballarat City Rowing Club on Lake Wendouree.
Confirming the results of the repechage 1 of the Open Women's Single Scull, a win for Annabelle McIntyre of Fremantle and the West Australian Institute of Sport. 2nd, Lily Alton of University of Queensland Boat Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Those 2 scullers progress through to the A final. In 3rd, Hannah Dobby of Buckingham Rowing Club. In 4th, Liza Marie Lutz of University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport. In 5th, Catherine Kahn from ANU. In 6th, Ebony Ebenwaldner of Ballarat City will progress through to the B final. Looking forward to see how Hannah Dobby does in that, because that was an excellent scull from her, and it will get her a good lane in the B final, and that might be important with the wind lifting as it does. Provisional time for that race, 8 minutes, 13.73 seconds. On to repechage number 2, and we have Thea Adamson from the University of WA in lane 2, Mila Marston of Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport in lane 3, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport in lane 4, Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport in lane 5, Maddie Williams from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport in lane 6, and Joan Poe from Easter Rowing Club and the Singapore national team in lane 7.
And there's not too much distance to travel in this 2nd repechage of the Open Women's Single Scull. So our last 2 A finalists to be determined, who will join Annabelle McIntyre and Lily Alton from that 1st repechage, and also Tara Rigney and Rowena Meredith, who had impressive wins, both of them in their heat rows yesterday. And here in the centre of the course, it is another Australian Olympian in Sarah Hoare, who sat in the women's 8 that rowed in Tokyo. So another one to generally, well, better known, I think, as a sweeper rower in recent years, but racing here in the single scull and racing well. She leads this race ahead of Georgie Gleeson and also Miller Marston at this stage, with just 2 qualifying spots here. So the top 2 to go through. Sarah Hoare from the Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Brett Crowe.
Yeah, Georgie Gleeson, who's sitting in 2nd position, of course, from Victoria, but came across to attend university in Sydney and has now pushed her way into the National Women's Quad, which of course is a great group and is training at the National Training Centre. So at Sydney University she trains under Alfie Young and Jack Hanley, and of course now at the National Training Centre training with John Keogh, Tom Westgarth and Ellen Randell.
Came to Sydney to attend university. We do have universities in Melbourne.
Yes, and I believe she did do her undergraduate at Melbourne University. Melbourne University, is that right? Yeah, but they do have postgraduates at Sydney Uni, you know.
We'll accept that one. But
and look, I think the lovely thing about rowing is you can travel the world and go to all these wonderful educational institutes with another facet to your social life and academic life. So why not?
No, very
why
true.
wouldn't you? Especially if you've got universities like Melbourne University and Sydney Uni, top level unis. Yeah.
good way to see the world when we're allowed to, and at least see the country at the moment.
Yes.
Anyway.
That's right.
And it's a good race here with Georgie Gleeson and Miller Marston, the Sydney Uni and Melbourne Uni scullers going for second and third. Sarah Hoare is comfortably clear in this race, leading it by probably just under 2 lengths. She's working reasonably hard here in the closing strokes just to make sure she stays in a qualifying spot. So Sarah Hoare will go through and win it by about 1.5 lengths. Closing late is Georgie Gleeson there. And she will finish in second place ahead of Miller Marston from Melbourne University. So it is Hoare and Gleeson who go through to the A final. And just missing out is Miller Marston. Fourth place will be Thea Adamson of the University of Western Australia. In that, what would you call that colour, Lizzie? Is that fuchsia or something? I'm no expert in colours, but it's not quite pink. But anyway, it's Madeline Williams fifth, and Joan Poe, the sculler from the Easter Rowing Club in Singapore, the Singaporean single sculler the Tokyo Games. And she has come down to the Australian Championships to compete, and she'll finish here in 6th place, and she'll race again in the B final of the Open Women's Single Scull.
Which will be excellent. So confirming the results then, the winner, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club. Second, Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University Boat Club, and they progress through to the A final. The remainder to the B final, a provisional time 8 minutes 12 seconds for the winning crew. Now we have a repechage in the men's single scull as well, with the first 3 to progress to the semi-final. Joel Nakarinen from Tamar is in lane 2. James Meads from Banks is in lane 3. Paddy Holt from UTS Haberfield, the New South Wales Institute of Sport and the National Training Centre is in lane 4. William Hines from the University of WA is in lane 5. Devlin Walsh from Sydney University Boat Club is in lane 6. And Jack Barrett from North Esk is in lane 7.
This is the only repechage of the Open Men's Single Scull, with the top 3 to move through to the semis. So presumably 9 qualifiers already from the heats yesterday. And this is race 153 at the halfway mark now. It's a pretty handy lead to Paddy Holt of UTS Haberfield, almost 7.5 seconds over James Meads from the Banks Rowing Club. And then Devlin Walsh of Sydney University currently in 3rd. So they are the ones in the qualifying spots. Jack Barrett of North Esk, the first of 2 Tasmanians. The Tamar sculler there, Joel Nakarinen. I venture that might be a Nordic, a name of Nordic heritage. Finnish, if I had to guess, but rowing for the Tasmanian club. That is the Tamar Rowing Club, coached by Ken Davey.
Ken Davey from, what's it called again? Online videos and things. Oh, I can't remember what it's called, but Ken Davey, a great technician there, and I love his videos and the way he explains things. Very good with Anthony Edwards. So definitely a resource online if anybody's looking to pick up some good videos. Isn't that annoying? Can't remember what it's called now. Somebody will text you, Razor, don't worry. So they're through the 1,500 metre mark now, and Paddy Holt continues to lead. So Paddy, originally from Queensland, came down to study, I'm going to get this wrong now, but I'm sure it's engineering, but it might be something like commerce as well, or economics. Came down to UTS Haberfield to study that and row in the programme headed by Tim McLaren and Alex Field. Gained a scholarship with the New South Wales Institute of Sport and then was invited to trial for the National Training Centre. So a fine sculler, but a really great sweep rower as well. So of course did that under-21 pair with Nick Lavery that was so fast a few years ago. And then unfortunately Paddy had to have an operation on his knee, so that set him back for a year. And Nick of course made the senior team in that year. But now here he is on the comeback. Knees are sore, but okay. And here he is leading in the single scull in this repechage of the Open Men's single scull, wanting to join his colleagues from the National Training Centre in the semi-finals.
So it's Paddy Holt in front here for UTS, comfortably so. For second, it looks to be Devlin Walsh of Sydney Uni, narrowly leading the Bank Sculler James Meads now. They're very tight still for second and third. Both will go through to the semi-finals, and Jack Barrett of North Esk and the Tamar Sculler on the far side of the course. But certainly Paddy Holt from UTS cleared by the best part of 3 lengths now, with only a couple of strokes to go. So it will be a comfortable win to this sculler from the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Paddy Holt takes the win there. Very tight for second and third. It will be narrowly banked. So I think James Meads taking second place. Third goes to Sydney University. Devlin Walsh. Those 3 are through to the semi-finals ahead of North Esk Jack Barrett. 5th place will be Tamar's Joel Nakarinen, and 6th place is William Hines from the University of Western Australia.
Confirming the results of the repechage of the Open Men's single scull, a win for Paddy Holt, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Second, Banks, James Meads. And third, William Hines, University of Western Australia. No, that's not right. Third was
Devlin Walsh
from Sydney University. Sorry, I got that the wrong way round. And so those 3 scullers will progress now to the semi-final. The remainder will progress. The remainder are eliminated. You really do have to watch what's written on the programme carefully,
to read the fine print from time to time. But and the other thing, Lizzie, it is decent rowing. We have established
decent rowing. That's it. Ken Davey from Decent Rowing. And we were wondering about Paddy's school, so he was Brisbane Grammar. Decent Rowing. So there we go, guys. Recommend that you look them up online. Okay, let's get back to women's rowing, and from the single scull up into the coxless pair, where we have our first heat in this event. We have a composite in lane 1, Georgia Patton from West Australian Rowing Club with Kate Rowan from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 2, Diana Johns from Adelaide Rowing Club with Alacock Tunney from Adelaide University. In lane 3, Jean Mitchell from Melbourne University with Anna Kirkwood from Mercantile. In lane 4, Katrina Wary from Mercantile Rowing Club with Lucy Steffen from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 5, the only crew that's not a composite, Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 6, Ella Bramwell from Adelaide Rowing Club with Emma Fessy from UTS. And in lane 7, Morgan Reimer from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise with Ellen Posey from the University of Queensland Boat Club.
And we thank Sydney University for not being a composite, because it makes it much easier for us to say the crew names. But a hot field here in the Open Women's Coxless pair opening heat, Lizzie, although it is a race for lanes here, the sole heat of the Open Women's Coxless pair.
What? So we went through all of that and it's just a race for lanes. Oh, well, guys. There we go. We're just practicing
it's lucky
getting
you
old.
didn't read that till the end. But that is the race, but for the will be on Thursday. No, on Friday, I think it will be the race for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy, the Open Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. So that's magnificent and unique trophy to be awarded once again later in the week.
Yes, good for you. And it's a cracking field. I mean, look at these pairs, these names, and particularly look Kat Wary and Lucy Steffen back together again.
So it is Melbourne Uni Mercantile leading here on lane 4. The combination of Kat Wary and Lucy Steffen. Kat Wary rode in the Australian Women's 8 in Tokyo last year, and Lucy Steffen, one of Ballarat's finest, the latest gold medalist in the Coxless 4 at the Tokyo Olympics, teaming up here in the Melbourne University and Mercantile combination. Yes, originally from Neil, but went to school in Ballarat at one of the, not sure which one, but one of the production line of Ballarat rowing schools that ring Lake Wendouree. So Lucy Steffen and Kat Wary, two of the top rowers at this level of competition. Certainly well clear here in this race for lanes on lane 4. Over on the far side of the course looks to be Georgia Patton and Kate Rowan in second place, Sydney University and the West Australian Rowing Club. And then third may well be UTS and Adelaide, Ella Bramwell and Emma Fessy there in a good race with also, would that be the Mercantile Composite crew, Jean Mitchell and Anna Kirkwood.
Interesting to see Georgia Patton and Kate Rowan in the pair together, because both of them better known for their sculling.
Yeah.
So great to see them. Again, this is a great opportunity, isn't it, for our top rowers to have an opportunity to change disciplines. Although I was talking yesterday about Alex Pinnell and Jack Hargreaves and how fantastic they look in the single scull, having moved from the Coxless 4. But I was talking to another of our fine sweep rowers who was saying he can't imagine anything worse than having to do 2,000 metres in a single scull. So it's not for everybody.
No, that's right. Everyone has their preference, but certainly two well-credentialed sweeper rowers out in front here in the form of Katrina Wary of Mercantile and Lucy Steffen of the Melbourne University Boat Club. They'll win this race for lane for 2 lengths, and they will get the centre lane in the race for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy later in the week. Georgia Patton of the West Australian Rowing Club and Kate Rowan of Sydney University Boat Club, another former Queenslander, or at least moved from Queensland. They will finish in second place. Third goes to Adelaide Uni and goes to Mercantile and Melbourne Uni. That's Jean Mitchell, Anna Kirkwood. Fourth place then is the lane
Sydney University
6
crew.
combination. Yes.
Right?
No, it was. No, it's Adelaide. Ella Bramwell and Emma Fessy there in fourth place. Fifth then was Sydney Uni. Sixth will be the University of Queensland, Morgan Reamer and Ellen Posey in the lane 7 crew. And seventh place is then Adelaide Uni, Adelaide, as these 6 composite crews and one from Sydney Uni reached the end of the race for lanes, the only heat of the open women's coxless pair.
But raced right through to the end by the looks of things, and winning time there for Kat Wary and Lucy Steffen of 7 minutes 38 seconds, and the margin back to Georgia Patton and Kate Rowan just 4.84 seconds. And of course, race for lanes, important to take it seriously, because if the wind comes up, that you'll get a better lane if you've finished in a better position. So we have a couple of heats now in the open men's coxless pairs, with just the first 2 to progress to the A final and the remainder going to a repechage. In lane 2, we have a composite from Swan River and West Australian Rowing Club of Jack Cleary and Sam Marsh. In lane 3, from Commercial and Mercantile, Ben Canham and Adam Backer. In lane 4, another composite of, this time the other way round, Mercantile and Commercial, Harley Moore and Angus Widdicombe. In lane 5, Sydney Tamar composite of Henry Yule and Sam Hardy. And in lane 6, the composite between Melbourne University and UTS Haberfield of Nick Lavery and Simon Keenan. Now, all of these hold scholarships with their respective states, and I'm pretty sure all of them at the National Training Centre, aren't they? And just correcting then, Harley Moore is now Spencer Turren rowing with Angus Widdicombe in lane 4. And Harley Moore is now rowing with Adam Backer, so Ben Canham is out. Thank you, Razor. Oof. Well, at the 500 metre mark, it was Nick Lavery and Simon Keenan who at the trials were selected into the pair as part of the 8 squad, and they are leading.
So this is the provisional Australian men's pair racing together here. So that's the lane 6 combination closest to the judges' tower side of the course here. That is Nick Lavery and Simon Keenan. And across on the other side would be Jack Cleary and Sam Marsh. So they're the top 2, certainly. This is first and second through to the A final, this first heat of the open men's coxless pair. And we've just established the lane 5 crew here, Yule and Hardy, have not started in the race. So it is a field of 4, and certainly being led by Lavery and Keenan, the Melbourne Uni UTS composite crew. On the other side then, Jack Cleary and Sam Marsh from the West Australian and Swan River rowing clubs, of course, another of the National Training Centre combinations. They're over in lane 2. They're our top 2. Then back to those crews where the seating had changed. Harley Moore and Adam Backer in lane 3, and then Spencer Turren and Angus Widdicombe in lane 4. But those two crews will have to go via the repechage. The top two here straight to the A final, and it's Nick Lavery of UTS and Simon Kenyon of Melbourne University Boat Club, who are comfortably across in first place by the best part of 3 lengths over Jack Cleary from the West Australian Rowing Club and Sam Marsh from Swan River. Those two crews through to the A final, and then next time it will be Moore and Backer in what's named at least as the commercial composite crew, and then Turren and Widdicombe in the mercantile composite crew, lane 4, finishing in 4th place, and no appearance there from lane 5.
So just confirming the results of the first heat of the Open Men's Coxless pair, a win for Nick Lavery of UTS and Simon Keenan of Melbourne University. Second, the composite of Swan River West Australian Rowing Club's Jack Cleary and Sam Marsh. Those two crews progressed through to the A final. Third was the Commercial Rowing Club crew of Harley Moore and Adam Backer. Fourth, the Mercantile Sydney Rowing Club composite of Spencer Turren and Angus Widdicombe, and they progressed to the repechage. The second heat of the Open Men's Coxless pair is now in progress. I'm going to read what's on the sheet and you can just check, because it looks like Yule and Hardy are in this one. In lane 2, Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport pair of Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench. In lane 3, the Sydney Tamar composite of Henry Yule and Sam Hardy. In lane 4, the Sydney University Boat Club crew of Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien. In lane 5, the West Australian Swan River composite of Miles McQuillan and Gus Laufman. And in lane 6, the composite of Alexander Wolfe from Mercantile with Alex Nichol from Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah, exactly right, Lizzie. There's definitely 5 crews in this race, so I'm not sure what went on there with the draw for the previous race, but it's definitely Yule and Hardy who are racing here in the Sydney Tamar composite crew and doing a pretty good job, sitting second at the halfway mark in this, the race for the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy, the Open Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia, and we're looking for just 2 more crews to move directly through to the A final. The remaining 3 will have to go via the repechage as we move through the racing for the Open Men's Coxless Pair. The final of this race will also take place on Friday, and the repechage is on tomorrow's program. So through halfway, and it was lane 2. That is Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench for the Sydney University Boat Club, who are leaders at both 500 and at halfway.
And so these rowers both rowed at junior level, moved their way up through under 21s to under 23s, and were in the under 23 squad the last couple of years. Coached at Sydney University by Don McLaughlin, both Institute of Sport scholarship holders who were part of the squad that trained under Rhett Aliff at the Men's National Training Centre leading into trials, and both of them performing really well and now progressing through into the Men's 8 squad. Henry Yule, also at the NTC, but has been suffering some injuries, so a bit of a late start to his season here, but pairing up with the very experienced Sam Hardy from Sydney Rowing Club, rowed at Harvard, did the pair, of course, with Josh Hicks, and so Olympian, and now helping Henry Yule to have a really good second half of the season by the looks of things, in sitting firmly in second place there, ahead of Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien. So Jack O'Brien selected recently into the 4. He rowed at St Joseph's College and did the Junior World Championships in the Cox 4 with Lachlan Miles. So I think lots of fun for the two of them to get back together in the pair.
Yeah, and they're going to, well, they've got to go pretty soon if they're to move into the top 2, that combination of Miles and O'Brien, but they are right in contention here for a qualifying spot. And but they do look to be coming down, well, exactly in lane order now across the course. Lane 2 from 3, 4, 5 and 6. So the top 2 only through to the A final at this stage. O'Shannessy and Kench from Yule and Hardy in the NTC boat there on lane 3. Then it is Miles and O'Brien with quite a gap back behind them to the all-West Australian combination. Miles McQuillan of Swan River and Gus Laufman of the West Australian Rowing Club. And then the Sydney Mercantile composite combination in 5th, Alexander Wolf of Mercantile and Alex Nicol of Sydney Rowing Club.
Alex Nicol, of course, the Rowing Australia Pathway Athlete of the Year. Strange to see them rowing the pair like that, so one can only think that they're either strategically, deliberately wanting to go through the repechage, or there's something not quite right. Usually a very fast combination, those two.
Yeah, we'll wait and see as the races unfold. The race there won by Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kent, who've led all the way on lane 2. Second place to Henry Ewell and Sam Hardy. So those two through to the A final. Third then Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien. Fourth place will be Miles McQuillan and Gus Louthman. And then in 5th, Alexander Wolf and Alex Nicol. So I guess we'll see tomorrow if they've saved themselves for the repechage, if they really want the outside lane and the extra race. But
Good point.
you never know. You never know. But
You never know.
they certainly aren't having to expend too much energy late in this one. So they'll be across in 5th place, and they will race again tomorrow on the repechage of the Open Men's Coxless pair.
So confirming the result then, Heat 2 of the Open Men's Coxless pair was a win for O'Shannessy and Kench from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And second, Ewell and Hardy from Sydney and Tamar. And the winning time was 6 minutes 50.01 seconds as opposed to the previous heat, which was almost exactly the same, 6 minutes 50.67. However, a closer margin, just 3 seconds between those two crews. They progressed to the A final, the remainder to the repechage. Our first para race is on the course, and this is the race for lanes for the PR3 men's single scull. In lane 2, the well-known Mac Russell from the University of Queensland Boat Club. He's such a character, always up for a good race, and so I'm sure he'll give us some entertaining performance here now. He's coached, of course, by his father, Michael Russell. In lane 3, James Talbot, Paralympian from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, coached by Chris Holliday and Tom Lorridge. In lane 4, Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg Rowing Club, coached by Alan Goff. Great to see him back again. It was his first ever Nationals last year in Barrington. In lane 5, Nicholas Neals from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by the head coach there, Dave Fermano. Nick, who performed very well recently in his first ever national team trials and is through to the national PR3-4 squad. Stuart John, our co-commentator, also representing the Australian National University, is in lane 6, and Aaron Skinner from the local club Nestles, I think you pronounce it, don't you, is in lane 7.
Nestles.
You pronounce it Nestles, do you? Yeah. Well, I would, but
Nestles Rowing Club from Warrnambool.
Warrnambool, right.
I guess local-ish in the sense it's the same state, but Warrnambool over towards the western side of Victoria on the south coast.
End of the Great Ocean Road.
That's
is that
exactly right.
Yeah.
Yep. It would be different in Switzerland. Yes. Nestle's Rowing Club of Warrnambool. So Aaron Skinner there in lane 7, and yes, Stuart John, who's made a quick transformation from commentary box to racing on the water there, but it's Nicholas Neals, the other of the ACT scholars, who's led this race from the start. Lizzie had a narrow lead at 500 and 8.5 seconds after 1,000 metres.
That's pretty convincing, isn't it? So Nick, his first set of trials was this year, and he did the New South Wales State Championships, where he performed in the single to great credit. So earlier in the regatta, I think it was this morning, we saw Albert Park College perform really well, and we were talking about Minnie Cade and Virginia Lee, who started the program there. Well, Nick is a graduate of the Albert Park College school program. When he went to university, he was spotted by Nick Hunter, who is the president of ANU, and invited to have a go at para rowing because he has an impairment that qualifies him for that, and he's taken to it like a duck to water. What a great goal for him, and he's doing really well.
And it's fortuitous you're here, Lizzie, at this for this para race, because we know you are the guru. So maybe just quickly take us through the categories again. PR3 is the...
well, essentially has 3 muscle groups that are fully utilised. So the legs, the trunk and the arms. PR2, the trunk and the arms. And PR1 is where really it's only the arms.
So this is, for want of a better term, the lesser end of the impairment scale.
Correct.
Amongst the para athletes.
Correct, and so it does also include a visual impairment as its own impairment. So yeah,
as opposed to Eric Horry, for example, in the PR1 level, where he's rowing with
arms only.
basically just the
essentially
arms.
arms only.
Yep.
Yes. and we'll get to see him race a little later. Yeah.
Yep. So we have this is the PR3 men's single scull. The PR3 women's single will be the first race after the lunch break. So in I think about 30 or 40 minutes time. But it continues to be the sculler from the ACT, Nicholas Niels, who does lead this race convincingly from James Talbot and Mac Russell. Of course, Mac Russell's had great success this regatta over the years, particularly rowing in the maroon of Queensland in the interstate regatta.
Very proud Queenslander, isn't he? And performed to great credit in the games that Razor and I were talking about earlier, the INAS Global Games for intellectual impairments that was held in Queensland 2 years ago, I think.
No,
and I think it's going to be held again
It
soon.
was before COVID, so
Oh.
I think it might have been 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, life before COVID.
Yeah, we just don't. Well, certainly in Victoria, we don't count the past 2 years. So really, it was still last year. Nicholas Niels of the ANU, but yeah, well clear here. You wonder if the same mind games and tactics take place here in this race for lanes. Whether they are saving themselves up. The final, Lizzie, will be in a few days, I imagine. So they'll have a bit of time to recover before going out and racing in the final later in the week. But certainly Nicholas Niels is going to lock up the centre lane, and alongside him will be James Talbot of Sydney Uni, then Mac Russell, and then we go back to the other three scullers in the race here. The red boat, I think, is Aaron Skinner of Nestles. Christian Lane Krebs also there of Bundaberg. But across the line to take the win goes Nicholas Niels of the Australian National University, and the ACT Academy of Sport. A convincing win for him in the race for lanes, the only heat of the PR3 men's single scull. So it's Nicholas Niels in first place. Second will be James Talbot, just easing up on the line there as he secures the next lane in the final. Mac Russell will finish in third place over there in lane 2. And then a bit of a gap back to our remaining 3 sculls. I can only see 2 at the moment.
But that doesn't mean there are only 2. There could well be somebody further down. Nope, there isn't.
But the red boat certainly is that of Aaron Skinner.
Yeah, that's always very distinctive, his boat, isn't it?
So he'll finish fourth, the Victorian there, who I assume will be rowing in the Victorian colours too on in the interstate regatta, the opening races of the interstate regatta being now the PR3 men's and women's single sculls.
And I think is that Christian Lane Krebs over there? I'm very worried we're missing Stuart.
Yes, we've been talking him up for all morning.
I hope he didn't miss the start because...
Well, he was talking quite a lot up here during the morning, so maybe, yes, I don't know. But, yeah, I'm not sure he did start this race after all that. It's definitely the Bundaberg Rowing Club sculler there in 5th place. Christian Lane Krebs, coached by Alan Goff.
What a great job Alan's doing. So I think he also coaches Rebecca Markwell, who's from the Queensland team. But just looking back on Christian last year and how he was really challenged by both the course and the conditions, and seeing him row here, what a great job you've done, Alan. Fantastic improvement there, and it's so exciting to see that we're now getting to the stage where we have so many PR3 rowers. We're having heats before we even get to the race for lanes. So in the women's, we've got 2 heats coming up after the lunch break. So confirming the results then of the race for lanes for the PR3 men's single sculler, a win for Nicholas Niels of the ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme. Second, James Talbot from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Third, Mac Russell from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Fourth, Aaron Skinner from Nestles. And fifth, Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg Rowing Club. The winning time, 7 minutes, 56.08 seconds.
So we'll pause briefly for the luncheon break. We'll have Ray Abbott back with his interview after the break as well. So in about probably only 30 or so minutes time, Ray Abbott back with his lunchtime interview before racing resumes with the heats, the 2 heats, as Lizzie explained, of the PR3 women's single scull to open the afternoon session of racing.
So welcome back to the after lunch interview, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Rowing Australia's Deputy Performance Director, Jaime Fernandez. Welcome, Hammer.
Thank you very much, Razor. Lovely to be here.
And a bit of trouble setting up. Apparently I need to sit on a chair a bit higher so that I can almost look you in the eye, but it's a bit late for me to grow any higher. I'm just getting wider.
Lucky for the pneumatic seats, mate. We can go down. Balance
Now,
this out.
part of your role as Performance Director is to develop the Pathways program. So we've got 17s, 19s, 21s, 23s. They're all in your remit, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. No, look, I have the great fortune of working with a really broad and diverse athlete pool, but not only that, obviously the coaches, clubs, schools, the National Institute network, the state organisation. So it's an incredibly diverse group, as I said. Lots of fun, lots of different people. At the same time, lots of challenges for those people making or keeping young people engaged in the sport and producing wonderful athletes that we've been seeing here over the last 2 days.
And you mentioned almost all of it. The other thing is all the kids that are at college in America.
Yeah, and look, it's an interesting sort of evolution over a period of time, but we started tracking US college students around 2011. We now have approximately 161 young women and men in the US studying and training and competing there. So it's a really important talent pool, some wonderful young athletes. And just by way of example, you have Angus Dawson, who is an Olympian from Tokyo in the men's 8 at Cal Berkeley, and a former junior world champion in Fergus Hamilton at Yale, currently sort of stroking that boat and the #1 boat in the US, just as a couple of examples of the quality.
Young Eels, I heard yesterday, she's at Yale. And young Paddy Holt from Brisbane has just won, I think he set some sort of ergo record at the college he's at.
Paddy Holt.
Paddy Long.
Paddy Long, that's
Yeah.
right. Nudgy boys.
Yeah. Grammar versus Nudgy. We can't
exactly.
have that. Yeah, Paddy Long.
Bosey will be on to you.
Yeah. But so you've also had a change in staff now. You've got Lyle McCarthy's gone back into the elite system, and Jason Lane's left the South Australian Sports Institute to come to work with you and John Bowes.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, firstly, just really want to say thanks to Lyle and all the work that he's done over the last 5 years, supporting myself and the pathway. As we were chatting about, Lyle's often about 10 steps ahead of the rest of us in terms of what he's seeing on the water, which makes it really exciting and interesting. But a great opportunity for him to go back into what, as I've said to him personally, I think where his greatest asset and skills lie in really coaching people to be really successful at that elite level. Jason coming in now will provide some good structure and some different ideas and thoughts, really good working with people. So I think great opportunity for both of those gentlemen and for our sport, most importantly.
Absolutely. And, the club structure, how many clubs in each state are sort of designated feeding into these things, or is it a bit hit and miss?
I wouldn't say hit and miss. That would say there's no plan to it, Razor. No. There's always a plan. Every state and territory ultimately determines what's the best delivery model for that environment. They know their environments better than anyone, so they determine that. Obviously, New South Wales and Victoria are 2 biggest states where approximately 60% of our underage and even senior teams often come from.
Yep.
They deliver their programs through their performance clubs. So there's the 4 clubs in Sydney, the 2 currently in Melbourne, albeit they've altered their structure slightly so athletes from other clubs can receive some funding as a part of that, which I think is great. And then you have, in WA we have clubs, other clubs around the country that help to deliver these programs as well.
It's an exciting time ahead, Hammer. And the last question, I said to you about a couple of young athletes before, and you said, will they be Olympians? So we've got to look at, they can win an under-17 medal or they can win an under-19 world championship medal, but ultimately we need them on an Olympic team.
Absolutely, that's the main goal. How do we transition them into our national training centres and then, more importantly, onto a podium in Olympic Games? That's the big prize.
Yep, well, we look forward to it in Paris in 2024, and thanks for all that you do.
My pleasure.
Good luck with the next time coming ahead.
My pleasure. I think I'm the one who's lucky. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Hammer.
Pleasure.
Check out the Regatta Village for a spot of shopping. We've got you covered from head to toe with rowing jewellery or gifts from Sports Republic and great oars, rowing apparel from Pontoon Sports and 776 BC, and innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing. Please don't forget to pick up your official merchandise from the Regatta shop. A special exhibition at this year's Australian Rowing Championships will celebrate the achievements of our Tokyo Olympians and Paralympians, as well as relieving the highlights of the Tokyo 2020 rowing regattas, including the famous 4-medal haul, Hour of Power, and the moment Eric Horry OAM clinched his third Paralympic silver medal. The exhibition will document the experience of Australia's rowing athletes as they navigated a 12-month games delay. Rowing Victoria is hosting the 2022 Masters Rowing Championships from the 19th till the 22nd of May 2022 at Lake Wendouree in Ballarat. Visit rowingaustralia.com.au for more information. Rowing Australia are excited to welcome back the 500 metre sprint events, a fast, fun and exciting racing format in excellent viewing for spectators. These will be run on Saturday afternoon, so stick around to catch these races. This year, for the first time, Rowing Australia is hosting a coaching and officiating conference. It is at the Mantra On View Hotel in Surfers Paradise from Friday evening the 22nd to the 24th of April. Come along to hear from those involved in the Olympics and Paralympics, as well as Professor Jean Cote, one of the world's foremost coach educators. Cote will be talking about effective coaching. Buy your tickets today at rowingaustralia.com.au. Get involved with the 2022 ANZAC Indoor Rowing Challenge and row 2,504 metres as many times as you can on Anzac Day, the 25th of April. The 2022 Australian Rowing Championships is proudly supported by the Shire of Strathbogie, Greater Shepparton City Council and the Victorian State Government. Take your performance to the next level at 776 BC Pop-Up this Australian Rowing Championships. Learn how to get your club or school racing in 776 BC custom teamwear, plus access exclusive regatta offers on 776 BC's latest performance products, including their new technical outerwear range developed in partnership with the Australian rowing team. In the event of an emergency or evacuation, please follow the direction of event and venue staff. All cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended. Keep Ngambie beautiful. Make sure that you put your rubbish in the bins provided. Make sure to stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long sleeve shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. For the latest results and daily draws, visit our website arc.rowingaustralia.com.au. Attention, can I please have your attention? This is an important message. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we advise and recommend that all patrons and competitors take precautions to minimise your risk. Please wash your hands regularly, cover coughs and sneezes, and encourage others to do so as well, and recommend wearing a mask while in stores. You can also find hand sanitizer at stations all around the venue. If you are experiencing any of the below symptoms, please advise one of our first aid officers. And it goes on to talk about the symptoms of COVID, and we implore you to report to our paramedics if you have any of these symptoms. So we're in the starters' hands and away in the PR3 Women's Single Scull Heat 1. First race after the lunch break. In lane 3 is Balmain Lauren Webber. Lane 4 Balmain Bronte Marshall. Lane 5 Drummoyne Stephanie Walker. And lane 6 is Banks Susanna Lutz. The Balmain Scullers coached by Anne Craig, Liam Jones and Barbara Ramjam. Drummoyne coached by Kathleen Hextall and Robert Glendenning. And we don't have a coach listed for the Banks Sculler, Susanna Lutz.
It's a new name to me as well.
Yeah, is it Lutz? Lutzy? Not sure, but I'm sure we'll be corrected.
I'm sure we will. So if there's anybody out there from Banks can tell us who's coaching Susanna and a bit of her background, we'd love to hear from them.
We do, and fortunately, just about every sculler, their coaches are listed except for Susanna. We mentioned earlier Alan Goff in the next race, and Craig, Liam Jones, Barbara Ramjam. Barbara Ramjam's one of the enduring para rowing coaches.
She certainly is. So she heads up Balmain para rowing in Sydney. Yep, and she and Anne Craig run a great program there, along with Liam James, who is Barbara's son.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right.
Yeah. So as we progress down the course, a 2,000 metre race, so quite a way, and sometimes longer than some of these para scullers race, but this is the Olympic distance, so if you are new to rowing, most Olympics.
Yep.
Yes.
Not in LA in 2028.
That's right, but most Olympics are 2,000, and Paralympics are 2,000 metres. Now the PR3 single is not actually a Paralympic event. At the Paralympics, at the moment, the only PR3 event is the mixed coxed four. So that is sweep rowing where you have one oar and both hands on that one oar. But we did have the very welcome news with effect from Paris. There will be a PR3 mixed double scull as well, which will be wonderful for Australia. Yeah. Wonderful for Australia, yeah. Now you do have to have a higher level of impairment in order to qualify for the mixed double. But we do have quite a number of scullers in Australia who might think about that and certainly throw their hat in the ring. So looking forward to that.
Ever increasing numbers.
Yes.
Of para rowers, isn't there?
That's right, and I think that is because coaches are gradually becoming more confident to coach para rowers, and clubs are becoming more confident about how to manage the risk around having a para rower, which is not huge, I have to say, especially for PR3s.
So PR3's here. Are we aware of any of these athletes being vision impaired? I can see the umpires both not following anyone in particular.
So, which would make me think that no, none of them are. The only one that's new to me is Susanna Lutzy. And then in our next heat, we've obviously got Jessica Gallagher, who is vision impaired. Yep. Oh, Rebecca Markwell does have a slight visual impairment. Right, there we go. Yep. Rebecca, who has been the women's para sculler representative for Queensland and has been on the scene for quite some time now, coached, as we said, by Alan Goff.
Goffy's that old, he used to race against me.
Oh, really? That old? Glazer, that old?
Yeah.
And in this race we have Stephanie Walker and Bronte Marshall. Bronte, who used to row, and Lauren Webber. And Lauren and Bronte used to row together at the para program that PLC Sydney run. Yeah, so the only school I know of that has a specific para program. So yeah.
So who was running that?
Well, it was Jenny Clark, basically, who set it up, who was the coordinator of that school program for a number of years. So Lauren and Bronte, who both row with Balmain Para Rowing, and Bronte, who's one of my gym buddies, doing circuits at the gym there in Drummoyne, where we both live. Both of them coached by Anne Craig and Barbara Ramjan and Liam James. And Stephanie Walker, who rows from Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Rob Glendenning. And all three of those scullers were part of that squad that went to the INES Global Games.
And Kathleen's here working away on the regatta
She
as
is
well.
indeed, isn't she? She's amazing how much she does. So Kathleen, who heads up indoor rowing for Rowing Australia and does a terrific job getting all of the competitions up and running, and then working here also managing the workforce.
Yep, she's doing a great job,
And she and Rob Glendenning also look after the MLC school program in Sydney
in her spare time.
in their spare time. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a very busy lady, and she does a great job for the noble sport, that's for sure. So conditions as good as they've been all day, but I have been advised that later in the day it's expected to get quite windy, so we will make announcements just on site later on about the dropping of tents for the night.
Oh, that's a very good idea.
And we've got another grass fire, Lizzie.
Is that what that was yesterday?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's very windy, isn't it? It doesn't surprise me. We're halfway through the 2,000 metre race in this PR3 Women's Single Scull Heat number 1, and it is the newcomer to the para scene, Susanna Lutz from the Banks Rowing Club in Victoria, who has taken a lead of roughly a length over the pocket rocket Bronte Marshall from Balmain Rowing Club.
Of course, Banks, the home of Rosie Popper, who won an Olympic gold medal in 2021 for the 2020 Tokyo Games. And Rosie is another one who began rowing, being coached by David Orchard.
Is she really? There
yeah,
you go.
David Orchard.
You mentioned him
coached her,
earlier.
yeah, out of Banks. So, of course, Rosie's mum and dad, both Olympians. Jon, of course, winning a world championship for Australia in the men's 8 in 1986.
Yeah, 1986, yep. And
Sue
Chapman,
Yep.
who was in the women's squad back in the 80s. And I always remember coming from Great Britain because, of course, we share the same surname. And so she was a bit of an inspiration to me to keep going and try and make that GB team.
So the Banks sculler is certainly making a bold bid for victory here. The Balmain sculler Bronte Marshall is right there with her. There's very little to choose between the two of them. Then back to the other two. It's almost two races within the race. Stephanie Walker and Lauren Webber going stroke for third place. And up at the lead, Susanna Lutz and Bronte Marshall going stroke for a place directly into the final. Both will go through, however. It's first two to the A final, the remaining scullers to the repechage.
Susanna Lutz doing a really good job there. She's has long legs and arms by the looks of things, and she's making good use of them with excellent separation. Her hands coming away from the body at the finish before her knees pop up, so that she's
but I
able
reckon
to create
Marshall's
length
just
and lock
about
over.
back in front again now. It's very close out there, Lizzie.
It is. Now, Bronte Marshall, she is short of stature, but massive in spirit and heart, so she would never give up. And I've seen her row many another athlete down, particularly at these national rowing championships. She's not used to losing, and she definitely won't be backing off.
Yep. So I still think the Banks sculler's in front, albeit narrowly. And we're inside the last 500 metres.
And a great race. A really great race to get the favoured lane in the final.
Yep. The two of them going stroke for stroke here with about 325 metres still to travel. The traditional pink colours there. I'm sure it's not called pink of Banks. Leanderish, isn't it?
It is. It is.
I don't think they have a hippopotamus on their left breast, though, do they?
that funny story you were telling the other evening, yes.
Yes. A pig.
Or a fish.
Yes.
Oh, and Susanna
and
Lutz. I was just thinking, so I would assume she's relatively inexperienced, given that we don't know her name. And the water just a little bit poppily and difficult here in the last 250 metres of the course. And Susanna just picking her way carefully, I should say. As she comes into the finish line, it's always, you can see Bronte Marshall has put her under a great deal of pressure.
Yep.
And that pressure just caused a little crack there in the confidence. It is so important in sculling to try and get both blades in at the same time and the same length and the same depth in order to keep your boat travelling in a really stable, upright position. And just a little gust of wind there blew her slightly off course.
Yeah, her steering was just a bit off because of the pressures are just a bit uneven, and the she may have been reaching just a bit further with one oar than compared to the other. But
and particularly as a para rower, like we don't know what her impairment is, but if she has, say, a leg impairment, she might find one leg is much stronger or able to apply more force through the foot stretcher than the other, or similarly if there's a hand impairment.
But a good win to Bronte Marshall of Balmain over the bank sculler Susanna Lutz in second place. And to bring you the next race, I'll hand back to Stuart John.
So in race heat number 2 of the PR3 women's single scull, we have Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg in lane 3, Eleanor Taylor of Balmain Rowing Club in lane 4, Jessica Gallagher of Mercantile Rowing Club and the VIS in lane 5, and Rebecca Jones from ANU in lane 6. The final scullers are crossing the line now in Heat 1, and we can confirm that it is Bronte Marshall from Balmain Rowing Club who finishes first, followed by Susanna Lutz of Banks Rowing Club, and those two scullers will progress through to the A final. Third is Stephanie Walker of Drummoyne Rowing Club, and fourth Lauren Webber of Balmain Rowing Club, and those two scullers will progress to the repechage. The winning time for Bronte Marshall was 10 minutes 10.44 seconds, and the margin over Susanna Lutz in the end was 3.17 seconds. Welcome back to the mic, Stuart John.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's good to see the paras out there at the moment, and onto the second heat of the women's PR3 single sculls, and it is Jessica Gallagher, just named in the Australian team, and I think this is now her fourth sport for the Australian team. My
That's
word.
right, yes. And as she said, she's glad to be back in the green and gold, and I think she will bring a level of professionalism and depth to the para squad that's unparalleled, and will be fantastic for all of those in the Australian rowing team. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment, she's got a very commanding lead over Rebecca Jones from ANU, about 20 seconds between the two of them at the 1,000-metre mark, and then another 42 seconds back to Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg, and then Eleanor Taylor from Balmain sitting in fourth place.
Now, can I just interject? I want to apologise to Rebecca's parents, because I did call her Rebecca Smith earlier when we were talking about para rowing, and of course it's Rebecca Jones, her father known very well to me, and her mum, Graham Jones, who himself was a fine rower for the Australian rowing team and also in the Oxford-Cambridge boat race. So rowing for Oxford. And Rebecca, who rowed herself at school, of course, didn't she, in the Pymble programme, where she worked her way up through the various different stages into the first state by her final year at school.
Yeah, and she's obviously had some health issues since then.
In fact, since joining the university, so my understanding is she went up from Pymble to the ANU University in Canberra, and the first year was fine, but then during the break for COVID suffered some health issues that now qualify her for para rowing. So again.
Absolutely. But
as I said to her, welcome to the mob. It's great to have her here.
And the great thing about the paras is that, there's that real collegiate atmosphere amongst everyone. It's sort of everyone's competitive, but by the same token, it's also that realisation that we've all got something that makes rowing just that little bit harder. I think it's a difficult sport to start with, but we all recognise that, yep, we're still getting out there, we're still doing these things. And I think it's really important that you do as well, because you never know who you might inspire to take up rowing.
So true.
I know for me, it was a couple of people like Nikki Ayres and Catherine Ross from the ACT, because obviously with my time at Rowing ACT,
yes,
I knew them. Cat Ross is about my age, so that's not an excuse. Nikki Ayres had an accident, and then you get someone like Alex Vermeulen, who has a hand difference as well.
Yes,
and for me that was so important, because rowing was something that I'd never really considered that I'd be able to do, and based on the evidence of today, I'm not sure that I'm proving otherwise. But to see someone like Al Vermeulen with a hand difference being able to get out and to do so, and to make it work for her.
Yes,
there's adjustments that you can do.
Yeah.
So for me to be able to see that, even though I'm significantly older, it's like, okay, well, clearly I've got no excuse for the age because of Catherine Ross. I've got no excuse because of the hand difference, because of Al Vermeulen. So I may as well get out and give this a go.
Yeah.
And so I think it's one of those really important things to be able to do.
Yes.
As we just see Jessica Gallagher cross the line in first from Mercantile, so she'll go through to the final.
And she of course is, oh my goodness, she's made the finish line already. That's a commanding lead, isn't it? I think it's almost a minute that she's managed to cross in front. And you can see she's pushed herself very hard, but I was going to say she too is an inspiration, and one of the things she's learnt from different sports is you push yourself in different ways. And being involved with Jess when she first came into rowing, of course she was coached by Hannah Every Hall, but the change for her was going from sprint cycling on the track to an endurance sport like rowing out on the water. So a massive difference for her, but she's made the transition really well. She's a very professional athlete, and as I say, we're really so pleased to have her in the sport, and she's made the Australian team for the first time this year, as you said. And she'll be off to Gavorrate in Italy to race the Para International Regatta in May. And here comes Rebecca Jones, who we were talking about before, Beck as she likes to be known.
Yeah, look, still a very talented rower. Raced against her down at ACT Championships, and I think ended up winning that one pretty convincingly. So, yeah, and just taking it really easy going through. There's obviously a fair amount of space between herself and that will look to be Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg, Eleanor Taylor from Balmain sitting in fourth place at the moment. So Beck Jones over the line in second. She'll qualify for the A final. And then Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg and Eleanor Taylor from Balmain in third and fourth. And the great thing is as well, Lizzie, is that a lot of these athletes will be backing up in the doubles, in the fours. I think in the fours race, we'll see the two Bundaberg guys along with Eleanor from Balmain and myself in 1-4, and then Beck will be in another 4 with, I think it's Lauren Webber and a couple of other people. And then we see Lisa Griesel, who unfortunately couldn't be here for the heats and finals. Very, very quick.
Yeah.
Again, one that's a little bit older.
Yep.
We won't give away the
and
age.
And just recently come into the sport, just the last couple of years, recommended by the surgeon that she had when she was doing her cancer treatment, because he was a rower at Sydney University. So just wonderful having her come in. Yeah, she'll be here on Thursday.
And she'll also be representing New South Wales in the interstate.
Yes, which is lovely, because last year she represented as the para single sculler in the Masters interstate regatta, and now she's moved on up to the senior level. So, yeah, fantastic for her. So just confirming then the results of Heat 2 of the PR3 Women's Single Scull. That was a win for Jessica Gallagher of Mercantile Rowing Club and the VIS, and second was Beck Jones from ANU. They progressed to the A final, and Eleanor Taylor from Balmain, Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg progressed to the repechage, winning time 9 minutes 32.62 seconds.
Moving on to race number 161, it's the repechage 1 of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. First, second and third going through to the semi-final. In lane 2 from Toowong, Gabrielle Geldard, coached by James Doring and Michael Hawke. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Christina Kamenev, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 4 from Buckingham, Phoebe Teal, coached by Abby Crow. In lane 5 from Kentish, Jessica Welch, coached by Graham Scattergood. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Emily Graham, coached by Gus Rodero. And in lane 7 from ANU, Charlotte Ryan, coached by Nigel Harding.
So this event, the National Rowing Championships, is of course one of the events that's taken into consideration when selecting the underage national team. And it's particularly important in the under-21 category because your placing in the final of the under-21s here at Nationals somewhat determines whether you get selected or not. With the under-19s and the under-23s, you use the National Rowing Championships as a way of showing how you're progressing and then are invited or not to trials. But as I say, with the under-21s, your performance at the National Rowing Championships is very important. Now, we talk about the under-21 national team. It's somewhat different to the under-19s and the under-23s, who go overseas and attend a full world championships. With the under-21s, this is more of a friendly, originally just against New Zealand, and in recent times with Canada, well, before COVID, with Canada also joining in. So it's a way really of bridging the big gap that there is between performance at under 19 age group level and under 23, because there is quite a difference in speed. The gap between under 23s and seniors is so much less.
And just as they're passing the 1,000-metre mark, we have Buckingham's Phoebe Teal in the lead. She's got a 3-second lead ahead of Melbourne University's Christina Kamenev. And then Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong sitting in third place at the moment. Down about 2.5 seconds behind her is the ANU Charlotte Ryan, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. And then the University of Queensland's Emily Graham and Kentish's Jessica Welch. So first, second and third, we've just got the one repechage in the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls. So there could be an interesting battle here between third and fourth, and I think we'll get a bit more of a view as they're coming up towards the 1500, although it does look like that Toowong's Gabrielle Geldard has started to pull away a little bit from fourth place Charlotte Ryan. So as we just start to see our under-21 women's lightweight single sculls come up towards the 1500 metre mark, it is still Phoebe Teal from Buckingham with the lead ahead of Christina Kamenev from Melbourne University and Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong. So just having a look at the margins there. So it's
pulled out a bit more of a lead, yeah.
Yes, nearly 5 seconds between Phoebe and Christina in first and second. Another 7 seconds back to Gabrielle in third, and then the University of Queensland's Emily Graham has now moved up into fourth place. She's only 1.3 seconds with 500 metres to go. Definitely attainable. And then the ANU, Charlotte Ryan in fifth and Jessica Welch in sixth.
So that wind has chopped up, and we can see for the second day running a bit of grass fire over there, this time on the far bank. Yesterday it was behind the finish line, wasn't it? So, and for those who are joining us online, it's quite dry here, which is such a change from New South Wales right now, and a bit dusty and a bit windy. So that sort of combination of conditions, of course, making it a little bit concerning. I would imagine they're burning off, but who knows? Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Let's hope it's under control.
Absolutely. I think going back a few years, it's bringing back a few memories that we'd rather not necessarily have. But no, I am thankful for the dry conditions. It does stop my hair from frizzing in the morning. So,
so for those of you who are joining us online, I don't know what hair he's talking about.
There's a little bit, maybe. It's hanging on for dear life like Homer Simpson's. Going back to the action on the, I was about to say on the field, but no, it's Phoebe Teal from Buckingham who has the lead at the moment. And she's just starting to pull away a little bit from Christina Kamenev from Melbourne University. And Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong being put under a little bit of pressure from Emily Graham from the University of Queensland. And then back to Charlotte Ryan from ANU and Jessica Welch from Kentish. So into the last 150 metres, it's the repechage, the only repechage for the women's under-21 lightweight single sculls. First, second and third will go through to the semi-final, with the rest being eliminated. And looking quite comfortable out in front, it is Phoebe Teal from Buckingham Rowing Club. With a couple of big strokes to go, she will come through into first and take the win. Second place will go to Christina Kamenev from Melbourne University, and then a battle royale between three different rowers. Charlotte Ryan has come back ahead of Emily Graham from University of Queensland, Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong, and I do think Charlotte Ryan has just pipped into third place. Charlotte Ryan looks like she's gone through into third place, that final qualifying position, finishing ahead of, well, we're just waiting on the final confirmation there. But,
but I agree with you. I think Charlotte Ryan, excellent there from Nigel Harding's group of girls at ANU. A really excellent finish, wasn't it? She just put in a few big strokes and overtook Emily Graham on the line by the looks of things. And both of them pushed Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong back into fifth position. And, of course, finishing in sixth, Jessica Welch from Kentish.
That's a fantastic finish. I think at the 1500 metres, Charlotte had dropped down to fifth place, and you were thinking that that was it.
Yep.
You know, that was going to be the single sculls
right. So
for her.
never say never. What a great rowing. What a great sport for life lessons. So we're just looking there. We believe the judges have called that then as a win in the repechage of the under-21 women's lightweight single scull for Phoebe Teal of Buckingham, second from Melbourne University, Christina Kamenev, and third, Charlotte Ryan of ANU. Those three scullers will progress through to the semi-final. Sadly eliminated from the event now are Emily Graham of University of Queensland Boat Club, who placed fourth, but a gallant row from her. 5th, Gabrielle Geldard of Toowong, and 6th, Jessica Welsh of Kentish. The finishing time, 9 minutes and 9 seconds.
And coming up towards the finish line is race number 163. It's the repechage for the under-21, repechage 1 for the under-21 lightweight men's single sculls. Lane 2 from Canberra Rowing Club, Jackson Boyd. In lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Alex Tomanovitz. In lane 4 from Cathedral, Mika Talbot. In lane 5 from Tasmania University, Angus Pater. And in lane 6 from Mercantile, Hamish Roberts. And we do have at the moment Mika Talbot from Cathedral Townsville in the lead, ahead of Alex Tomanovitz, Hamish Roberts in 3rd, and then Jackson Boyd sitting in 4th place. And they're coming up towards the finish line now. Mika Talbot looking quite comfortable ahead of Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club. So with a couple of strokes to go, it will be Cathedral Townsville with the win in repechage number 1, so he'll go through to the A final, as will Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club. Been there a few years now. Finishing in 3rd place will be Mercantile's Hamish Roberts. And then Jackson Boyd from Canberra Rowing Club finishing in 4th, head of Angus Painter from Tasmania University. So confirmation there, first to Mika Talbot from Cathedral Townsville, second to Alex Tomanovitz. They'll both go through to the A final, and then then we've got Hamish Roberts, Jackson Boyd, and Angus Painter going through to the
Can't actually see Angus
B
Painter,
final.
or have I missed him? I think he might not have. Oh, right, across there. In our second repechage of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull, William Tozer from Melbourne University Boat Club is in lane 2. Ethan Toscan of Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme is in lane 3. Riley Williams from Townsville and James Cook University is in lane 4. Harry Dixon from Nudgee College is in lane 5. Sam Parry from Toowong Rowing Club is in lane 6. Again, the first 2 will progress through to the A final, but the remainder will progress to a B final.
And at the 1,000 metre mark, it is Ethan Toscan from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport with the lead ahead of Riley Williams from Townsville JCU, Sam Parry from Toowong sitting in 3rd place, and then William Tozer from Melbourne University and Harry Dixon from Nudgee making up the field. So first and second through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. So Ethan Toscan and Riley Williams sitting comfortably at the 1,000 metre mark, but obviously still a bit to go in this race. Past the 1,500 metre mark in race number 164, the second repechage of the under-21 lightweight single scull. Ethan Toscan now with just under a 10-second lead ahead of Sam Parry. And then we've got a little bit further back. I don't think it's actually 10 seconds. There's not that much between them, just looking out the window. So Ethan Toscan, Canberra Rowing Club ahead of Riley Williams from Townsville JCU. A bit less than 10 seconds marked on your screen there. William Tozer from Melbourne University sitting in 3rd place. And then it's a nice little battle between Sam Parry from Toowong just ahead of Harry Dixon from Nudgee College. So a little bit going on there. So certainly a battle up the front. Ethan Toscan from Canberra Rowing Club was at Radford College, and I believe he might have been one of the... Although they were sitting very, very nicely a couple of years ago in 2020 to go for the schoolboy quad and, you know, try and win that one.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, one of those crews that missed out because of the start of the pandemic.
Oh, yes. It's really affected so many athletes' rowing careers, hasn't it? So good to see them. And I think they're making up for it now. As you say, a really good race going on there, and it looks as though it's Riley Williams, I would say, from Townsville, James Cook University. Yeah, it must be. Who's coming up level now with Ethan Toscan of Canberra Rowing Club.
And I think it might have just started to pull ahead. So Ethan will need to put the foot down a little bit. We're just seeing Riley Williams from Townsville James Cook University just about half a boat length ahead coming into the last 50 metres or so.
That's a
so
fantastic
it's Riley,
finish.
It's a brilliant finish from Riley Williams. He's now a boat length ahead. He'll be able to go through, looking over the shoulder, trying to find the finish line. There it is. It's a win for Riley Williams. Second place and also through to the A final is Ethan Toscan from Canberra Rowing Club. In third place will be William Tozer from Melbourne University. And then fourth will go to Sam Parry from Toowong. And then Harry Dixon from Nudgee in the Battle of Brisbane in the under-21 men's lightweight single sculls.
It looks as... So just confirming then the results of the second repechage of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. A win for Riley Williams of Townsville James Cook University, coached by Harrison Parks. Second, Ethan Toscan from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by David Framano. They progressed to the A final. Moving into the B final, William Tozer from Melbourne University Boat Club, Sam Parry from Toowong and Harry Dixon from Nudgee College.
Moving on now to race number 165. It's the first repechage for the under-23 women's lightweight single sculls. First and second through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Nadine Johnson-Arahur, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Tech. In lane 3 from Mersey, Hannah Tippett, coached by David Tippett and Lincoln Handley. In lane 4 from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. In lane 5 from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, Isabel Watson, coached by Christine McLaren. In lane 6 from Banks, Antionetta De Cosmo, coached by Jeff Walker and Thomas Krieber. And in lane 7 from Mercantile, Demetria Kirakopoulos, and she's coached by Alistair Matthews and Michael McKay.
And as they progress their way down the course, they're now well within the second half of the race, but it's a fight between Maggie Foley of Corio Bay and Isabel Watson of the Adelaide University Boat Club. And not far behind them, as one would expect, Hannah Tippett from Mersey Rowing Club, coached by David Tippett and Lincoln Hanley.
So first and second through to the A final, the rest going through to the B final, and it really is that battle between those top 3 rowers. Maggie Foley from Corio Bay, Adelaide University's Isabel Watson and Hannah Tippett from Mersey. So
I must say Maggie Foley looking very strong indeed, long, strong. Of course, this is the lightweight event, so for those who are new to rowing, there is a weight limit, and for the women, the limit is 59 kilos. So some of these girls will have had to really watch their weight in the last few days to make sure they come down to 59 kilos. Others will be eating their way up. And we have a similar thing going on in the men's lightweight event, which we just saw, which is where men can be a maximum of 75 kilos. When they move on into doubles, quads, lightweight fours, lightweight pairs, which we will see later on in the programme, there needs to be a crew average, and that is lower than the maximum, which can be a challenge for some athletes, but is a tremendous opportunity for people who are of slighter build.
Well, we have to give the small people some sort of a chance.
Absolutely.
Although having said that, you do get some very fast lightweight rowers as well. So
yeah, you certainly do, and I think that's been the argument at the Olympic level, which is if the lightweights are just as fast as the heavyweights, why do we have a weight category at all? And that has been the argument behind removing lightweight rowing from the Olympic event. The thing I would say is that you know when you're watching lightweight rowing that everybody is absolutely equal in terms of the weight that they come in at, and it makes for incredibly tight, entertaining, awesome racing. And it also means that a lightweight rower has to really pay attention to their technique if they want to compete, if they want to win, really. So yeah, I think it's a great shame. One of the reasons that the lightweight double in particular was so popular at the Olympic level was to encourage developing nations with slighter builds to actually have a stab at Olympic events, and it certainly has brought Asia in particular right to the fore of rowing, but it's a great shame because the lightweight events are going to be removed after the Paris Olympics. And while we've been talking, Maggie Foley has extended her lead over Isabel Watson from Adelaide University Boat Club, who in turn has extended her lead over Hannah Tippett of Mersey Rowing Club. So I think there's no question really who's going to be going through to that A final.
No, Maggie Foley from Corio Bay, just a couple of big strokes left to go. She'll go through and qualify in first place for the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. And then coming through in second place, so there's some nice gaps opened up at the top of this race. Second place will be Isabel Watson from Adelaide University. And then, so both Maggie and Isabel going through to the A final. And then going through to first of the qualifiers for the B final will be Hannah Tippett from Mersey Rowing Club down in Tasmania. Antionetta De Cosmo from Banks Rowing Club in Melbourne coming through in fourth place. And then the battle for fifth and sixth, Demetria Kirakopoulos from Mercantile in lane 7, looking like she'll finish over the top of Nadine Johnson Arahua from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2.
As our final sculler approaches the line, just confirming the results of the first repechage of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. A win for Maggie Foley of Corio Bay. Second, Isabel Watson of Adelaide University Boat Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, and they will progress through to the A final. The remainder will progress to the B final.
Race number 166 is underway. It's the second repechage for the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. Again, first and second through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. In lane 2 from Mercantile, Olivia Evans, coached by Alistair Matthews and Michael McKay. In lane 3 from Drummoyne, Eve Timms, coached by Robin Mackney and Graham Gardner. In lane 4 from ANU and the ACTAS program, Alexandra Moylan, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 5 from Centenary Rowing Club, Jessica Malcolm, coached by Michael Opstelin and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 6 from Adelaide University, Siobhan Rowe, coached by our co-commentator Jirik Hasselgrove. And in lane 7 from Toowong, Sophie Gerber, coached by Andrew Gerber.
And we saw Jessica, I think, earlier, didn't we, with her sister? Just trying to find
and
the
I
details
think
now.
They're both in the Queensland lightweight women's quad event as well.
As well, my goodness me, busy girls.
Very busy. We saw them down at New South Wales Titles as well. Both very handy lightweight rowers. But out in the lead at the moment, it does appear that we have Alexandra Moylan from the ANU and also the ACTAS program with the leads. And now she's ahead of Eve Timms from Drummoyne and then Jessica Malcolm from Centenary. So a battle between Eve Timms and Jessica Malcolm for that second qualifying position for the A final for the under-23 lightweight women's singles sculls. So Alex Moylan has represented Australia in underage events before and looking good to do so. Looking good to go through to the A final and then potentially move on, represent Australia a little bit later on in the under-23 category. Sitting in fourth place at the moment, it does look to be Olivia Evans from Mercantile, and then back again to Sophie Gerber from Toowong, and then Adelaide University's Siobhan Rowe. So into the last 150 metres, Alexandra Moylan from ANU in the lead. Second place, Eve Timms from Drummoyne. She's opened up about a boat length between her and Jessica Malcolm from Centenary. Only the first two going through to the A final. So Jessica Malcolm has a lot of ground to make up in the last 100 metres or so. Alexandra Moylan out in front. She'll come through a couple of big, quick strokes and she'll take the win in repechage number 2. Alex Moylan through to the A final for the under-23 lightweight women's single sculls. Second place will go to Eve Timms from Drummoyne. She'll finish a boat length ahead of Jessica Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club. So Alex Moylan and Eve Timms qualifying for the A final. And then coming first of the qualifiers for the B final is Jessica Malcolm. Fourth and second qualifier for the B final will be Mercantile's Olivia Evans. And then back a little bit further to Sophie Gerber from Toowong and Adelaide University's Siobhan Rowe.
Confirming the results of the second repechage of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. A win for Alexandra Moylan of ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme. Second, Eve Timms from Drummoyne Rowing Club. These two scullers will progress through to the A final. The remainder will progress to the B final. That's Jessica Malcolm from Centenary, who was third, Olivia Evans from Mercantile, who was fourth, Sophie Gerber from Toowong, who was fifth, and Siobhan Rowe from Adelaide University, who was sixth. We now move to race number 168 on our programme, which is the heat, or a race for lanes by the looks of things, of the lightweight men's coxless pairs. And as we mentioned before, a race for lanes is important. We call it that because there are only 4 entries, and so there's no need for us to go through heats, but it is important to just get out there and establish who would have priority in the final. In lane 3, we have a crew from UTS Haberfield of Cameron Ogilvie and Jack Henderson. In lane 4, a crew from Corio Bay of Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Rawdon. In lane 5, from Mercantile Rowing Club, Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney. And in lane 6, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Lockie Phillips and Hamish Payne. And I do apologise. Ahead of that, race number 167, the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair is having a row over. The only entry was from Tasmania University, and that's the crew of Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver. And you can see they're on the course now. They've just gone past the 500-metre mark.
Now, we asked the question earlier, Lizzie, and Richard wasn't quite sure, but do you know when the last time there was a coxed pair event at the Australian Rowing Championships?
I really don't, but I am absolutely sure that there'll be some people here who were in it, and they will tell us. The taxi. So in fact, I do recall though that Tisan Koo, who is the national team cox of the PR3 Coxed 4, he was a cox of the under-23 coxed pair. So back in the day. So that would have been, when would that have been? In the 90s at some point. So yeah, so maybe Tisan would know. He probably would know. But yes, so the boat we used to call the taxi. And we were relatively successful at the World Championships in it. So I seem to remember Fergus Pragnell and Dom Grimm, or can't remember now, who won a medal at the World Rowing Championships. So I'm sure there will be quite a few people here who were raced in that event. Andrew Gearin will know. Our resident historian for all things Australian rowing.
It's either Andrew Gearin or Owen Nix, the Nixipedia.
Yes, Nixie will be listening. He'll know. We expect a text, Nixie. Oh, Tisan Koo, last time raced at Nationals. Yes, please, Tisan.
So we're just seeing Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver going through towards the finish line.
In that under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair, yes, so a very neat-looking pair. And what a shame that they haven't got any competition. Anyway, well done to them. Sophie Robinson, Kate Oliver, Tasmania University, rowing over in the under-23 lightweight women's pair.
So the last time raced at Nationals, we've got the word there was 1994, Marcus Hanna and Wayne Diplock.
Wayne Diplock, our team manager in the senior team. Operations manager for high performance at Rowing Australia, and all-round legend.
There's a bit of a size differential between Dipper and a coxswain.
and were you the coxswain at Tisan Koo? That's what we're wondering. Okay, back to our race then that we announced earlier, which is the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair, where they are racing for lanes. And just a reminder that UTS are on the far side in lane 3, Corio Bay in lane 4, Mercantile in lane 5, and our current leaders, Melbourne University Boat Club, in lane 6.
And it does look to be that Mercantile crew in the lead of Roberts and Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney. They've got a lead of about 9 seconds over Corio Bay's Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radin. And then back a little bit further to UTS Haberfield's Cameron Ogilvie and Jack Henderson. And then Melbourne University's Lockie Phillips and Hamish Payne, as we just see them come up towards the 1500 metre mark. So we'll wait on the margins as they come up past there. But certainly Mercantile's Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney looking very, very comfortable out in front at the moment. They've gone over the 1500 metre line, and there's a lot of clear water between themselves and the Corio Bay pair of Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radin. nearly 11 seconds between first and second at the moment. UTS Haberfield's Cameron Ogilvie and Jack Henderson sitting in third place.